Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter led Hogwarts in a new wizarding war? Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. October 31st. 2014 Evangeline. As soon as Professor Campbell walked into the Ignis common room, Eva knew that something was wrong. It was uncommon for any teacher to enter the common rooms on a random Tuesday afternoon. It was rarer still for the headmistress of Willoughby Academy herself to make her presence known to the students. The chatter in the room died as Campbell scanned the room, her eyes landing on a lone table situated in the back corner by the window. "Evangeline Thomas?" she said, a grim note in her voice. Eva frowned, closing her textbook and beginning to stow away her homework. Something told her she wouldn't be getting any more work done this afternoon. "Yes, ma'am," she asked timidly, shuffling forward to the center of the room. "Come with me, dear," said Campbell, in an uncharacteristically soft tone. Eva followed the headmistress out of the common room, painfully aware of the quiet murmurs and whispered rumors of her classmates they left behind. "Have I done something wrong, Professor?" Eva asked as Campbell led the way towards her office. "Oh no, of course not," Campbell said at once, though she did not answer the unspoken question. They arrived at her office, and Campbell hurriedly ushered Eva inside before shutting the two of them inside and casting a muffling charm on the door to prevent eavesdroppers. "Miss Thomas, I am afraid I have some bad news," Campbell sighed heavily. "I just received a call from the Brisbane Police Department." A chill ran down Eva's spine. She didn't know why a Muggle office would be contacting Australia's wizarding school, but it couldn't mean anything good. "Are my parents okay?" she asked, putting two and two together. Why else would she be summoned to the headmaster's office about a call from her hometown? "There was a disturbance at your parents' residence earlier today," Campbell said. "I'm afraid your parents were attacked." "Attacked?" Eva frowned, her heart skipping a beat. "By who?" "We can't be certain," said Campbell. "Police are currently investigating the scene. I've contacted the Australian Department on your behalf, but they don't have reason to believe a wizard was involved at this time." "Are they all right?" Eva asked. "Were they badly injured?" Campbell searched Eva's expression as though determining how best to proceed. "Perhaps it is best that you go home immediately to see them," she eventually sighed. "I've set up a temporary flu connection to your parents' residence so that you can return at once." Eva's heart sank. Surely if her parents were alive, Campbell would have been quick to reassure her. The awkward avoidance of the subject only confirmed her worst fears. She turned towards the fireplace and grabbed a handful of flu powder from the urn on the mantel. "Thomas residence, Brisbane," she announced, dropping the powder into the hearth and stepping forward in a spinning green light. As soon as the world stopped spinning, Eva stepped out of the fireplace and into her parents' kitchen. As she did so, two figures jumped in alarm, hands instinctively reaching for their wands at their hips. No, Eva realized. These men were dressed in black uniform and had their hands on thick batons strapped to their belts. Muggle policemen, not wizards. "You must be the daughter," one of the men said, and he could not disguise the disdain in his voice. Both men were eyeing Eva's right side warily. She realized that she had instinctively drawn her wand. "Sorry," she said, hastily dropping her arm to her side. "I'm Evangeline. Where are my parents?" "In the living room," the other man said gruffly. "But we don't think you should see Dash." "What's happened?" Eva demanded of them. "Are they alive?" "Maybe you should sit," the officer said in a strained voice. "We could talk about this, Dash." "I don't want to sit and talk," Eva said hotly. "I want to see them." "We should let her through," the other officer told his partner in a hushed tone. Eva noticed the nervous expression on both of their faces. She looked down and realized that her wand, still clutched tightly in her palm, was lightly sparking as her emotions ran wild. She could have apologized again, but truthfully, she had bigger things to worry about right now. "I'm going through," she said sternly and stepped forward. Both men retreated to the wall as she crossed the kitchen to the hall, heart pounding as she approached the living room. Her mind was screaming at her to run the other way, but her body compelled her forward, one step after another, unable to resist knowing for one moment longer. She stepped through the door frame into the living room and sighed in despair at what she saw. At first glance, it might appear that Mark and Virginia Thomas were just sleeping. Her father's head was lolled back onto the backrest, her mother's tilted on her husband's shoulder. But stepping closer, Eva could see the dark red stains in their clothes, the deep gouges in their chests from God knows what weapon. Eva bent overhead, spinning, placing her palms on her knees to steady herself. Her worst fears were confirmed. They were dead. Eva felt a searing pain in her right leg and realized that her wand was still emitting sparks, its tip pressed into her thigh. She quickly stowed it away and took a deep breath, focusing on her occlumency training. She knew it wasn't healthy to suppress such intense emotions for long, but she couldn't afford to lose her grip right now. She needed answers, and the Muggles wouldn't be cooperative with a hysterical 15-year-old witch. Eva righted herself and walked back into the kitchen, where the two officers again eyed her with trepidation. "Right," she said, trying to sound matter-of-fact. "What happened to them? Who did this?" "We suspect some sort of long knife or perhaps a sword," one of the officers said. "The back door was unlocked when we arrived, so we assumed that's how the assailant entered, because there was no sign of forced entry." Eva sighed. Her parents had long had a habit of leaving doors unlocked at night, despite Eva's insistence that they do so. They always laughed her off, saying it was a safe neighborhood, that they lived in a low-crime area. To think that this was what did them in was a heartbreaking thought. There was no sign of struggle, Eva noted. She hadn't seen a speck of blood anywhere besides on her parents. "Why?" "We're still waiting on the forensics team to arrive," one of the officers said. "But we suspect this happened late last night, while your parents were sleeping. The television was also on when we arrived." Again, Eva felt a pang of sadness at this. Her parents ended every day watching the telly together, and sometimes fell asleep on the couch before getting up to go to bed. The attacker must have walked right up to them and done the deed while they were out cold. But something else was bothering Eva. "How did you know?" she asked. "I mean, if there was no sign of a disturbance, how did the police find out about the crime?" The two officers looked at one another. But before they could answer her, the fireplace behind them flared green again, and the two men jumped in alarm. Eva drew her wand once more, aimed at the new arrival to the kitchen, but the new appearance brought her a feeling of relief. A tall man, dressed in sweeping gray wizarding robes. "An Auror. Evangeline Thomas?" the man asked grimly, and she nodded. "Mark Badgley, Australian Auror Office." "What are you doing here?" one of the Muggle officers sneered. "We didn't call for your lot. This is a police matter, just a precautionary measure," Badgley reassured the two men. "Because Miss Thomas here is a witch, the Australian Ministry of Magic needs to ensure that there was no magical connection to the crime." "Why you don't have jurisdiction here?" the other officer stammered. "The Brisbane police is perfectly capable of dash. This will take me 10 minutes at most," Badgley said calmly. "The longer you whine about it, the longer I will be here." There was a tense standoff as the stocky Auror stared down the two pudgy policemen. They looked nervously at Badgley's hip where Eva could see the Auror's wand barely poking out from its holster. "Make it quick," one of the policemen spat. "Excellent," Badgley beamed. "Miss Thomas, will you accompany me?" "Gladly," said Eva, and she followed the Auror down the hall into the living room. Badgley didn't recoil at the sight of the two bodies on the couch as she had, but his deep exhale told her that he did seem affected by the grisly sight. "Terribly sorry for your loss," Badgley muttered, drawing his wand and beginning to silently cast diagnostic spells over her parents' forms. "Were you close?" "Yeah, kinda," said Eva. She loved her parents with all her heart, even if they only saw each other a few months out of the year. Learning that she was a witch had definitely changed their relationship, but it hadn't affected their love for her, nor hers for them. "Hope the coppers weren't giving you too much grief," said Badgley, sounding just as disdainful as they had when she arrived. "Only a little," Eva chuckled hollowly. "Damn Muggles don't even bother hiding their resentment anymore," Badgley said humorlessly. "They all look at us like freaks, like they don't want us around. I miss the days when they were all kept in the dark where they belong." "Huh," Eva hummed noncommittally. She'd read in her textbooks about the statute of secrecy, which had been in place for centuries until Voldemort arrived and took over the world. She supposed she couldn't blame Muggles for being resentful of wizardkind when they had enslaved and lorded over Muggles during the war. She'd never known a time when wizards and Muggles were kept separate from one another, but she supposed things must have been simpler back then. Badgley continued muttering under his breath and waving his wand around the room. Eva felt light pulses of magic brushing against her skin as he cast whatever spells allowed him to deduce what had happened here. Eventually, he stowed his wand away and straightened up to face her again. "Looks like this was a Muggle crime," he announced. "No signs of magical tampering with the doors or windows. No signs of apparition in or out. Your parents' wounds were done with a physical object, not a spell. They've been dead for approximately 14 hours. But how?" Eva pressed, her previous question still unanswered. "How did the police know a crime had been committed here?" "By using our eyeballs." A sneering voice came from the hall. The two officers had come to join them. "Something your fancy abracadabra tricks clearly couldn't accomplish. Got some information you'd like to share with us?" Badgley asked, an edge of ice in his tone. "Front yard," said the other officer, head nodding towards the front door to his left. "Out of the way, then," Badgley said gruffly, elbowing his way past the two men into the hall towards the front door. With a swipe of his wand, it swung open, allowing him to exit the house without pause. Eva could feel the two policemen stiffen at the casual use of magic. Clearly, it made them uncomfortable. She could only assume that was Badgley's intention. She followed Badgley and the officers out onto the front lawn, where to her surprise, she could see a number of neighbors were standing on the street, staring at them. She wondered what could have drawn their attention to the house so quickly. But one look at Badgley's frown as he turned to face the house himself told her that something was not right. She turned to follow his eye line and gasped at what she saw. The front of her parents' house had been vandalized. A thick stream of red spray paint covered the entire edifice, forming a looping symbol that she did not recognize. It looked like a star inscribed within a circle, with a heavy slash cutting diagonally through the middle. She and the two Muggle policemen stared at the odd symbol, perplexed, as Badgley gave a heavy sigh. "Well, that's alarming," he said in a forlorn tone. "What is?" asked Eva. "I recognize that symbol," said Badgley. "That's the sign of the CAW." "What's the CAW?" asked Eva, and she could see that the policeman had the same question. "Citizens Against Witchcraft," Badgley answered. "It's a British hate group that formed after the war ended. A gang of Muggles, basically." "We resent that term," one of the police officers muttered. For a moment, Eva thought he was referring to the word gang, but realized they must have meant Muggles. Badgley ignored them. "They're a group that believes that parents of magical children raise their kids with occult practices," he continued. "They target parents of Muggleborns mostly, probably because it's easier to kill a fellow Muggle than a pureblood family." "Why have I never heard of him?" asked one of the police officers. "Probably because they've only operated in Britain, so far as I know," said Badgley. "This could very well be the first case in Australia. That's highly disturbing. Can't the Aurors track down this gang and put a stop to it?" Eva demanded. "How is this still happening?" "They already did years ago," Badgley shrugged. "Found the ringleaders and got them arrested. Problem is, hatred of wizards was already a popular sentiment among Muggles, and the practices and symbology of CAW outlived them. It's unlikely your parents' killers were actually part of the group, more likely inspired by them." Eva's head was still reeling with this news. "So you think," she said, struggling to gather her thoughts, "that my parents' killers thought they were cultists? They were Protestants." "Honestly, it's hard to say," Badgley sighed. "It's not much of a reach to suggest many of the killings were simply inspired by jealousy. Do you know if your parents had any enemies? Anyone that might have wished them harm?" Eva's gut instinct was to say no, but the more she thought about it, the more his words rang true. She remembered playing with the other kids in her neighborhood as a young girl, her parents chatting with the other parents like any other ordinary family. But once Eva began showing signs of magic, things had changed. Her old friends stopped inviting her over for playdates. Neighbors stopped coming over for dinner. Eva got odd looks from grown-ups walking home from school. Mark and Virginia Thomas might not have had a malicious bone in their body, but the neighborhood certainly treated them differently once everyone knew that their daughter was different. Eva turned back to the street to scrutinize the many faces staring at their house. She noticed that none of them looked concerned or upset. If anything, they looked smug. Looks like the Thomas family got what was coming to them, she imagined them thinking. They didn't fit into this neighborhood anyway. She again felt a warmth at her side as her wand began vibrating against her hip. She quickly occluded her angry thoughts away again. Now wasn't the time to lose her temper, right? I'll speak to my department about this, said Badgley, clearing his throat to break the silence. We'll contact the British Ministry to see if they can tell us anything, but I'm afraid there's little I can do. Despite the motives, the ministry doesn't deal with muggle-on-muggle crimes. I understand, Eva muttered quietly. She felt a dull emptiness at this, knowing that her parents' killers would likely never be found. Now, if the Ministry of Magic had no hope of finding them, she doubted the Muggle police would be much help, and the neighbors sure wouldn't talk if they knew anything. Badgley gave her a polite nod and waved sarcastically to the two officers, before turning on the spot and disapparating, causing them and half the street to flinch once again. You attend a boarding school, correct? One of the officers asked, approaching her in Badgley's wake. You live there during term? Why, yes, said Eva. But I come home for holidays and summer break. Do you have anyone else you can live with? He asked. Any relatives nearby? Family, friends? No one. Eva shook her head. Reality was starting to set in now. Eva was all alone now. For her whole life, it had been her and her parents against the world. Sure, they didn't see eye to eye all the time, but they were family. She felt hot tears welling up in her eyes, and she didn't think she could keep her emotions at bay for much longer. Right, I'll be going back to school then, she said nonchalantly without looking at the two men. Will that be all, officers? We will contact the school if we need anything more from you, said one of the officers. Expect a call from the county office within the next week. Sure thing, said Eva. She strode briskly back into the house and returned to the fireplace in the kitchen, which was still glowing green. Willoughby Academy, she announced loudly before stepping into the grate and spinning away out of sight. She did not slow down when she re-emerged in Professor Campbell's office, striding right across the room and exiting without a word to her headmistress. She kept her head low in the corridors, winding through the school back to the dorms. She heard the room hush as she entered the Ignis common room, but she ignored everyone, walking straight up to her room, which was thankfully empty. She closed herself into her four-poster bed, cast a muffling charm for privacy, buried her head in her pillow, and cried herself to sleep. Word spread like wildfire at Willoughby Academy, and soon the entire school knew what had become of Eva's parents. Hushed whispers and furtive glances followed her down the corridors, and teachers offered their utmost condolences, none of which made Eva feel any better. She hoped to take her mind off of it by settling into a routine and distracting herself with schoolwork. But it was impossible to pretend things were normal when everyone patronized her like a child. Even Tara Frost, who normally took every opportunity to make snide remarks on Eva's appearance, gives her a wide berth out of respect, which only made Eva resent her even more. What irked her more than anything was the tiny pricks she felt on her brain whenever she walked into a room. It meant someone was trying to use legilimency to pry into her mind, to read her feelings. She always swatted them away with a clemency before glaring around the room at whoever the culprit was, but everyone averted her gaze. She hoped to one day meet the witch or wizard who had the bright idea of teaching teenagers how to read other people's thoughts without realizing the negative implications of such an invasive tool. She had some strong words she'd like to share with them. Eva already had few people she could consider friends before this incident, but now people avoided her like the plague. She was forced to sit alone at the Ignis table in the dining hall, nobody willing to sit next to her and engage her in conversation. Her dorm mates went eerily silent whenever she entered the room, even when engaged in conversation prior to her arrival. Eva felt like a leper with everyone, keeping their distance, offering their sympathies, but unwilling to truly lend her an ear. Whatever. I don't need them, Eva thought bitterly. She'd always found most of her classmates to be dull and uninteresting anyway, and didn't see how confiding in them would make matters any better. She knew what she needs to do. get through the remaining 3 years of her education, graduate with top marks, then track down her parents' killers and avenge their deaths at any cost. The police had offered her no updates in the days since the killings, and Eva didn't expect any at this point. Why would the Muggle government investigate the murder of 2 witch producers anyway? Eva had resigned herself to 3 more dull and lonely years of school. But that was all about to change. It began as a normal Friday. Eva rose early before her dorm mates and headed to the dining hall for a quick breakfast. Then she planned on a quick trip to the library before a full morning course. Lunch, a free period that consisted of more studying in the library and more classes before dinner. Eva scarfed down her meal as quickly as possible, hoping to escape the throngs of people and retreat into the quiet solace of studying. Murmurs of excitement around the hall shook Eva from her train of thought, and she looked up from her plate to see what the commotion was all about. There was a visitor walking into the dining hall, striding up towards the headmistress table. A man nobody here had seen in person before, but they all knew his name, the savior of the wizarding world, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, Harry Potter. Eva was struck by just how much he looked like a regular man. Tall and thin with a slight build, unkempt thick hair, and a pair of round glasses framing 2 fierce green eyes. Students gossiped openly about the new arrival, wondering why on earth the British legend would be visiting Australia of all places. Harry arrived at the head table and conversed quietly with Professor Campbell for a few minutes. Then, to Eva's astonishment, Professor Campbell stood and surveyed the room for a moment before pointing directly at her. All eyes turned towards Eva, who shrunk in her seat as Harry Potter turned to approach her table. "You're Evangeline Thomas?" Harry asked when he reached her. Unable to speak, she nodded. "I'm Professor Potter. Do you have a moment to chat?" Yes, of course," Eva said timidly. She stood to follow Harry, aware of the many stares following her out of the hall and the tiny pricks trying in vain to read her mind. He led the way into a side chamber, where Professor Campbell was there waiting for them. Harry conjured 3 cushy armchairs for them, sinking into one and gesturing for the other 2 to join him. "Miss Thomas, first let me express my condolences about your parents," Harry said solemnly. "The Australian Aura office notified the British Ministry yesterday, and it was highly disturbing for me." "Thanks," Eva muttered. She'd grown tired of hearing such wishes over the past few days, though admittedly, hearing it from the most famous wizard alive did mean something. "As Aura Badgley no doubt told you, the symbol on your parents' house indicates that they were targeted by an anti-wizard group known as CAW," Harry continued. "Britain has been dealing with such attacks for years now, but your parents are the first Australian casualties that we know of. Do you think you could track down my parents' killers?" Eva asked, a hopeful note in her voice. "Sadly, no." Harry frowned, and Eva's heart sank again. "CAW killings are largely random and unconnected from one another. We've seen attacks throughout Europe and the Americas, and your parents may be just the first of a new wave of attacks here in Australia." Professor Campbell gasped at this, looking horror-struck. "You believe my students and their families are at risk?" she asked Harry. "Perhaps," Harry mused. "I would caution your Muggle-born students to speak with their parents about potential danger at home. There is growing sentiment against magical beings in the Muggle world at the moment, and Miss Thomas's parents are proof that the problem is no longer just confined to Great Britain." "I will inform them," said Professor Campbell, still looking concerned at his words. "As for you, Miss Thomas," said Harry, turning his brilliant green eyes onto her, "I have a proposition for you." "For me?" Eva asked, confused. What could the chosen one possibly want from her? "I assume you are aware that I am headmaster of Britain's magical school, Hogwarts?" he asked her. When she nodded, he continued, "Hogwarts has many Muggle-born students in a similar position as you, whose parents were targeted by CAW or by blood purists during the war, leaving them with nowhere else to go when term ends. We've established a program to house these students in the castle during the summer and winter months, to prevent them from having to re-enter the Muggle world and risk further harm." Eva could see the appeal of such a program at once. Summer was still many months away, but she already dreaded what it would mean once Willoughby closed its doors until fall. She would likely be placed in a foster home with Muggle strangers, ones who would no doubt resent her. Hell, for all she knew, they might even sympathize with her parents' killers. Eva already dreaded summers to begin with, knowing they would be full of nasty looks from the neighbors and isolation from her magical peers. "What does this have to do with me, sir?" Eva asked. "Willoughby doesn't have such a program." "Correct," said Harry. "That's why I propose that you transfer to Hogwarts. You will be quite safe there, among other witches and wizards, and far from whoever targeted your parents. We have excellent courses that can help you find a place in the wizarding world upon graduation, and Professor Campbell assures me you'll have no trouble catching up with our curriculum." "She's top of her class," Campbell said with a note of pride. "We'll be sorry to see her go, but if you think it's for the best, we will approve the transfer." "So, what do you think, Miss Thomas?" asked Harry. "Would you be willing to come to Britain?" Eva's mind raced as she considered the implications of this idea. She knew of Hogwarts' great reputation already, and the idea of studying there excited her. The legends of the war still inhabiting its walls, the witches and wizards she'd grown up learning about in history of magic who were still present in the flesh. The opportunity to study under Harry Potter, the greatest wizard of modern times, was hard to turn down. Plus, she'd long hoped to meet the British Minister of Magic in her lifetime, Hermione Granger, the Muggle-born heroine who had championed the cause of the defenseless during the war and stood side by side with Harry as he defeated the Dark Lord. The idea of uprooting her life and leaving Australia forever was a scary one. Britain was unknown territory to her. She would know nobody, have nobody to rely on. But the more she thought about it, she already had nobody. Her parents were gone. Her friends at Willoughby had stopped talking to her since the news spread, and nothing was tethering her here anymore. She supposed she liked her teachers and her classes, but she learned far less from them than from her books, which she had devoured eagerly ever since she learned she could do magic. Half of her textbooks were written in Britain anyway, and she suspected that their magical culture was far more advanced than here in Australia. It really wasn't a decision at all. "I'll do it," Eva said at once. "Now hold on, Miss Thomas," Harry chuckled. "Take some time to think about it. I know it's a big decision, one I wouldn't take lightly. But if you're sure this is what you want, speak to Professor Campbell here, and we can arrange your transport to Hogwarts." Harry stood and offered his hand, which Eva shook eagerly. He exited the room, and Campbell paused to give her a few words of advice before ushering her back into the dining hall. But Eva had already made her mind up. There was nothing left for her here in Australia. If anything, being here just reminded her of the tragedy she'd suffered here, and Britain offered her a chance to begin anew. She could grow powerful there, hone her magic under the tutelage of the great Potter, and then return to Australia years down the line, prepared to avenge whoever had wronged her. She heeded Campbell's words and took the night to mull it over. But the more she thought about it, the more sure she was. She tossed and turned in bed that night, unable to sleep, too excited about the prospect of seeing Hogwarts with her own two eyes at last. By the time the sun rose on Willoughby Academy, she was already up and packed, dragging her trunk out of the dorm to Professor Campbell's office. Her mind was made up. Australia held nothing for Evangeline Thomas anymore. Hogwarts was calling to her. /N. Thanks for reading. Leave a review if you'd like. Next chapter, we delve into the past and begin learning how things got to where we are in the present day. Hope you enjoy the wild ride I have planned for this story. A wedding and a funeral. /N. The first of many flashback chapters. Hopefully this won't be too jarring, but we do need to jump back and forth a bit to fully capture what's going on in this AU. Enjoy, and don't forget to review. July 2nd, 1997, Harry Potter sat atop the ramparts of the Hogwarts Astronomy Tower, staring down at the courtyard far below, wondering what it would feel like to fall. It had been less than a week since he'd been frozen in place beneath his invisibility cloak, just a few feet away from this very spot, and watched on helplessly as Albus Dumbledore was murdered by Severus Snape. Dumbledore had made the fall to the courtyard below, but he was already dead and wouldn't know the sensation of the fall itself. Harry found it an apt metaphor for the man's life and legacy, a lifeless, useless shell, never realizing the consequences of what now lay ahead thanks to his actions. Far off in the distance, on the school grounds by the lake, he could see students and faculty congregating for Dumbledore's funeral. Harry had no intention of attending. He didn't much fancy the company of others right now, nor did he care to dwell any further on what had truly been lost, on what it meant for the coming war, now that the burden of defeating Voldemort had passed on to him and him alone. Harry preferred to sit here and listen to the wind whistle through the ancient castle, just for a while longer, before it was time to depart his one true home, possibly never to return. Unfortunately, his quiet, reflective period was interrupted by a new arrival atop the tower. "Harry James Potter!" A shrill voice rang out. "Get down from there this instant." Harry turned. Hermione Granger was standing atop the spiral staircase, face alight with mingled terror and fury at his precarious perch at the edge of the tower walls. He didn't much feel like moving, but he also didn't feel like an argument, so he reluctantly swung his legs back over the rampart and stepped down onto solid ground. "How did you know I was up here?" he asked. "Some second years saw you from the courtyard and got spooked." Hermione frowned. "They seemed to think you were about to jump." "I thought about it," Harry thought bitterly. "You got through my wards," he said instead, referring to the protective enchantments he'd set on the stairwell to prevent unwanted guests. It was not a question or even an accusation, but a simple statement of fact. "I've got a fair bit more experience with wards than you do," Hermione said with a wry grin, "and I doubt you put much effort into them." That much was true. Harry had only cast a handful of light deterrents, a notice-me-not ward and a handful of compulsive charms to cause any visitors to suddenly feel the urge to go somewhere else. A skilled witch or wizard could dismantle them in a few minutes, and Hermione certainly qualified. Harry gave Hermione a quick once-over. She was dressed not in her school uniform, nor in street clothes as he was, but in a simple pink sundress that flowed down to her knees. It was not a showy outfit in the slightest, but he marveled at how beautiful she looked in it. She was no longer the scrawny, nerdy girl he'd befriended 6 years ago. She was a fully grown adult now. How had he never noticed it before? Hermione must have sensed his wandering gaze, because she blushed slightly and looked down at the dress. "I thought I'd look presentable for the funeral," she said, a little embarrassed. "I bought it for my holiday in France last summer, but I figured it was appropriate enough for Dash." "You look nice," Harry said quickly. "Good choice." "Thanks," Hermione muttered. "Anyway, Ron and I are heading down to the lake in a couple minutes. You should probably join us if you don't want to be late, Dash." "I'm not going," Harry said bitterly. "What? Why not?" Hermione demanded. "Everyone expects you to be there." "Yeah, well, maybe I'm sick of doing what's expected of me." Harry spat, unable to hide the venom in his tone. "Maybe it's time I started doing what I thought was best, not what other people decided for me." "Harry," Hermione said delicately, stepping closer towards him, "you don't have to bear this burden alone. I know Dumbledore put a lot of faith in you to finish what he started, but you can let others help you." "You know I chased after Snape the night he did it?" Harry asked. "I tried to stop him from leaving the grounds, and he destroyed me." "Hermione." "He tossed me aside like I was worthless." "Snape is a powerful wizard," Hermione reasoned. "And you're still a student, Dash. Snape is nothing compared to what I'll be up against with Voldemort." Harry roared. "If I couldn't even match his strength, how am I supposed to defeat the greatest dark wizard of all time?" "Tell me that, Hermione." "Even if we find all the Horcruxes, which is a big if, how can I possibly stand a chance?" Hermione didn't have an immediate answer for this. "Ron and I assumed," she stammered, "that Dumbledore was teaching you things in your private lessons, that he was helping you prepare, Dash." "He taught me nothing," said Harry. "Dumbledore failed me." "Hermione, don't you get it? He left me to fend for myself, with only a wild goose chase to keep me distracted long enough for Voldemort to hunt me down and kill me. I'm doomed." Harry's eyes searched hers, as if demanding an answer. Finding none, his anger receded to despair, and he bowed his head, angry tears spilling down his face. Hermione crossed the remaining distance between them and embraced him in a comforting hug. "Don't talk like that," Hermione said sharply into his shoulder. "You've found your way out of worse scrapes before. You always manage, and we'll be by your side every step of the way." Harry held on to Hermione for dear life for several moments. He fought to regain his composure, his silent sobs slowing to quiet sniffles, and then he broke apart from her, drying his eyes on his sleeve. "Sorry," he said with a deep breath. "Just a lot going through my head at once." "No need to apologize," Hermione said with a small grin. "I'm here for you." Harry nodded forlornly. He stepped back towards the rampart, But rather than climb atop it as before, he leaned back against it and slid down to the floor, sitting with his knees clutched to his chest. "Well, if you're sure about skipping the funeral," Hermione said, stepping towards the stairwell. "I promised Ron I'd meet him in the entrance hall in about 5 minutes." She turned to go, and Harry felt a sudden, powerful urge to call out to her. "Hermione," he said, and she turned to look at him again. "Will you stay up here with me?" he asked, a hopeful tone in his voice. "Just for a little while?" He could see the internal struggle playing in her mind. She had gotten dressed up to pay her respects, and Ron was waiting for her down below. But she eventually decided that her friend's current needs were more pressing. "Sure I will, Harry," she said. She approached the rampart beside him, and he took her hand to help her down to the ground. Harry wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and she rested her head against him. He could feel her shivering slightly in the cool afternoon air, so he waved his wand overhead, conjuring a thick wool blanket which settled over the two of them. "That's an impressive bit of transfiguration, Harry," Hermione remarked as her shivers subsided under the warmth of the blanket. "I've always said you don't give yourself enough credit. If I ever need to tuck Voldemort into bed, I'll be set," Harry said dryly, eliciting a hearty chuckle from Hermione. Harry also felt loads warmer now, and he didn't think it was the blanket. He felt far more at peace now than he had in the entire week prior. Hermione's mere presence was enough to give him hope that his future was not as bleak as it seemed. He closed his eyes and did his best to enjoy this last moment of peace, before the weight of the coming war came crashing down upon him once more. Molly Weasley was elated when Harry arrived at King's Cross Station the following day, announcing that he would be returning to the Burrow rather than Privet Drive, but the rest of the order was less keen. Moody had already plotted a careful transportation plan to sneak Harry into Little Whinging, and he tried to force Harry to stick to the original plan, but Harry put his foot down and refused to go. Eventually, Moody relented, faced with the prospect of causing a scene in the busy Muggle terminal, allowing Harry to return home with the Weasleys. The first thing Harry did when they arrived was to call a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. That drew looks of surprise from the adults. Harry doubted they'd yet decided on a new leader in Dumbledore's absence, but he also doubted they had him in mind. But nobody argued with the idea, so the following evening, a dozen odd members of the Order crammed into the living room of the Burrow to hear what he had to say. "What do we know about Voldemort's plans now that Dumbledore's gone?" Harry asked the room, preferring not to skirt around the issue and address it head-on. "Surely he'll be more aggressive now." "It's hard to say what he's up to," Moody growled, "especially now that we've lost our valuable spy. He has always preferred to operate from the shadows, but with no Albus to deter him, he may be less subtle from now on. He'll continue trying to kill me no matter what we do next," Harry frowned. "I might need to disappear for a while. Maybe show my face outside of Britain somewhere, so he stops harassing you guys for harboring me." "But surely you aren't running away," Molly gasped. "You have to finish your education. Hogwarts isn't safe anymore," Harry said sternly. "And no, I'm not running away. I have things I need to do. But if Voldemort believes I have, he might stop targeting Order members. He won't want to spill magical blood if he can avoid it." "We can't afford to divert resources away from Britain, Harry," said Lupin, taking on a parental tone that Harry resented. "We can keep you safe, but it'll have to be in designated areas like this dash." "You can't keep me safe forever," Harry retorted. "No offense, but Voldemort could show up here by himself and take all of us on at once. If we keep playing this cat-and-mouse game, we'll keep losing people. We aren't going to just let you travel alone, Potter," Moody barked. "What do you think you can accomplish alone?" "As I said, I have things to do," Harry said simply. "Things that you'll only slow me down for. And I won't be alone. Hermione will be with me." That shocked everyone in the room to silence. All eyes turned to Hermione, who looked frozen with all eyes upon her. "Why her?" Molly Weasley demanded. In fact, all of the gathered Weasleys looked slightly offended by this, eyeing Hermione with suspicion. "She's Muggle-born," Harry said simply. "Once Voldemort moves on the Ministry, she'll be a target. He won't harm purebloods if he has no reason to, but she'll be in just as much danger as I am." "This is preposterous," Moody muttered dismissively. "I won't entertain this. Potter and Granger will both stay put, and we can reassess how to proceed once we learn more about the Dark Lord's plans." "We'll be staying until the wedding," Harry announced simply. "Then we intend to leave, and you won't know where we've gone. We might not be in contact for a while, months, perhaps years. But we'll need people to remain behind in Britain, so once we're ready to move on Voldemort dash." But the rest of his statement was drowned out by cries of protest and outrage. Clearly nobody was happy with his plan, and Harry was reduced to frustrated silence as every adult in the room shouted their grievances. Harry didn't expect them to agree, and he knew he wouldn't be able to convince them all in the next month. But he didn't have to. His intent was clear, and once he disappeared without informing anyone, he hoped they would understand. They should not come looking for him. He had to remove himself as the focal point of the war until he was ready to face Voldemort alone. The rest of the meeting wasn't particularly productive, and Harry walked out after several more minutes of arguing with the more senior members of the Order. Over the coming days, he would be individually cornered by Lupin, by Moody, by Kingsley, and more, each of them imploring him not to do what he planned. Harry reassured them that he would reconsider, that he would listen to their ideas at subsequent meetings. But his mind was made up. He would appease them until it was time to go, and then he would go without saying goodbye. Harry spent the rest of his time at the Burrow avoiding all of the Weasleys, especially Ron and Ginny. He had rejected the former's offer to stay in his room on the first night, instead opting for Bill's empty one, while the latter seemed to hover in every doorway of every room he walked into, forcing him to find somewhere else to be. He knew he had a difficult conversation ahead with each of them, and he wanted to avoid them for as long as possible. He had a rough future ahead of him, and it didn't involve either one of them. He and Hermione managed to find small pockets of time to converse in private between meals, chores, and order meetings. They both agreed that they needed to stick together, but they couldn't agree on much else beyond that. Hermione thought they ought to travel the countryside throughout Britain, gathering intel about the Horcruxes and not staying in one location too long. Harry disagreed. He felt they needed a centralized base to work from, somewhere discreet and far from Voldemort's reach, somewhere far away from the British Isles. Hermione had vague ideas of some isolated French seaside towns, but that was the extent of their planning before someone interrupted their hushed conversations. The only other notable occurrence before the wedding was the arrival of Rufus Scrimgeour to deliver Dumbledore's final bequest to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. For a brief moment, Harry was hopeful that he'd been wrong after all, that Dumbledore had indeed left them instructions on what to do next. But Scrimgeour was perplexed when Harry just laughed hysterically at their gifts, an old snitch, a book of fairy tales, and a fancy toy lighter. How fitting, he told Ron and Hermione sardonically after Scrimgeour had gone. 3 worthless trinkets. Oh, and the sword that he never intended for us to have, as a reminder of what he wanted us to do. It is a helpful reminder of what needs to be done, Hermione offered optimistically. And we don't know that these trinkets are useless yet. Maybe we'll learn something new about them. Yeah, more puzzles for us to unravel. Harry rolled his eyes. Typical Dumbledore, just stringing everyone along and expecting us to behave. Hermione could not argue with this. Even she had sounded doubtful that these items could be of any help to them. Ron looked eagerly between the two of them, hoping to be included in a strategy conversation for once. But Harry just stormed off, too consumed with frustration with Dumbledore to even entertain what it all could mean. Bill and Fleur's wedding came mercifully quickly, and Molly kept everybody busy with preparations in the week leading up to the big day. Moody tried to insist that Harry use Polyjuice Potion to disguise himself, but Harry refused, arguing that the Death Eaters already knew he was here and nobody on the guest list would wish him harm. This led to yet another row with the Order, which ended Lupin offered that it's what Dumbledore would have wanted, leading to another predictable Harry rant about how their so-called hero was dead and gone, and what he wanted no longer mattered. But Harry would wind up regretting his decision to forego the Polyjuice, as scores of wedding guests approached him during the reception to wish him well. Everyone seemed to want to offer him their condolences for Dumbledore, as though believing he wanted to hear them most of all. Such a wonderful man, gushed Daedalus. Diggle, shaking Harry's hand so enthusiastically he thought it might fall off. He cared so deeply for you, I just know he did. You must be devastated. Yeah, I'm truly torn up over it, Harry said in as sarcastic a tone as he could muster. But Diggle, nor anybody else, recognized his clear disdain for these shows of affection, and he endured many more such awkward handshakes and well wishes. He finally got a reprieve after Luna Lovegood very helpfully upended the drinks table, causing a distraction large enough for him to slip off to a quiet corner to be alone. This was why he'd avoided the funeral after all. He couldn't bring himself to enjoy the festivities, even knowing that this might be his last few hours of happiness with his friends before the war truly began. He and Hermione had planned to leave at dawn the morning after the wedding, but they still hadn't planned on where to go. And even if they had, Harry was still at a loss for what to actually do. Hunting Horcruxes seemed like a wild goose chase. He had to get stronger to grow his power as a wizard, but he had no idea how. Who could he possibly learn from? What books could he read to become skilled enough to face the most fearsome wizard of his time? Potter. Harry flinched at the sound of his name, already dreading having to speak with whoever had spotted him this time. But when he turned, he saw a face he hadn't expected to see at the wedding. Once his rival in the Triwizard Tournament, now someone he saw as a peer, Victor Krum. Krum, Harry said with surprise. He extended his hand, and the lanky Bulgarian shook it gruffly. "You are without a disguise," Krum remarked, an eyebrow raised as he looked Harry up and down. "I would have thought Dumbledore taught you better than this." Harry chuckled hollowly. "Yes, well, he wasn't very much of a teacher after all," he grinned. "I am sorry to hear of his passing," Krum said solemnly. "He was a good man and great wizard." "You're half right there," Harry said sardonically. That only caused Krum's eyebrow to raise even higher. "I always thought you Veer's #1 fan," Krum said. "Karkaroff seemed to believe that you Veer in Dumbledore's pocket." "I was back then," Harry said bitterly. "Lately I'm not so sure he had anyone's best interests in mind but his own, and look where it got him. There are rumblings overseas that Voldemort will move on Britain now that he is gone," Krum said darkly. "Do you believe this is true?" "It's inevitable," Harry agreed. "And I'm supposed to be the one to stop him. But I'm just a kid, aren't I? Dumbledore taught me nothing about how to fight, how to win. I don't know how he expected me to fare on my own at all." Krum pondered this for a moment. Then, to Harry's astonishment, he chuckled. "Karkaroff vas right again," he said. "Dumbledore is too noble. He did not vant to corrupt you." "Corrupt me?" Harry frowned. "What does that mean?" "Many at Durmstrang believe Dumbledore vas foolish not to teach the dark arts," said Krum. "He of all people should know that to become strong, you must embrace the dark, study its power. He perhaps wish for you to remain the pure symbol of hope, but that will not help you defeat a Dark Lord." "Karkaroff taught his students dark magic?" Harry asked, suddenly enthralled. "Could you teach me?" "Karkaroff taught us the theory of the dark," Krum corrected, "only to learn from its potential. He knew better than to allow students to harness such terrible spells. But he walked the path and knew its terrible secrets. Dumbledore did too." "Dumbledore studied dark magic?" Harry gasped. "Are you sure?" "Karkaroff vas positive of it," Krum shrugged. "The Dark Lord would not have feared him otherwise. He may have given up his dark tendencies, but he knew enough to defeat Grindelwald." Harry's brain was rattling with so many questions that he didn't know which ones to ask first. Did Karkaroff know Grindelwald? What was the path? How much more powerful was dark magic than light? But before he could pick Krum's brain further, a slender hand grabbed his arm from behind. "There you are!" Ginny giggled. "Stop hiding from everyone, silly. It's time to dance." Harry could only give Krum a sheepish shrug as he was dragged back to the center of the tent, where soft music wafted over the dance floor and couples swayed to and fro together. Harry reluctantly turned towards Ginny as she directed his hand to her hip and began to slow dance with him. "You've been avoiding me all summer," she said frankly, her amber eyes searching his for answers. "There's been a lot going on," Harry mumbled noncommittally. "You're planning something," Ginny deduced at once. "We've all seen you sneaking off with Hermione to talk in private. You two ought to be careful, or Ron might start getting the wrong idea." She left the unspoken question linger between them. Harry doubted that Ron was the only one getting the wrong idea about his true relationship with Hermione. "There's a war coming, Ginny. You must know that," he said, again sidestepping the real issue on her mind. "And I'm at the center of it whether I like it or not. I need to figure out what to do once I leave the burrow." "But why leave?" Ginny demanded. You know the Weasleys are just as invested in this war as you are. We want to win too. We'll keep you safe, Dash. It's not fair to any of you, Harry interrupted. This is my burden to bear, not yours. And yet Hermione is allowed to help you, and the rest of us aren't? Ginny demanded. Hermione's a muggle-born, Harry reminded her. She'll be targeted first in the war. You purebloods will be just fine. We'll be targeted for associating with you, said Ginny. Which is why I can't let you do that, said Harry frankly. After tonight, I have to keep my distance. It's for your own good. Did it all mean nothing to you then? Ginny asked, her voice starting to crack a bit. All those nights we spent together in the castle? The things we whispered to each other when we were alone? Harry's stomach began to tighten into a knot at her words. This was the conversation he dreaded, the one he'd been trying to avoid all summer. Ginny's eyes bored into his, imploring him, seeking to understand. He didn't want to break her heart, but if she insisted, he'd oblige her. Ginny, he said sternly, grabbing her arms and stopping their dance. Let me be very clear. You were a beautiful distraction for me last term. An escape from the horrible future I knew lay ahead of me. But we were never meant to be. I don't have time for relationships right now, not ones that don't help me win this war. Ginny's hardened facade was beginning to break. Her lower lip quivered. Her wide eyes began to well up with tears. I waited years for you, Harry Potter, she said softly. And I finally had you. Now you're telling me you led me on all this time? You were just using me. The illusion was suddenly broken for Harry. Ginny was a little girl again, Ron's younger sister, the girl who worshipped the boy who lived before she even met him. Now, looking into her eyes, he couldn't distinguish her look from the adoring strangers who scrambled to shake his hand in Diagon Alley. You fell in love with the idea of me, Ginny, he said quietly. You never had me, not really. We had our fun, but that's all it'll ever be. I am sorry. Something shattered behind Ginny's eyes, and Harry's heart fell at the sight. She slipped her arms out of his grasp and fast walked off the dance floor, beelining for the exit, no doubt to her room back in the burrow to cry. He felt terrible for hurting her, but he knew it was for the best. Better that she face reality now and start to accept it than continue clinging to some hope that she could still have him. Harry didn't want to be had. Still out breaking hearts at Potter? Harry turned. Ron was walking towards him, and from his uncoordinated movement and slurred speech, Harry could tell he was drunk. Ron gave Harry a friendly clap on the shoulder, but the force behind the gesture told him there was a bit of malice behind it. Just making sure Ginny understood where we stood, so she couldn't misinterpret things, Harry shrugged. You know very well how she's interpreted things, Ron glared. I warned you, Hick, when you started dating that she would fall head over heels. You're right, I shouldn't have given her hope, Harry agreed. Ron was looking for a fight, and he had to tread carefully to avoid one. But now things are cleared up. She won't misunderstand my intentions again. Good, that's good, Ron muttered. At least she understands what a prick you are now. Do you want to talk about this in the morning? Harry said hotly. I'm not in the mood for this right now. You'd like that, Ron snarled. You and Mione will probably be gone by sunrise. She already told me you're planning to skip off together. Mate, if you fancied her, why couldn't you at least tell me? That's not what this is about, Harry denied. Hermione's in just as much danger as I am when the war begins. We have to stick together for survival. God, I must be the world's biggest idiot. Ron laughed a little too loudly. People around them were starting to cease their dancing to eavesdrop on their conversation. Spent 6 years thinking I was your friend, that you two thought highly of me. But in the end, I was just a disposable sidekick all along. I'm no better than Ginny with her schoolgirl crush. I am your friend, you prat. Harry protested. Did you miss the part where there's a war coming? I'm leaving you out to protect you, so you won't be tortured or worse when the Death Eaters come knocking. You really expected to charge into battle against Voldemort with me? You're right. You are an idiot. I expected honesty, said Ron. You can't even admit you're in love with her. You can't even do me that kindness. I never loved your sister, Ron. Haven't you been listening? Said Harry. I'm not talking about Ginny, said Ron. He opened his mouth to say more, but closed it again, falling unexpectedly silent. In fact, a hush was falling over the entire crowd. Harry looked around to see that all eyes were on the southern end of the tent. A silvery creature was bounding through the air towards them, coming to rest over the dance floor, opening its mouth to fill the silence with Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice. The ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is dead. They are coming. Pandemonium reigned. Harry and Ron were jostled about as witches and wizards around them scrambled for the exits. There were loud cracks of disapprobation as people fled, while others screamed for loved ones, for children, for parents. Harry took off at once, jumping to get glimpses over the crowd, searching for the one person he needed to find. "Hermione!" he shouted over the din. "Hermione, where are you?" "Harry!" a faint voice cried out from his left. He abruptly changed course, searching for the source of the voice. A sickly orange spell sliced through the air in his direction. Harry's wand was out before he could even register it, deflecting it upwards into the tent roof, where it tore through the fabric and whistled through the night. Fights were already breaking out between party-goers and hooded figures. It would only be seconds before they spotted him. Hermione was fighting the sea of bodies jostling for the exits, fighting to reach him. Harry shoved two older wizards aside and grasped for her, barely grabbing hold of her wrist. He was about to turn on the spot and to separate the two of them far away when a heavy body collided with the two of them, grabbing onto them both. "Take me with you," Ron begged, his eyes wide. "Don't leave me." "Get off, Ronald!" Hermione shrieked. Another jet of light whistled past Harry's ear, and he turned to fire a body-bind curse at the Death Eater who had appeared before them. They didn't have time for this. "Ron, let go or I will hex you," Harry shouted into his friend's ear. "I mean it." He pointed his wand in Ron's face, doing his best to ignore the desperate look in his eyes. "Potter!" Once again, Harry wheeled around to face the speaker, and once again he was surprised to see Krum approaching them. Krum's wand was drawn, firing nasty-looking curses at the Death Eaters all around them, and from the screams of those who were hit by them, Harry knew they must be dark spells. Ron and Hermione also looked shocked by Krum's display of strength, and Harry felt both of their grips upon him slacken. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm and wrenched them both free of Ron's grasp, sending him tumbling to the ground. He reached out with his free hand towards Krum, who grabbed hold of his wrist. Ron's cry of anguish was drowned out by the crushing weight of disapprobation as Krum twisted the three of them away, leaving the wedding behind, taking them to some destination unknown. /N. Thanks for reading. Please note that this is not a Dumbledore / Weasley bashing FIC, but it was important to show how and why Harry diverged from canon from here on. Coming up next, we're back to Eva's Hogwarts journey in the present day. See you soon, and please review with your thoughts so far. House of Watchful Eyes, November 9th, 2014, Evangeline. Eva fell out of the fireplace and face-planted on a soft carpet on the other side. She'd never gotten the hang of keeping her balance during fluid travel, much less while lugging a heavy trunk full of all her belongings with her. She felt a heavy thud as the trunk was deposited next to her, bumping painfully against her left arm. Luckily, she hadn't packed much. She only had her clothes and a handful of books. She had considered traveling back to Brisbane to gather things from her old home, but then again, it hadn't really felt like home for her in a long while. It was just the place she stayed on holidays while waiting for the next school term to begin. She felt slightly guilty for feeling this way and knowing that she would never again have that home to go back to. But she pushed such thoughts away as she struggled to her feet, taking in her surroundings. Her future was here, at Hogwarts, and that was all she needed to preoccupy herself with now. She presumed that she was in the headmaster's office, a large, circular room with an ornate desk at the center. Scores of bookshelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes and languages she didn't recognize. A glittering ruby sword sat in a display case, beside a small collection of trinkets. Eva stepped forward to examine them. Quite the odd collection of objects. A dusty tiara, a golden cup, a silver locket, and most curiously, a grimy handbook with a black hole in the center. These objects gave her an odd sense of foreboding, and she decided she didn't want to know what they signified. A light rattling from behind startled her, and Eva spun around, but the room appeared empty. At the opposite wall, however, sat a large cage, covered with a heavy blanket. It was shaking quietly, and the closer Eva looked, it appeared to be glowing. Eva approached the cage and pressed a hand against the blanket and felt a warmth radiating from whatever was within. Curiosity got the better of her, and she pulled the blanket off the cage to see what it contained. Inside the cage was a magnificent phoenix, complete with burning red feathers and piercing yellow eyes. The phoenix tittered at her as it shuffled restlessly on its perch. Eva had heard of phoenixes before and knew that they were exceedingly rare. Why did Harry Potter have one? And why was it being kept cooped up in such a restrictive home? I see you've met Archimedes. Eva wheeled around. Harry was standing at the other side of the room, smiling at her. She had no idea where he had come from or how he'd entered without her hearing him. Sorry, sir. She apologized at once. I was just curious. He seems to like you, Harry remarked. I haven't seen him this calm since I brought him here earlier this year. He doesn't seem too fond of me. He's not, said Eva, frowning. You might want to stand back, Harry warned, and Eva instinctively backed away from the cage. Harry approached Archimedes, reaching towards the bird with his right hand, upon which Eva could see a golden ring inset with a black stone. At once the phoenix began screeching and flapping its wings, hissing angrily at Harry. Eva understood the cage now. If the bird had been free, it might have attacked him without abandon. Harry sighed wistfully and waved his wand, returning the blanket to its position covering the cage, and the bird's distress slowly dissipated to a quiet unrest. Why is he acting like that? Eva inquired. Most wizards have to bond with a phoenix in order to tame them, Harry explained. My former headmaster, for instance, Albus Dumbledore, kept a phoenix as a familiar. I captured Archimedes here in South America this past spring, but I did not have time to bond with it before returning home. Then why keep it here against his will? Eva asked. Research purposes, Harry said vaguely. But that's neither here nor there. We need to get you settled here before you begin your classes. Harry walked around his desk to the ornate chair behind it and motioned Eva to take a seat as he did the same. Eva sat nervously across from the great Harry Potter, wondering how this was going to work. Welcome to Hogwarts, Miss Thomas, Harry said with a warm smile. I hope you find yourself right at home here. Thank you, Eva said politely. Her head was still slightly from the flu and a lack of sleep, but she managed a quiet smile back at her new headmaster. There are a few things you should know for your time here, Harry continued. Just some general rules and etiquette notes to follow. Eva massaged her temple as Harry rattled off a list of rules and conduct requirements for the school. She had a strange sensation, like her mind was being prodded from all directions. It felt rather like Professor Faraday attempting to penetrate her mental barriers during a clemency classes back at Willoughby. In fact, that's exactly what it felt like. Eva gave Harry an odd look, but he gave no indication that he was attempting to enter her mind. But I'm sure your classmates will help you get up to speed in no time, Harry concluded. Anyway, how are you feeling about the transition? Are you nervous to be starting here? A little, Eva muttered, still fighting off the growing headache swirling around her mind. Just eager to get into the swing of things, I guess. That's understandable, said Harry. With what happened to your parents, I imagine anyone would be a bit apprehensive. Eva agreed. It felt like Harry's bright green eyes were boring straight into her soul. Despite the placid expression on his face, there was no masking the intensity behind that gaze. How are you feeling about it all? Harry asked softly. Any questions you have for me? Eva had had enough. Why don't you tell me how I'm feeling? She snapped. And with a great effort, she forced her mental barriers outward, swatting away the assaults on her mind and glaring at Harry. The headmaster blinked. A look of surprise registered on his face. Eva suddenly felt scared. Had she really just snapped at the most powerful wizard in the world on only their second meeting? But to her surprise, a wry grin appeared on Harry's face. My apologies, Miss Thomas, he said. Professor Campbell told me that you were an accomplished declemens. I merely wanted to test your barriers for myself. But I should have warned you before, intruding as I did. Yes, you should have, Eva thought but did not dare say aloud. It's okay, she muttered instead. Harry thankfully decided to change the subject. Now, the first order of business will be getting you sorted, he explained. I understand that your school has 4 houses, the same as Hogwarts. Which did you belong to? I was an Ignis, said Eva. We are sorted according to our zodiac signs. I'm a Leo, so I belong to the house of summer. Alis, Ignis, Terrace, and Aquis. Harry mused, rattling off the names of the 4 houses of Eva's, now former, school. The 4 elements. Very clever. Here at Hogwarts, the 4 houses are named after the 4 founders, and students are sorted according to the founders' traits that they best embody. Are you aware of this? Sort of, Eva admitted. She didn't know much about the Hogwarts house system, but like all wizarding children, she had grown up learning about the heroism of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, the 2 Gryffindors who faced down the dark Lord Voldemort. She assumed that Gryffindors must be brave and strong, which didn't sound like her at all. She could never imagine stepping into the spotlight like that. She would much rather let others have all the glory and attention. Well, it is rare to sort someone your age, but not unheard of, said Harry, standing from his desk. He approached a high shelf and reached up to retrieve a small, lumpy object. He approached Eva and handed her the object, which she realized was a very old hat. I don't understand, Eva frowned. What do I do with this? Put it on, Harry smiled. You'll understand soon enough. Perplexed, Eva obliged, placing the hat atop her head. Its brim was too wide to rest there, instead slipping down so that the hat covered her eyes and rested awkwardly on her nose and ears. Eva stared at the inside of the hat for a long moment, completely unsure of what she was supposed to do next. Then, to her amazement, a voice floated directly into her head. Now what do we have here? Said the sorting hat. You can talk. Eva thought with alarm. Indeed I can, said the hat. I can also read your mind, Evangeline Thomas, and I am fascinated by what I see. What's so fascinating about me? Asked Eva. I'm nobody special. I beg to differ, the hat chuckled. A sharp mind, a desire for knowledge, there's no doubt about that. Ravenclaw would suit you handsomely. But I also sense a reckless streak, a desire to bend the rules that don't apply to you. A sense of stubborn bravery, no doubt. Inherited from your parents. My parents were the most careful people I knew, Eva protested. There are many kinds of bravery, Miss Thomas, the hat said cryptically. Perhaps you didn't know them as well as you thought you did. Your parents were far braver than you know. Eva thought back to all those summers she'd gone home to visit her parents between terms. The quiet smiles they gave her when she asked how things were back home, when she inquired about the neighbors. She knew perfectly well now how they'd been ostracized once their freak of a daughter became common knowledge to the community. Yet they never complained, never let on that they'd been shunned by all of their former friends. Their quiet resilience and unwavering support for their only child made Eva feel all the more guilty. I should have been there to save them, Eva thought bitterly. I always worried that something would happen to them while I was at school. I could have done more, taught them how to defend themselves, given them a way to communicate with me if something went wrong. A noble sentiment, said the hat. Gryffindor might be the best home for you. Oh, I don't think so, Eva thought, panicking a little. I'm not brave. I won't fit in there. Ravenclaw will do just fine. You will not be challenged in Ravenclaw, the hat chastised her. Your thirst for knowledge is apparent, but that's not all you're after. You have purpose behind your studies. You want to be powerful. But I don't want power for its own sake. Eva protested. I just want to be able to fend for myself, to stop running away all the time. And that is what separates you from a Slytherin, said the hat. You seek power and knowledge to keep those around you safe, and you won't hesitate to use them at your own expense. A Gryffindor if I ever saw one. What about the 4th house, then? Eva asked desperately. Maybe I can go there instead. Hufflepuff? The hat laughed. I can see that you are a hard worker, but it would be a poor fit. Your peers would enable your passive behavior, and you would continue to underachieve. There's nothing wrong with that, Eva thought stubbornly. I don't have to be special. I just want to fit in. Make no mistake, Miss Thomas. You are special, said the hat. Whether you fit in or not depends entirely on you. But there is no doubt that you belong in Gryffindor. Eva's view shifted back to the headmaster's office as Harry lifted the sorting hat off of her head. Well done, he beamed. A fine choice. Gryffindor has a proud history, one that I am sure you will contribute to yourself one day. Thank you, sir, Eva said humbly. Despite her reservations about the House of Bravery, the knot in her stomach had lessened somewhat, and she felt a little more at home here now. Now there's just the matter of settling your schedule and moving into your dorm, said Harry, returning the sorting hat back to its shelf. But before you go, there's one last thing we should discuss. Your name. My name. Eva frowned, confused. What's wrong with it? You will no doubt draw attention as a new student to our school, Harry explained. Hogwarts doesn't accept many transfers. Unfortunately, despite Voldemort's defeat in the war, there remain some in Britain who would discriminate against your blood status. Because I'm Muggle-born? Eva deduced, and Harry nodded in affirmation. It might be best if you adopt a pure-blood name to avoid unwanted attention, said Harry. You'll be more readily accepted, and it may help you blend in and avoid putting an undue target on your head. And if any CAW members still had their eye on you, it would shield you from their eyes as well. But, sir, Eva said, still perplexed by the idea, I thought I was here to join the Muggle-born housing program. Won't it be suspicious if a pure-blood joined? The program is not only for Muggle-borns, Harry grinned wryly. There are plenty of pure-blood students here whose parents were lost in the war, and the castle is open to them as well. Your inclusion will raise no red flags. But what if someone asked me about my family, my heritage? Eva asked, starting to panic at the idea now. What if I slip up and tell the truth? I've given this some thought as well, said Harry. You can tell people that your parents were killed in a potions explosion. As I understand it, Australia deals with a dozen such incidents in the outback every year. I suggest you adopt the surname Pruitt, which is an old wizarding family that has members all over the world. There aren't many Pruitts left in Britain after the war, so it's unlikely you'd run into anyone who could dispute your claims. Eva pondered this. She had known a Pruitt back at Willoughby, for grade levels above her own, and she had seemed nice enough. In passing, pretending to be her distant cousin didn't sound too hard. She wasn't sure how she felt lying about her parents' cause of death. A potions explosion sounded far more ignoble than being murdered. But if it would set her up for better success here at Hogwarts, she would heed Harry's suggestion. Her past was already dead and buried in her mind. What difference would a name change make? Okay. Eva nodded in agreement. Evangeline Pruitt it is. Excellent. Harry beamed. He rummaged through his desk for a quill and a roll of parchment. He scribbled a note on it before tearing it off and handing it to Eva. Take this to the second floor's southern wing, to the office next to the old bust of Wilfred the Wise. Your head of household resides there. She will help get you settled in Gryffindor Tower. Thank you, headmaster, said Eva, standing and giving a graceful curtsy as Professor Campbell had taught her at Willoughby. Please call me Harry, Harry winked. Eva nodded gratefully at this, though she knew she would never call him that. He was too important, too intimidating of a figure for her to use such informal language around him. She turned to grab her trunk, just in time to see a pair of house elves lifted onto their shoulders and disappear, with a soft crack, presumably to bring it to her dorm. She no longer had the energy to care. She was grateful that it was already dusk here due to the time change, and she could use a proper night's sleep. Eva had great difficulty navigating the winding castle, which she had the odd suspicion was constantly moving whenever she wasn't looking. She was certain the staircases were messing with her, causing her to take wrong turns and have to backtrack multiple times. She finally located the southern wing of the second floor and the old bust that she assumed was Wilfred the Wise, which she had the odd sensation was watching her approach. She walked up to the office door beside it and knocked firmly. After a moment's wait, the door swung open, and Eva recoiled in shock. "What do you want?" asked the witch. "Who are you?" Eva quickly recomposed herself, forcing herself not to stare at the young witch's face, at the long, jagged scar running down its length across an empty eye socket. The ginger-haired witch glared at her with her good eye, demanding an answer. Sorry," Eva said, holding out the slip of paper Harry had given her. "I'm a transfer student. I've just been sorted into your house." The witch snatched the slip of paper from her and skimmed its contents. "Umph," she said. "He could have summoned for me himself. But no matter. Come in, then." Eva followed her into the office, taking in the messy space. Papers and trinkets littered every surface, and the walls were plastered with Quidditch posters, players zooming between one another's frames. She spied an empty bottle of what she presumed to be some kind of alcohol before the witch hastily swept it into a desk drawer. Evangeline Pruitt, is it? The witch said, referencing the slip of paper. Yes, said Eva, glad that she hadn't been asked her name first. She had already forgotten all about the name change. But everybody calls me Eva. My mother was a Pruitt, you know, said the witch. Did you know a Molly Pruitt Weasley? And no, sorry, said Eva, suddenly convinced her cover was about to blow at its first test. And my parents are from Australia. Humph, said the witch with a shrug. It's a big family. But hey, maybe we're distant cousins. Name's Ginny Weasley. You can call me Professor Weasley, or just Ginny if you prefer. Nice to meet you, Eva said with relief, glad the line of questioning about her name had passed. Ginny walked behind her desk and rummaged through her drawers for something. Eva watched with fascination as Ginny withdrew a small silvery box and opened it. She delicately picked up something white and round and held it up to her face, pressing it against her empty eye socket. When she pulled her hand away, a bright blue magical eye twitched to and fro, finally settling on Eva as Ginny's Real eye scanned her desk. Don't mind the eye. It doesn't bite, Ginny muttered as she swept giant stacks of books and parchment onto the ground in search of something. She finally located what she was after, a blank timetable. She flattened one out and tapped her wand to it. A moment later, the name Evangeline Pruitt appeared in scrawling black ink across the top. All right then, Miss Pruitt, let's get your schedule sorted, said Ginny. What year are you? Fifth, said Eva. You are aware that Hogwarts students sit their OWLS in fifth year? Ginny asked. I believe that's a year earlier than Willoughby Academy. Oh, said Eva quietly. That's okay. I'm the top in all my classes, and I think I can manage the extra course load. Good, Ginny muttered, tapping her wand to the timetable again so that text began to fill it in. You will be required to take a number of core classes, including charms, dark arts, transfiguration, potions, and history of magic. Fifth years are also required to take legilimency and occlumency, which are taught in tandem. Are there any electives you wish to pursue? I'm not sure, Eva said. What are my options? Well, I would avoid divination, astronomy, and care of magical creatures. Rather pointless subjects unless you intend to pursue them full-time, Ginny chuckled. Herbology is optional, but highly recommended if you plan to sit your NEWT in potions. Magical theory is only available for 6th years and above, and we've discontinued Muggle studies, which leaves you with ancient runes and arithmancy, which are often taken together and useful for many career paths. I'll take those last two then, said Eva. Runes was not her best subject at Willoughby, but she could keep up just fine with rigorous studying, while arithmancy had never given her too much trouble. She didn't know what magical theory was, but it sounded fascinating to her already, and she considered asking about it, but figured she shouldn't rock the boat too early. With a final flourish of her wand, Ginny examined Eva's completed course schedule. Lucky you, 2 free afternoons a week, she observed. You'll be the envy of every Quidditch player in the school. You don't happen to play, do you? Oh no, Eva said quickly. She was deathly afraid of heights, and while she could hold her own on a broomstick, going anywhere above 10 feet off the ground gave her horrible nausea. Shame, Ginny shrugged. The Gryffindor team is looking rather paltry this year. I'd hate to see Ravenclaw take the cup for a 3rd year running. Professor Lovegood will never let me hear the end of it. She flicked her wand and levitated the schedule in front of Eva's face for her to take. Eva examined it. Her Mondays and Wednesdays looked dreadfully busy, but otherwise it looked manageable. Come, I'll show you to your dormitory, said Ginny. She led the way out of the office, and Eva took care to stay close behind the professor as she led the way through the castle. She did not want to get lost again. Ginny pointed out several key locations along the way, including several of her classrooms and a handful of shortcuts hidden behind portraits and statues that Eva knew she would never remember the location of. They finally arrived at a floor-to-wall painting of a large woman who was snoozing lightly in her frame. Ginny cleared her throat loudly, and the fat lady snorted awake, startled. Scrimgeour, Ginny announced, and with a huff of annoyance, the woman's portrait swung open, revealing a hidden portrait hole. Eva followed Ginny into the Gryffindor common room, which was filled with boisterous students who suddenly fell deathly silent. It was clear that most students were intimidated by Professor Weasley. All except for one, that is, Evening Annie, came a jovial voice from near the fireplace. The speaker was a young witch about Eva's age, with similar flaming red hair as Ginny's. To what do we owe the pleasure this evening? Ginny's response was to hold out an expectant hand. Give it here, she demanded in a tired voice. I don't know what you're talking about, said the redhead girl in an innocent voice that failed to fool even Eva. Really? Then what's that underneath your sofa cushion? Ginny asked. The girl scowled, glaring at the magical eye fixed directly at the offending object. She withdrew the small device and walked across the room to hand it to Ginny, giving Eva a clear view of it. A fanged frisbee, a round disc with several sharp teeth running along its outer edge, giggling mischievously as though it knew it had been found out. You know these are banned on school grounds, Ginny chastised. I ought to report this to the headmaster. But luckily for you, that's not why I'm here. It's not, the girl asked, frowning. This is your new classmate, Evangeline Pruitt, said Ginny, gesturing to the timid girl standing behind her. She's just transferred here from Willoughby Academy in Australia. Wicked, said the girl, extending a hand towards Eva. Victoire Weasley, pleasure to meet you. You can call me Vic. Eva. Eva mumbled, shaking the girl's hand. Miss Pruitt here will be in 5th year with you, Ginny explained. I want you to show her around the castle and introduce her to your classmates. Yes, Auntie Ginevra, said Vic solemnly, giving her a mock salute. What have I told you about calling me that? Ginny barked. In this castle, you will refer to me as Professor Weasley. Right, sorry, Vic grinned, though she didn't look remotely sorry about her slip-up. Come on, Eva, let's find your bed. And without warning, Vic slipped her hand into Eva's and skipped her across the common room towards the dorms. Don't mind my aunt, Vic said in a cheerful voice as she bounded up the steps ahead of Eva. She may be standoffish, but she's got a heart of gold. Yeah, she seemed a bit bitter that Professor Potter didn't summon her up to his office, Eva recalled. To her surprise, Vic burst out, laughing at this. She finds any excuse to get into the headmaster's office these days, she giggled. Kind of a running joke in the Weasley family that she's trying to woo Potter. Hard to blame her, Eva shrugged. There was perhaps no more desirable bachelor in the world than Harry Potter, the chosen one. Even all the way in Australia, Eva knew that Harry never married and was infamously reclusive in the years after Voldemort's defeat. My dad says that the two of them used to date as teenagers, said Vic. I guess Annie tried to rekindle things after the war, but he wasn't interested anymore. That's sad, Eva muttered, not seeing the humor that Victoire clearly found in the situation. She couldn't imagine a more painful scenario than loving somebody who did not love you back. Why was Ginny Weasley still clinging to this hope for 15 long years? She didn't intend to ask. Here we are, Vic announced, throwing open the door to the 5th year girls' dorm. 2 other girls looked up from their beds, one reading and the other working on what looked like a school essay. Ladies, we have a new roommate. That explains the bed that appeared after dinner, sighed one of the girls, pointing a thumb at the corner. Eva saw an empty 4-poster waiting for her there, and her school trunk was already at the foot of the bed, waiting to be unpacked. Hi, Eva said timidly. I'm Eva Pruitt. Candace Clearwater, announced a tall, bespectacled girl as she extended her hand. I'm a prefect, so if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Amy Burton, said the other girl, a short and squat but cheerful-looking witch. Are you a Muggle-born, by chance? Eva gulped, suddenly feeling quite put on the spot. Had she done something to give her blood status away without realizing? She stammered. Pure blood. Oh, shame, Amy said with a sad grin. Would have been nice to have another one around. I'm one of the only Muggle-borns in our year. Eva gave her a polite smile, but quietly she felt regret at not being able to tell Amy the truth. She felt she likely had far more in common with Amy than with the other girls, and for all she knew could get closer with her as a result. She wanted to ask about her experience at the school as a Muggle-born, whether she was in the Hogwarts housing program, if her parents had encountered any discrimination from CAW or otherwise, but she held her tongue. Wait, did you say you're a Pruitt? Asked Vic, suddenly looking eager. That means we could be cousins, you know? My gran was a Pruitt. Yeah, your aunt told me. Eva nodded nervously. Luckily, Vic didn't seem interested in digging deeper into this revelation, instead throwing a protective arm over Eva's shoulders. Well, as your cousin, I hereby take it upon myself to get you up to Hogwarts speed, she announced, with an air of practiced chivalry that made the other three girls giggle. "You've got a lot to learn, Pruitt, and I'll be your guide." "Thanks," Eva said sincerely. "I'm a little nervous about the British curriculum, but I think I can get a handle on it." "Oh, who cares about the coursework?" Vic said dramatically, flopping on her own bed. "There's so much more you need to know to survive here. Who to avoid, who to suck up to, which professors you don't want to tick off. There's a very particular culture here that you'll want to learn before you commit any accidental faux pas." "Faux pas?" Eva asked, suddenly very interested. She definitely hoped to learn as much about British culture as she could, as she barely fit into her native Australian culture to begin with. "Like what?" "Rule number 1, said Amy Thomas from her own desk without looking up from her homework. "Do not upset the headmaster." Eva's instinct was to laugh at this, but the grave tone in which Amy delivered her deadpan remark, and Vic and Candace's own stern expressions, told her not to. "Yeah, probably for the best," Vic shrugged. "All the teachers here are loyal to Potter, almost to a fault. I reckon over half of them fought alongside him in the war." "Don't be too much of a goody two-shoes, though," Candace giggled. "Most witches try their hardest to get sent to his office after hours. Can you blame them? Those eyes, ugh, don't be gross," Vic groaned. "He's a professor, Clearwater, and a war hero," Candace swooned. "Don't tell me you've never noticed how handsome he is. And such a gentleman." Eva thought Harry Potter looked very much like an ordinary man, but she imagined the allure around him, his hero status, probably amplified any feelings of attraction towards him, as weird a thought as it was. Luckily, Vic and Amy seemed to be of the same mind, both gagging exaggeratedly at Candace's remarks. "Remind me not to get paired with you in legitimacy class, you filthy-minded wench," Vic teased, and Candace stuck out her tongue back, though her face was slightly flush with embarrassment. "Rule number 2, said Candace, thankfully changing the subject, "don't say anything positive about the Minister of Magic." "Really?" Eva frowned. "Isn't she a war hero too?" "She and Potter have been rowing in the press lately," Vic sighed. "No one's really sure why, but I wouldn't let a teacher overhear you defending her. Otherwise, you risk running afoul of Rule 1. "It's a stupid rule," Amy groaned, looking up from her homework with an irritated look on her face. "Why shouldn't we be allowed to praise her? My mom sheltered in one of Granger's colonies when she discovered I was a witch." "Yeah," Eva chimed in, unable to stop herself. What could she have done to upset the teachers? "How should I know? I don't follow politics," Vic shrugged. "Take out a subscription to the Daily Prophet if you're so curious." Potter must have friends in the editor's office, because they love to slag her whenever the ministry does something foolish. "She's been re-elected 3 times, though, hasn't she?" Eva asked. "She must be popular enough to win." "You know an awful lot about British politics for an Australian," Vic remarked. Eva blushed. She, of course, had read every book she could about the life and career of Hermione Granger, so she knew much more than she let on. "Granger's run unopposed every year," Candace explained. "My mom works in the ministry. She says that even the employees there aren't too keen on her. But she always says the only person who could beat her in an election is Potter himself. And for some reason, he seems uninterested in the job." Eva had always wondered that herself. Why had Harry Potter foregone a career in politics in favor of overseeing a bunch of teenagers? Surely he would win in a landslide, even against Granger. He was the one who got the lion's share of credit for his defeat. She was burning with further questions, but decided to hold her tongue for fear of revealing too much about herself. Perhaps she could ask Amy in private sometime. "And rule number 3, said Vic, if you want a successful career after Hogwarts, you'd better make friends with some Slytherins." "Why?" asked Eva. "They're the ones with rich and influential parents," explained Amy. "Potter's gang of Gryffindors might rule Hogwarts, but the legacy. Families don't care about Potter and Granger. The real power still lies in the pureblood families, who will continue to run things behind the scenes no matter who's in charge." "You should definitely try to get on Professor Slughorn's good side," said Vic. "He hosts parties for his most talented students, and apparently the networking there is invaluable." "Good to know," Eva muttered. She was unsure if she wanted to go into politics, but perhaps it wouldn't hurt to get to know people in high places. If she had any prayer of finding her parents' killers, she might want to make some connections in the ministry and elsewhere in case she ever needed to call in a favor or two. She wondered if this was the true reason Harry had suggested she adopt a pureblood name. Rule 4, Candace yawned, dropping back on her own bed. No loud noises after 10 p.m. That's just your rule, Vic protested. Some of us like to party until dawn. Am I right, Pruitt? Actually, I could use some shut-eye myself, Eva admitted. She was already overwhelmed with all of this new information about the school, and with a full day of classes ahead of her in the morning, she knew she could use all the sleep she could get. Ah, you're no fun, Vic pouted, but she too retreated to her four-poster. We shall reconvene our lessons at breakfast. Until the morrow. And with a great flourish of her wand, the curtains around her bed dramatically slammed shut. So hard, in fact, that the fabric tore in two places, causing Vic to swear loudly. Eva chuckled to herself, turning to her trunk to unpack while Vic set about repairing the damage. Though she tucked into bed soon after, Eva had trouble falling asleep. Her brain rattled with thoughts about Hogwarts, about Harry Potter and his supposed band of loyalists in the castle, about Hermione Granger and her allegedly waning influence, and about the ball of energy that called herself Victoire Weasley. She was grateful to have someone to show her the ropes, even if such a chaotic force of nature wouldn't have been her first choice for a friend. Yet there was something strangely comforting about her presence, and Eva felt oddly at ease with Vic at her side, and could see herself becoming friends with the feisty young witch. Eva also had images of eyeballs floating around her brain. The piercing green stare of Harry Potter. The swiveling blue gaze of Ginny Weasley's enchanted eye. The curious, discerning stares from her dorm mates, and those of the curious Gryffindors in the common room below. Eva supposed there was something to be said for the comfort of being watched over so closely. But she couldn't help but feel slightly exposed under such close scrutiny, either. A/N. Up next, another flashback sequence featuring a brand new timeline from Hermione Granger's POV. Please follow and review if you're enjoying the story so far. I'd love to hear your feedback, both good and bad. P.S. I'm aware that the timeline doesn't exactly match up with Victoire's Hogwarts years in canon. But this is an AU, so screw it. The Ferryman, February 23rd, 2003, Hermione. The high streets of London were largely empty these days, especially given the dour rainfall that had persisted for weeks now. Shopgoers were sparse, even at this midday hour, which wasn't entirely due to the weather. This area near downtown was known for its high crime rates, and the culprit was not back alley thugs. The men you had to be wary of were the ones who marched down High Street in broad daylight, unafraid of who saw them. Locals called them the Ferrymen, not because of any service they provided, but because they nonetheless decided who got safe passage through these streets and who didn't. It mattered not who you were with or what your business was. If a ferryman made you his target, your best bet was to comply and hope he was in a forgiving mood. They were easy enough to spot, patrolling the roads with their bright green robes and unafraid to brandish their thin sticks of power to the mere mortals they so loved to torment. If you tried to run, you were killed. If you tried to fight back, you were killed. And if you tried to fight back with magic, you were brought in for questioning, tortured for defying wizard registration laws, and then killed. The only real defense against the ferrymen was to make yourself small and insignificant, so that you were too pitiful of a target to be worth their time. But sometimes that mattered not, as the weak were just as much fun for them to torment as the strong when the right mood struck them. So it was on this rainy day, as a stooped older woman tottered down Oxford Street, all alone, clutching a lone paper bag to her chest. As she paused to wait for the traffic light to change, there was a loud crack of apparition, and before her stood a scruffy wizard in green robes, leering down at her. "State your business, filth," the ferryman snarled at her. "Just bringing home some groceries, sir," the older woman muttered, keeping her eyes downcast to avoid the gaze of the intimidating figure looming over her. The ferryman snatched the paper bag from her and upturned it, sending a loaf of bread and various fruits and vegetables tumbling to the muddy ground. "You got a family?" the man demanded. "Where?" "In Croydon, sir," the woman mumbled, not daring to bend over to pick up her things. "Just my husband and I. Our son works abroad." The ferryman mused, moving next to the woman's purse and upturning it as well. A tube of lipstick, a set of keys, and other various knickknacks clattered to the ground amidst the now ruined food. No magicals in your family, then? None, sir. The woman shook her head vehemently. And you ain't heard of no magicals being harbored in your neighborhood? The ferryman demanded. There's rumors of mudblood children secretly being taught witchcraft in Croydon. I would report it straight away, sir, the woman stammered. My family is strictly against witchcraft. Damn right, the ferryman agreed, shoving the woman's now empty purse back to her. Magic is reserved for us proper wizards to practice. Any of you lot tries tampering with it, you'd only get yourself hurt. The woman nodded vigorously in agreement, still not daring to look up at the man. She could still feel his cruel gaze upon her, sizing her up, deciding if she was worth further harassment. His wand hung loosely in his grasp, perhaps itching for action, but ultimately the ferryman must have deemed her to be a waste of time. Glory to the Dark Lord, he said in farewell, and with another crack, he was gone. The woman sighed in relief, bending over to collect her foreign belongings. Then, checking over her shoulder to be sure she was no longer being watched, Hermione Granger wordlessly removed the glamour from her face and pressed on down the streets. She hadn't been stopped by a ferryman in months, but it was no less terrifying each time. Her disguise as a frumpy older woman usually evaded notice, after multiple trial-and-error glamours to test what irked the patrols most. Men were too risky, as even the slightest physical movement could be misinterpreted as aggression, and women under a certain age were at serious risk of abduction. The stories of young Muggle women being snatched up by wizards and returned days later with their bodies bruised and memories wiped were prevalent in these parts, and Hermione wanted no such target on her back. Hermione encountered more pedestrians on her long walk through town, as she reached more impoverished neighborhoods that the ferrymen rarely bothered to frequent. She continued to keep her head down and avoid notice, as wizards were not the only people young women had to fear, but her subtle Muggle repellent wards, woven into her traveling cloak, kept her unnoticed. She finally arrived at her destination, a dilapidated apartment building on a nondescript street in the bad part of town. She looked over her shoulder once more before turning off the main road and hurrying inside out of the rain. The interior of the building was just as shabby and dilapidated as the outside. Hermione hurried down the main corridor towards a door at the end of the hall when a voice stopped her. A man called after her. "Which? We need to talk." Hermione groaned and turned to face the speaker. Miles, the grumpy landlord of this dump, who sat eyeing her suspiciously from behind his desk in the reception area. He was used to the sensation of her wards by now, and despite being a Muggle, was privy to her methods of avoiding detection. "Evening, Miles," she greeted coolly. "How are things?" "Still falling behind," Miles grumbled. "Can't keep enough tenants to pay our rent. How are we supposed to attract people to this bloody neighborhood? Anyway, tough times for everyone, Miles." Hermione sighed impatiently. "Anything I can do for you? Maybe a bloody tune-up would help," Miles mused aloud, looking around at the rundown walls and ceilings. "But a few waves of that little stick of yours would fix this place right up." "It would look suspicious," Hermione sighed. This was not the first time they'd had this argument. "The whole neighborhood is falling apart, Miles. Surely you don't want to stick out, put a target on yourself? That's a problem for people who can afford to stay here, and right now we can't," Miles grumbled. "I'm beginning to wonder if I shouldn't cut my losses and move on. If you and your little vagabonds are more trouble than you're worth. I think our arrangement is perfectly beneficial for both sides." Hermione countered crossly. She had successfully smuggled goods in and out of the city for Miles' illicit side business for months now, and the protective runes she had hidden in the walls of the building had repelled any questioning wizards from snooping too closely around the premises. She was permitted to stay in the basement rent-free, but from the look on Miles' face, it seemed he was no longer thrilled with this compromise. "Our arrangement matters not if I can't pay the bills," Miles repeated, crossing his arms. "Perhaps I can help you smuggle more contraband to pay the difference?" Hermione offered, though she privately hoped he would decline this offer, given today's prior encounter. "Yes, perhaps," Miles nodded. "Or we can explore alternate means of compensation." His eyes wandered from her face down to her cloak, which Hermione pulled tighter around herself with annoyance. "Honestly, Miles," she huffed indignantly and turned to march back down the hallway. It was fairly common in these parts for women to sell their bodies for money or favors, but it was no less humiliating to be subjected to it herself. And to think that he would dare suggest it from a witch, no less. Hermione was against using magic upon muggles as the cruel overlords of the city loved to do. But she wouldn't dare compromise herself to another person, magical or otherwise. She hoped Miles would not have the gall to suggest such a thing to her again. Hermione slipped into the back office at the end of the hall and closed herself in. She approached a bookshelf at the back wall and placed her hand against a dusty tome on the top shelf. "Harry Potter," she whispered, and the password caused the runes carved into the shelves to flare green. The bookshelf swung forward to reveal a narrow staircase spiraling down into the earth. And Hermione quickly descended the steps, allowing the hidden passageway to reset itself behind her. She could hear loud voices below as she descended past the rows of runes that suppressed all sound and movement from reaching the outside world. Hermione stepped onto the landing of the magically expanded basement, which was actually a large gathering area with a dozen branching hallways and side rooms. The enchanted windows brought sunlight streaming into the space, despite the true weather outside. And all around her, children of various sizes and ages ran about, engaged in carefree play that clashed mightily with the reality of their situation. At the sight of Hermione's arrival, however, the children grew excited and began to call for the others. "Miss Meone is home! Miss Meone is home!" A young girl yelled excitedly, running up to give Hermione a hug. She awkwardly accepted the girl's embrace and nodded politely to the other children, as yet more streamed out of the side rooms to greet her. Soon no fewer than 30 children, aged anywhere from 6 to 12, were smiling up at her as she held up a hand for quiet. "I brought food for you all," she announced to the delighted cheers of the kids. She set aside the paper bag of ruined food, which was merely a ruse, and reached instead into her purse, past the hidden extension charm to the hidden compartment beyond. She withdrew several warm loaves of bread, a dozen pounds of frozen meat, and armfuls of fresh vegetables, handing them to the gathered children, who dutifully brought them to the kitchen for storage. It was enough food to make stew to last them a few days, though Hermione would soon have to brave the streets of London once more and seek a new grocery store to steal food from. "Any sweets for us today, Miss Meone?" asked a timid younger girl, eyes wide with reverence for her provider. "Not today, Jenna dear," Hermione smiled sadly, patting the girl gently on the cheek. Sometimes she was able to chance slipping a few lollipops or gumballs in her bag during her shopping trips, but today she'd felt too exposed, forced to venture too deep into London in search of a store with enough wares to feed her ever-growing brood. "I'll prepare supper in about an hour," Hermione announced to the room. "In the meantime, Jenna, will you gather a group in the classroom for today's lessons?" "Yes, ma'am," Jenna said, and bounded off across the room to round up her fellow classmates. Hermione had divided the group roughly by age, with the youngest being the more critical group to teach quickly. She had to laugh at the idea of not starting her own magical education until age 11. Muggleborns these days had to learn much earlier how to survive in this harsh world. 5 minutes later, Hermione found herself at the head of a makeshift classroom, as a dozen pairs of eager eyes looked back at her. Most of these kids had just learned they were magical just months ago, and Hermione's heart broke at the thought of what that realization must have been like for them and their parents. When the Granger family had learned, it was a celebratory moment. Nowadays, it was akin to a death sentence. The parents of these kids were faced with an impossible choice: hide their child's abilities and hope they aren't discovered, or give them up to be raised by a witch-like Hermione and hope that allows both the child and parent to survive. Hermione thought back to the summer after her 11th birthday, poring over the dozens of Hogwarts textbooks she'd be studying in the coming term. These kids would never know such luxury. Hogwarts was reserved for only pure and half-bloods now. They would never be accepted in wizarding society, branding as thieves who stole their powers from more deserving bloodlines. Nor would they be able to pass in the Muggle world without learning how to control their powers and keep them hidden. Without access to wands, their accidental magic would only grow more temperamental with age, until they were discovered and executed for their crimes. It was Hermione's job to prevent that from happening. "Okay, class," Hermione said, clapping her hands together to call the kids to attention. "Now, I heard that there was a disagreement yesterday while I was gone. Can somebody tell me what happened? The class sat silently for a moment. Then a young boy named Callum raised his hand. Vince called me a scaredy cat, he pouted. Well, you were being one. The boy called Vince protested, and the class laughed at this. Just because I don't like rats, and Jenna saw one in the boys' bunks, said Callum, looking upset by the laughter in the room. It's not funny. Okay, everyone quiet now, Hermione ordered, and the room hushed once more. Does anyone notice what's happening? All eyes eventually turned to the ceiling, where the lone bulb overhead was pulsing, its light growing brighter and dimmer in irregular intervals. Is it magic? Asked Jenna, eyes wide with wonder. Yes, Hermione confirmed. Callum is causing it to happen because he's upset. He can't control what's happening, but his emotions are affecting the magic in the room. Too bad he can't control it at night either, or he wouldn't need a stupid nightlight to sleep. Vince guffawed, and again the room exploded in laughter. Callum's face scrunched in dismay, and Hermione was about to chastise the room once more, but she held her tongue. The light bulb was pulsing brighter and more furiously now as the children's laughter reached a crescendo. Callum clapped his hands over his ears and let out a wail of despair. Just then, the light bulb exploded, plunging the room into darkness. The children's laughter turned into screams as the broken bulb rained down upon their heads. Quiet! Hermione barked into the darkness, drawing her wand. Reparo. The broken bits of bulb returned to their rightful place, and the light returned soon after. The children stared at wonder at the wand in her hand, which she rarely allowed them to see, a rare display of controlled magic they'd never be able to harness themselves. Do you understand how dangerous it is to provoke the emotions of a young witch or wizard? Hermione demanded, making her voice icy to underscore the importance of her message. If this had happened in broad daylight, wizards would have arrived within seconds to take you all away and slaughter you. Everyone in this room is responsible for watching out for each other, because if one of you accidentally uses magic in public, all of you will be caught. Now apologize to Callum. Sorry, Callum, Vince muttered forlornly, and the rest of the class uttered their own apologies to the sniffling boy, who nodded appreciatively at them. Now, there are a few techniques you can use to control your emotions if you're upset or angry, said Hermione, grabbing chalk and turning to the blackboard behind her. Witches and wizards can create barriers within their minds to prevent intrusive thoughts from getting in, or more importantly, getting out. She began to write some rudimentary mental techniques they could use to control their emotions, and the children dutifully jotted down notes. The irony was not lost on Hermione that the one branch of magic they could learn without wands was occlumency, which was so advanced even adult wizards had trouble with it. But it was their one hope of even reaching adulthood. So the next time anyone upsets or angers you, Hermione concluded, try using these steps to center yourself and clear your mind. If you can master it in here, you stand a much better chance at surviving out there. Miss Meone, said a girl in the front row, when do we get to go outside again? As soon as you can master these techniques and avoid using accidental magic in public, Hermione said firmly. But I'm bored in here, the girl complained, and several other kids around her nodded fervently in agreement. Can we go on a field trip soon? Please. Hermione sighed, taking in the eager faces all around her. She would normally never agree to allow the youngest children out in public, not when they were the most volatile and prone to accidents. Even the older children weren't immune to accidental bouts of magic. And that wasn't even to acknowledge the ferrymen that might choose to harass a group of school kids anyway, magical or otherwise. The epidemic of abducted girls was unfortunately not limited to just teens and adults these days. The risks were simply too great. Maybe soon, she lied. Once the weather improves and security loosens in London. Until then, this is the safest place for you all to be. The students looked crestfallen at this, though a glimmer of hope still remained in their eyes that one day soon they'd be able to venture out on their own again. That Hermione realized was her one true job here, to give these children hope at a brighter future. She could teach them every subject known to man, and it would mean nothing if they didn't believe they could lead happy and fulfilling lives. Hermione adjourned the lesson soon after and set about to preparing food in the kitchen. She used mainly Muggle means to prepare the stew, using a miniature stovetop to heat up the ingredients in a large pot. The one exception was in chopping the vegetables, which she did with her wand, unwilling to leave the children unattended with physical knives. The kids gathered around and watched in wonder as she swiped downward with her wand and used Diffindo to chop the celery, carrots, and onions into smaller chunks before adding them to the pot with a levitating charm, which she didn't need to use, but she loved the wonder on the children's faces whenever she did it anyway. Soon after, she ladled the soup into 36 eager bowls and watched as the kids huddled around the large tables in the main room and eagerly devoured the meal. It wasn't Hermione's best work, and the ingredients weren't the best she could find, but it was nourishment nonetheless. There was enough left over for the hungriest of souls to get a second scoop, but then that was it for the day. The unused ingredients went into the fridge to be used for the next 2 or 3 meals. Then it was time to hunt for more ingredients all over again. "Miss Mione," a girl asked as the children dutifully assembled for cleanup, "can you tell us the story of the Chosen One again?" Many ears perked up at this. Hermione hadn't told the story in many months, and several new faces had arrived since then. But they all knew the story. Every Muggle-born witch and wizard had heard the tale at one point in their lives, exchanged between Muggles and Magicals alike. Hermione didn't like telling the story much because of her own personal connection to it, but that only intensified the burning desire in these children's eyes, to hear it told once more, from someone who was really there. "All right," Hermione sighed, and the children gathered in a semi-circle around her as she waved her wand to clear the tables to the side of the room. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Harry Potter. He was just a baby, but when he was born, a prophecy foretold that he would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. She dared not speak the name Voldemort aloud. Although the taboo had long been lifted on the name, the fright it brought to these small children was enough reason to avoid it altogether. The Dark Lord tried to kill Harry Potter as a baby, but he failed. Instead, Harry Potter grew up to be a strong wizard. He knew that someday the Dark Lord would rise again and take over the world, and it would be up to him to stop it. So when he became a man, he traveled far and wide to gain more power to defeat the Dark Lord once more. And one day, he will return to Britain and fulfill his prophecy to destroy the evil plaguing this world. "My dad reckons Potter just ran away when the Dark Lord returned," said Callum skeptically. "Nobody's seen him since he left." "I have," Hermione said simply, and a few gasps issued from some of the newer kids who hadn't known this about Miss Mione before. "I was his friend, and I helped him for part of his journey. He didn't run away. He is coming back." "Why didn't you stay with him?" asked Jenna, and several others nodded their head vigorously, also curious to hear the answer. "I was more needed here," Hermione said simply. "I was a Muggle-born witch myself, so I knew how much kids like you would suffer under the Dark Lord's reign. I had to come back to Britain to make sure you were taken care of." "What's Potter doing out there, then?" demanded Vince. "Why can't he come back and help us too?" "He's still training," Hermione said apprehensively. "He has a long journey ahead of him to become powerful enough to defeat the Dark Lord. But once he does, he will come back." She could see the hope and wonder in the children's eyes at these words, but also the growing skepticism, mainly from the older children. They'd been hearing this story for years now, of the Chosen One who would return to save them all, but he hadn't been heard from in nearly 5 years. What if the rumors were wrong? What if he wasn't coming back? What if he'd already been discovered and killed? Or worse, simply given up? Hermione had wondered all these same things herself, but she couldn't admit that to these kids. That wasn't her job. "Bedtime," she announced instead, eliciting groans from the kids. "You don't worry about the finer details. When he comes back, you will know." The following hour was spent managing late-night disputes and corralling the kids into their bunks. It was always this time of night, when the tears came to some, when the younger kids began to miss their parents they may never see again, and it was Hermione's job to somehow placate them all. Once the last few stragglers had finally laid down their heads for the evening, Hermione retreated into her office. She placed a muffling charm on the door to prevent being overheard, then sat in front of the radio to make her nightly calls. She'd long ago identified Muggle communication as the safest means of passing messages back and forth, as they were less likely to be monitored by Voldemort's regime. A few simple wards on the antenna atop the building's roof would suffice to evade magical notice. Hermione turned on the transmitter and picked up the speaker from the table. "This is Otter, transmitting from the London Enclave. No incidents to report, over." She clicked off the speaker, waiting for a response. In theory, all across Britain, there ought to be 12 other radios receiving her message, manned by other protectors of Muggle-born children. But lately the nightly reports had been more sparse, and the number of other enclaves checking in was dwindling. Over a half dozen of them hadn't been heard from in weeks, if not months, and it was hard not to fear the worst. Hermione hadn't the time to visit them all and check in personally on their well-being. She had her own brood to worry about. A moment later, the radio crackled to life. Swan checking in from the Bristol Enclave. A dreamy voice spoke clearly. "All is well over here, over." "Luna," Hermione thought with a sigh of relief. She hadn't heard from Miss Lovegood in a few days, but it appeared her base of operations was still intact. "Good to hear, Swan," she said into the speaker. "Any word from the other enclaves?" "We received a distress signal from the Manchester Enclave last night," said Luna. "We have attempted contact to no avail, over." That was troubling news indeed. The London Enclave was rivaled in size only by the one in Manchester, operated by the Creevy brothers, who had reported signs of increased Death Eater activity in the city in recent weeks. Had they been discovered? Were the children there in danger? Hermione could only pray that wasn't the case, because if they were, there was nothing to be done about it now. A new voice came in over the receiver to break up the uneasy silence. "Tweedledee checking in from Cambridge," it said. "We brought in a couple new families this week. I think Tweedledum is smitten with one of the Muggle single mothers." "I am not," protested George Weasley from the background, and Hermione stifled a laugh. The Weasley twins had been eager volunteers when Hermione began the Muggle-born Underground program, despite being the only pure-blooded guardians in the operation. Their joke shop had been profitable enough during the war that they could afford to feed and house many people without suspicion, which made them invaluable assets. "Shoot your shot, Tweedledum," Hermione couldn't help but joke over the airwaves. "That bloodline of yours could use some diluting anyways." "As if I would dare fraternize with someone like her," George drawled back in an excellent imitation of Draco Malfoy. "A Newcastle United fan, I mean, honestly." Hermione was about to make another witty retort when a more solemn voice interrupted the banter. "Donster checking in from Liverpool," the voice said. "We lost half our students yesterday." Hermione's stomach dropped at the sound of Hannah Abbott's voice. "What happened?" she asked. "Took the kids out to the park, just for some fresh air," Hannah said shakily. "Some ferrymen came around asking questions, and they tried to snatch one of our girls. She burned him with some kind of accidental fire spell, and he called for backup. I rounded up as many as I could to get back to base, but the rest..." Hermione's heart ached at the news. Muggle-born witches and wizards were not treated kindly upon being captured. They were first interrogated about whom they stole their magic from, before either being killed or sold into slavery, and it was hard to say which was worse. "You did what you could, Dawnstar," she said in as reassuring a tone as she could muster. "Keep fighting for the ones you saved. They need you right now." "I don't know how much longer I can do this," Hannah choked. "It just never stops." "It will," Hermione said. "We will win. We only lose when we give up." There was radio silence at these words. None of the other enclaves checked in, nor did any of the prior check-ins dare disturb the silence. Hermione sat there listening for any sign of activity until the hour was up. She could feel Hannah's anguish and knew it wasn't an isolated incident. Everyone was losing hope. Even the Weasley twins, the normally unflappable duo, sounded worn down after years of hardship. Their silence now spoke volumes. When the clock struck 10, Hermione switched the transponder to a different channel and picked up her speaker again. "This is Otter calling from London," she said. "Any Order members have a status report?" Unlike the Enclave channel, Hermione had no hope of anybody receiving her message. The official Order of the Phoenix channel had remained dormant for almost a year, as old members were either captured and imprisoned, killed, or had long given up the fight. The allure of a resistance movement was far lesser when the war seemed all but lost. Hermione fought to stay awake for the remainder of the allotted hour, though she didn't know why she bothered. The Order was dead and gone. But to her surprise, at 20 minutes till 11, the radio crackled to life again. Wildcat checking in, an all-too-familiar voice said. Hermione's heart leapt as she scrambled for the speaker. "Ginny," she blurted, forgetting to use code names for a brief moment of joy. "You're alive! What's been happening up north?" "Nothing good," Ginny sighed heavily. "Family's still alive somehow. They finally dropped the Potter investigation at the ministry last month. I guess we ought to thank Harry for cutting us out after the wedding." Hermione almost laughed, but she remembered how tense things had been at the Burrow before she and Harry departed, and it suddenly didn't seem that funny anymore. "Silver linings," she said instead. "What brought you back to the channel?" "Dunno, honestly," Ginny said frankly. "Curiosity mostly. Had to see if that crazy Granger gal was still out there fighting the good fight, even if she's the only one left." "There are others," Hermione defended. "The enclaves are the priority now. If we can protect the next generation dash, then what?" Ginny laughed. "Keep them alive to adulthood when they can go out into the world and see how impossible their lives will be." Hermione didn't respond to this right away. She had dealt with bitter rejection in the past as she tried to recruit helpers for her cause. Many had been like Ginny, not seeing what good it would do trying to rescue such doomed souls. Lord Voldemort always got his targets. In the end, to Hermione's surprise, Ginny chimed back in shortly after this remark. "Sorry," she apologized. "I didn't mean to snark. I think it's noble what you're doing, honest." "Appreciate it," said Hermione. "Have you heard from any former Order members lately?" "Yeah, I saw Longbottom the other day," Ginny replied. "He looks little worse for wear, but he's still working at the ministry last I heard. I used to worry about the scrapes and bruises he gets, but I reckon that means he's still got some fight left in him." "Good to hear," said Hermione. Neville had been one of the last remaining rebels to quit the Order, emboldened by his final year at Hogwarts opposing the Carrows to no avail. His status in the wizarding world was safe due to his pure-blood lineage, of which numbers had been dangerously dwindling as of late. So no matter his past transgressions against the Dark Lord's agenda, he, like the Weasleys, would never be harmed so long as he towed the line closely enough. "What's next on Miss General's war plans?" Ginny asked nonchalantly. "Tracking down more mystery trinkets?" "Just focusing on the kids for now," Hermione sighed. At one point early in the war, she had enlisted the Order's help in tracking down Horcruxes with actually tipping anybody off to what they were. But no leads had turned up, at least none that didn't risk tipping off Voldemort to their true plans. She couldn't exactly waltz into Hogwarts or approach the snake Nagini without tripping about 100 alarms. "No marching orders for this lone soldier, then?" Ginny asked wryly. "Not today, Wildcat," Hermione smiled sadly. "Just keep on keeping on." There was a bit of static over the line as Ginny hesitated with her next words. "He's coming back, Hermione," she said somewhat uncertainly. "Right?" "Yes, Ginny, he's coming back," Hermione reassured her. There was a prolonged moment of silence on the other end. "Wildcat out," Ginny said simply, and that was that. Hermione placed the speaker back on the table and shut off the transmitter, massaging her temple at that last exchange. Children were not the only ones who needed reassurance in these dark times. /n. Drop a review if you're enjoying the story so far. Most of the story from here on out will be in the present-day narrative, but these flashback chapters will continue to be peppered throughout. Any feedback on the frequency of the time jumps would be welcome. The language of magic. /n. Fun fact. This chapter title was almost the title of the entire FIC itself. I'm sure it won't become important later. Enjoy the chapter. November 10th, 2014, Evangeline. Magical tradition in the Western world has utilized the Latin language as a foundation for spell crafting for centuries. However, we also know that other proto-languages are possible for channeling magic, such as Uralic in Siberia, Dravidic in Southeast Asia, and Arawakan in South America. Some success has also been found spellcrafting with modern languages, including English, albeit with diminished results. Does it stand to reason, then, that there is a lingual origin point from which all these proto-languages derive? Does magic become more potent the closer to this origin point we can get? The study of ancient runes points towards this hypothesis, as witches and wizards have found success channeling elemental magic via the use of archaic symbols of unknown origin. In 1137, the archwizard Merlin famously posited that a supreme being created magic long before humans arrived on Earth using a language of his own creation. While no evidence of such a being exists, it is possible that Merlin was half correct and magic was existing in the natural world, obeying its own natural laws and languages. There is therefore great incentive for the wizarding world to seek out this fabled lingual origin point to maximize our usage and understanding of Dash. Oi, Pruitt! Eva looked up from her book. Victoire Weasley's face was peeking between the blinds of her four-poster, looking expectantly at her. What? Eva asked. Time for breakfast, Victoire tooted. Come on, you don't want to be late on your first day. Oh, that's weird, Eva muttered, glancing at her wrist. My watch didn't go off. She'd set an alarm to warn her when it was time to get up, but it hadn't done so. In fact, it still displayed the time that she'd arrived at the castle the night before. Is that a muggle watch? Victoire snickered. Of course it didn't go off. It won't work on Hogwarts grounds. Why not? Eva frowned. Muggle contraptions go haywire within the boundaries, Victoire shrugged. Always been that way according to my dad. Don't ask me why. That made little sense to Eva. Willoughby Academy was every bit as magical as Hogwarts, but she'd never had issues with Muggle devices there. Nearly all the Muggle-born students there wore watches, carried cell phones, and one had even hooked up a television in the Ignis Common Room in her second year. What made Hogwarts different that prevented the use of such devices? She would have to investigate this later. Eva begrudgingly closed her copy of The Language of Magic and slipped it into her bag. It wasn't a required text for any of her classes, but she had always taken a strange sense of comfort from the text and its philosophical musings. Even if modern scholars dismissed the text as radical and speculative, and there was nothing remotely applicable to her studies, there was something compelling about its counterintuitive ways of looking at the magical world. She knew most of it by heart anyway. She just wanted something familiar to center herself. Eva followed Victoire down to the dining area, shaking her head to clear the morning cobwebs as the redhead chattered nonstop about everything and nothing. When they walked into the Great Hall, Eva stopped short, gaping at the sight. She had never seen such a majestic room, its regal long table stretching the length of the space, the enchanted ceiling reflecting the brilliant blue sky outside. Come on, newbie, keep it moving. Victoire laughed, taking Eva's hand and leading her over to the Gryffindor table. The red tablecloths were soothing to Eva, the same color as her old Ignis house. The little details like that helped to keep her grounded. As soon as they were seated, Victoire snapped her fingers and held out an expectant hand. Schedule, she demanded. Eva chuckled at the audacity, but she obliged, twirling her wand so that her class schedule flew out of her bag and into Victoire's awaiting hand. Rough luck, Victoire muttered, eyes flying across the page. A full load for your first day. And legitimacy first thing in the morning? Better eat up. Victoire grabbed a nearby spoon and began shoveling scrambled eggs onto Eva's plate. Eva begrudgingly picked up a fork. She was feeling a bit queasy, but knew an empty stomach would do her no favors once classes began. What classes do you have today? Eva asked as she took her first tentative bites of breakfast. We have legitimacy and charms together this morning, Victoire mused, still poring over Eva's schedule. Then I'm off to care of magical creatures while you take your smarty pants classes. You'll have to ask Candace to show you the way. Heads up, Weasley, came a voice from nearby. From the corner of her eye, Eva saw a small object hurtling through the air towards Victoire. She instinctively reached out a hand and grabbed it before it collided with her head. She glared up at the offending party, prepared to fiercely chew him out. But Victoire was the first to speak. You prat! Victoire laughed at the approaching boy. You know I have no hand-eye coordination in the morning. I'll take that, Eva dear. Eva looked down at the object in her hand, realizing that it was actually a muffin. She handed it to Victoire, who took a hearty bite out of it as the thrower sat across the table from them, a tall, gangling boy about their age. Who's this? Asked the boy, indicating Eva. This is our new best friend, Dummy, Victoire sang through a mouthful of muffin. Evangeline Pruitt, meet Chris Wood. Hey, said Chris, extending his hand to shake Eva's. You new here? Just transferred here from Willoughby, yes, Eva nodded. Nice to meet you. That was a nice catch there, Chris noted with a crooked grin. You don't happen to play Quidditch, do you? Oh no, I don't, Eva said quickly. I'm deathly afraid of heights. Ah, that's no reason not to play. Chris laughed. Sure, you'll fall and crack a rib every couple of weeks, but that's half the fun of it. No one's died in like a decade. You should try out. Yeah, maybe. Eva shrugged noncommittally as she tried to force herself to eat more. She had no intention of joining the Quidditch team, but figured she shouldn't argue the point so soon into her Hogwarts tenure. Thankfully, Victoire was quick to back her up. Not everyone is as Quidditch-obsessed as you, Chris, she chastised the boy teasingly. Quit trying to recruit everyone to the team. I know. Chris sighed dramatically, loading his plate to the brim with eggs and sausage. I'm just getting tired of watching Macmillan fumble every snitch capture during practice. Slytherin is going to cream us this year if we don't find a better seeker. What position do you play? Eva asked politely. Keeper, said Chris, proudly puffing out his chest. Just like my dad. I reckon I'll be made captain once Darby graduates next year. Did your parents play, by chance? No, Eva muttered. The reminder of her parents threatened to unravel all of the confidence she'd built up over the course of the morning. So she quickly changed the subject again. So what exactly do they teach in legilimency? Anyway, mostly how to anticipate oncoming spells, Victoire shrugged. But don't worry, everyone's rubbish at it. I had to know why Potter bothers trying to teach it as a combat skill. Still bloody useful in other ways, though. She demonstrated by narrowing her eyes at Eva, who felt her mental barriers being prodded forcefully. She irritably swatted Victoire away with a clemency, eliciting a devious giggle from the redhead. Eva had noticed the increased assaults on her mind since she arrived at the castle, though she had chalked it up to curiosity about the new kid. But it made sense now, knowing that it was actively encouraged as an offensive weapon, a skill she'd neglected to hone at Willoughby, always finding it intrusive and unpleasant. Her classmates enjoyed using legilimency to torment others, prying into their minds and finding their weaknesses. Eva had instead focused on a clemency to protect herself, not worrying herself with what others were thinking. Minutes later, Victoire was leading the way through narrow corridors and portrait-hole shortcuts as they hustled to the fourth-floor legilimency classroom. They arrived just in the nick of time, finding seats near the back of the room, catching their breath as the other fifth years chatted animatedly with one another. I forgot to ask, Eva panted. Who teaches this class? Nobody told you? Said Victoire, surprised. Just then, the door opened, and a reverent hush fell over the students as Harry Potter walked into the room and strode briskly up the rows towards the head desk. Good morning, class, said Harry, giving everyone a polite nod. We have a new student today. Everybody say hello to Evangeline Pruitt, a transfer from Willoughby Academy. The Gryffindors who had already met Eva gave her half-hearted nods, while the curious Slytherins, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws looked her up and down, judging, discerning. She could feel the curious mental probes from several students, but she quickly occluded them away. Just what I need, Eva thought bitterly to herself. A target on my head in the class about reading minds. Today, I want to assess everyone's progress in mental combat. Harry continued. Everyone will break up into pairs, and we'll see how well you can predict incoming spells from your opponent. The class immediately began to negotiate groups. Eva turned expectantly towards Victoire, but she had already made eye contact with Chris Wood and affirmed their pair. Eva glanced around the room, looking for a different partner. Candace and Amy had already paired up, and none of the other houses even glanced her direction. Miss Pruitt, why don't you pair up with Mr. Hopkins? Harry suggested, directing Eva towards an unpaired Slytherin boy. She nodded politely at him. He merely stared at her with an unreadable expression. She felt the prickling sensation intensify on her brain and focused hard on shutting it out. Let's start with Weasley and Wood, Harry said, clapping his hands for attention. We'll see if you two jokesters have been paying attention this term. Victoire and Chris walked to the center of the room, which had been cleared for a mini-dueling area, and each took up fighting stances against one another, though neither looked to be taking things particularly serious. The room hushed as they watched the two friends stare each other down. Eva wondered if they were milking the moment, or if there was some kind of intense mental battle happening between them. She realized a moment too late that the prickling sensation on her own mind had ceased, and realized everyone else must have directed their mental energy at the two. Maybe she was supposed to be doing the same, but just then, Victor made the first move. Rick December, she bellowed, beginning the wand movement for the spell, just as Chris made his own move. Stoicus, Chris countered. His counter curse hit Victoire's spell in midair, redirecting it back towards her. It hit her squarely in the stomach, and she keeled over, cackling with laughter at her own tickling charm. Very good, Mr. Wood, said Harry, waving his wand to undo the spell on Victoire. You identified the spell being cast against you and performed the correct counter curse. Ms. Weasley, perhaps a non-verbal spell would have better masked your intent before your opponent recognized the incantation. Or if she ever cast any other spell against me, Chris quipped, winking at Eva as he returned to the circle. The group watched a few more pairs take their turns, with far less success than Chris had. Most of the defenders were unable to even raise their wands in time for a shield charm or a counter curse. Eva tried using legilimency on each attacker to see if she could glean any information for herself, but only got a jumble of disconnected thoughts before a spell she hadn't expected was cast. Pruitt and Hopkins, Harry announced. Eva walked uncertainly to the center of the room, where the Slytherin boy stood waiting for her. Kick her arse, Calvin, another Slytherin boy heckled, as the non-Gryffindors laughed in appreciation. Calvin Hopkins smirked at the supporters, but Eva saw a dangerous look in his eye. This was not an opponent to be trifled with. She did her best to focus as she felt the all-too-familiar prickles from the surrounding students on her mind. She did not force them away, instead focusing all her attention on her opponent, who dropped into a ready stance. Then, to Eva's surprise, Harry walked over to Calvin and whispered something in his ear. The boy smirked and nodded in understanding. Eva suddenly remembered she was meant to be using legilimency. Legilimens, she thought, and felt a stream of information pouring in from all directions. She focused only on the boy across the circle from her, who made no effort to block her mental intrusions, and invited her right in. She nearly recoiled at the sight of his thoughts, which were twisting and rapidly changing before her eyes. Images of complex spells she hadn't studied, curses with dubious effects, curses that could seriously injure her. Her breathing increased. Was he about to cast a dark spell against her? Was that allowed? Had Harry Potter instructed him to do so? She didn't know any appropriate counter curses except the shield charm, which she knew wasn't strong enough to stop the darkest of spells. Was this 15-year-old boy really capable of doing her serious harm? Something caught her attention in the peripheries of her mental vision. A sort of hazy cloud forming around Calvin's wand. A cloud composed of a strange symbol she vaguely recognized. But from where? The symbol intensified as Calvin twirled his wand and jabbed it towards her, just as she remembered where she had seen it. A YEA I. Eva bellowed, sending a jet of cold water at her opponent. The flames that erupted from Calvin's wand were instantly extinguished by the deluge, and the boy himself was suddenly soaked from head to toe by the spell. The Gryffindors hooped in appreciation, but the Slytherins looked shocked, none more so than Calvin himself. She must be cheating, he complained to Harry. I used the distraction technique you taught us, and I cast the spell non-verbally. There's no way she saw it in my mind. Eva snorted with laughter at the notion that she had cheated, but she realized that Harry, too, looked troubled by what she had done. She still felt the prickling of every student on her mind, and realized Harry himself must be among them, trying to glean what she had done. How did you know to use water, Miss Pruitt? He asked calmly, with a note of accusation in his tone. I don't know, Eva stammered. I thought he might use fire against me. But why? Harry pressed. He gave no such mental indication, and fire spells are uncommonly used in duels. Eva couldn't even begin to explain how she'd done it, much less think of a cover story. I recognized the symbol around his wand, she said honestly. I thought I recognized it as fire from a book somewhere. It was a lucky guess, honestly. What book? Harry demanded. Eva could feel the sharp pricks on her brain as he probed for the truth. She fought to keep it from him, but her emotions ran too high, and soon the cover of the language of magic floated to the surface of her mind, and Harry nodded in recognition. Hand it over, Miss Pruitt, he said, holding out an expectant hand. Eva sighed. then knelt down to rummage through her bag for the book. It was her most prized possession, the book she'd read as an 11-year-old, which that taught her it was okay to be a muggle-born, and she had no intention of handing it over. Shielding the contents of her bag with her shoulder as much as she could, and concealing her wand in her robe sleeve, she tapped the cover of the book and thought Proteus. A perfect copy of the book sprung into being, and Eva straightened, holding out the copy and handing it to Harry. He held the book up for all to see. The Language of Magic by Hermione Granger, he announced, and a surprised hush fell over the crowd. Seen by many as a revolutionary work in the field of theoretical magic. However, it's also largely unproven and potentially dangerous in practice, and is therefore banned for study at Hogwarts. You are forgiven for not knowing this as a transfer, Miss Pruitt, but I will be confiscating it and would discourage you from attempting any of its teachings again. Yes, sir, Eva muttered quietly, embarrassed at the many curious looks upon her face. Harry tucked the book under his arm and strode back to the center of the class. Next pair, he announced, thankfully diverting attention away from Eva, as two new students stepped into the circle for their duel. Eva slunk back into the crowd, where Victoire was eyeing her with a highly interested expression. What on earth was that? Victoire demanded as soon as class was dismissed. How did you read his mind so easily? I didn't, Eva protested. She had been just as surprised that her gambit worked as everyone else. She remembered now where she recognized the odd symbol from now, a table in the language of magic that theorized alternate runic symbols for the major elements. It was just dumb luck that Calvin had used such a simple spell that she could recognize, and she didn't know how to explain that to the many curious eyes that followed her out of the classroom. I've never seen that look on Professor Potter's face before, Chris remarked. Hopkins is one of the best duelists in the entire school. Nobody wants to pair with him because he trounces everyone he faces. Until today, that is. Just then, a gaggle of Slytherins hurried past, including Calvin, who was glaring intensely at Eva. She quickly looked away, fearing that she'd already made a powerful enemy in the castle. Despite the successful duel, she felt that she was already off to a poorer start to the week. Fortunately for her, their next class was Charms, which she had always considered a rather easy subject. It consisted mostly of memorizing incantations and wand movements, which she found herself quite adept at. The rest of the class seemed to agree, as there was a far more relaxed atmosphere here than in Legilimency. You'll love our Charms professor, Victoire winked at Eva. He's my uncle, you know. How many relatives do you have teaching here? Asked Eva, bemused. She remembered that their head of household had also been Victoire's aunt. Only two, but luckily they're the cool ones, said Victoire. My other uncles are all wet blankets. Where is he anyway? Chris wondered aloud, looking about the classroom. Pretty rare for him not to be here on time. Aren't I? The entire class jumped as their Charms professor emerged from the back of the room, removing the disillusionment charm he'd been hiding under. He was a tall, red-headed man in his late 30s, but there was still a youthful spring in his step that told Eva that he may be just as much of a prankster as his niece. 50 points to Gryffindor for calling me the cool uncle, said the professor with a wink at Victoire. Anytime, Uncle Fred, Victoire called after him with a wide grin. Hey, that's Professor Uncle Fred to you, said Fred Weasley with a faux serious look in his eyes. 50 points from Gryffindor for your cheek. And who's this? A new student? His eyes had landed on Eva beside Victoire. Yes, sir. I'm Eva Pruitt, said Eva, nodding politely. Just transferred here from Willoughby. Welcome to Hogwarts, Miss Pruitt, said Fred with a dramatic bow. I'll do my best to make you feel at home. Now for some bonus points, can you tell me what spell I just used to disguise myself? A disillusionment charm, said Eva at once. I've read about them, but they aren't commonly taught to 5th years of my old school. Rightfully so, said Fred. 5 points to Gryffindor. Only 7th years and above are permitted to attempt the spell, which can go awry if performed incorrectly. My twin brother once tried to disillusion himself in his bed when our mother caught him reading dirty magazines. Took hours for his head to turn back from a pillow. The class guffawed at this anecdote. Eva didn't know if it was true or not, but she appreciated the levity and decided she already liked this Uncle Fred well enough. The lesson flew by relatively quickly, and Eva found it far easier to concentrate when her fellow students weren't actively attempting to penetrate her mind. She used the lecture to flip through her new Charms textbook, and to her relief, the curriculum was not as different from Willoughby's as she feared. She had already memorized her old fifth-year Charms book and only saw a handful of spells in the Hogwarts text that she didn't already know by heart. In fact, she could cast most of them non-verbally by now, including the Protean charm, which had been extremely useful just an hour before. Eva was already ravenous by the time they returned to the Great Hall for lunch. She understood now why Victoire had insisted on eating well before legitimacy, which had drained her energy. "Hey, Candace!" yelled Victoire across the room as Eva dug into a ham sandwich. Candace Clearwater slid down the table to join them. "I'm putting you in charge of the troublemaker this afternoon. You two have the nerd classes together." "Since when am I the troublemaker?" Eva protested with a mouthful of bread. "Since you got on the headmaster's bad side within your first hour of classes," Victoire shot back, sticking out her tongue playfully at Eva. "You don't think he hates me already?" Eva wondered aloud, suddenly worried. "Nah, you're fine," Chris reassured her. "Aside from the banned book, which you didn't know about, there's no way you did anything he can get worked up about." "I'd watch out for the Slytherins, though," muttered Candace, indicating the table across the room from them. "Haven't seen Calvin Hopkins look that rattled in years." Eva followed her gaze, where the same group of Slytherin fifth-years were huddled together and whispering in hushed tones. One of them looked directly at Eva, then quickly looked away, confirming her suspicion of what, or whom, they were discussing. "Good thing you're not Muggle-born," Victoire quipped. Eva's heart skipped a beat at that statement. "Is that still a problem here?" she asked, alarmed. She knew that blood bigotry ran deep in Great Britain, but had assumed the last war had stamped most of it out by now. "Not really, though you never know with some of the Slytherins," said Candace darkly. "Those old pureblood families may have reformed publicly, but some prejudices are hard to break." Eva felt a chill run down her spine as she noted the stern expressions on the Slytherins' faces and resolved not to get on their bad side, focusing on her lunch to keep her mind off of it. Candace led the way to Eva's next class, Ancient Runes. The professor, an elderly witch named Professor Babbling, came tottering out of her office at the top of the hour and assessed the classroom. "I see that we have a new student today," she said, nodding curtly to Eva in the front row. "Welcome, dear. Unfortunately, we have a practical exam scheduled for today, and I won't be able to accommodate you. You will simply have to do your best, and I will grade you fairly based on effort." "Great," Eva groaned internally. This was already the class she was dreading the most, having dropped the subject at Willoughby the previous year, and now she would be immediately judged on her knowledge, or lack thereof. She exchanged a grim look with Candace as Professor Babbling walked around the classroom, handing out blank runestones to each student. Eva stared blankly down at her 3 stones, mentally racking her brain and trying to remember the last runes text she read. "Today's exam is simple," said Professor Babbling once everyone had their runestones in front of them. "You have 20 minutes to carve 3 runes, one that will deflect air, water, and fire each. No use of notes. I will then test everyone's runes and grade based on how well your rune responds to each element. You may begin." Almost at once, the students all around Eva began to mutter incantations under their breath, using their wands to carve into their blank stones. Eva took a deep breath to steady herself. "Elemental protections," she said to herself, mind racing. "I can do this." She had studied the topic last term. She should know this. She pointed her wand at the first runestone, trying to remember the etymological tree for air. Eris. She vaguely remembered a symbol resembling an exploding star, but wasn't sure if it related to air itself or simply the oxygen contained within it. No time for second guessing now, she thought and began to carve. The water rune was no easier to remember. She struggled to deconstruct the aqua root to its origin point, and for that matter had no clue how to repel water. She could clearly remember the crashing wave symbol needed to summon it, but how could she alter it to produce the opposite effect? Would a slash through the center of the symbol do the trick? She doubted it, but could think of no better alternatives, so she quickly carved a crude wave symbol and slashed through it before moving on to the third runestone. 3 minutes remaining, Professor Babbling announced, and Eva's stomach dropped. She couldn't remember a single thing about fire runes, and probably wouldn't have come up with a solution if she had another full hour to think. She stared at the blank stone for a long while, contemplating whether she should just turn it in as is. But Babbling said she would grade her based on effort, so she ought to at least try something. Think, Eva told herself. Think. All she could think of was Calvin Hopkins trying to set her on fire earlier that morning, and the strange symbol she had seen hovering around her wand, a semicircle with a jagged right edge. She had never seen the symbol appear in any runes textbook before and doubted it would accomplish much, but she carved it into her runestone anyway, figuring it was better than nothing. But how to repel it? Eva wondered to herself. She thought back to the language of magic sitting on her bedside table back in the dorms, and the upside-down triangle that the author theorized formed the foundation of the shield charm. Better than nothing, Eva groaned internally, carving the triangle around the semicircle, just as Professor Babbling called for time. Eva brought her 3 runestones up to the front of the class and placed them in the designated boxes, already dreading her result. Everyone line up against the back wall, Professor Babbling instructed, waving her wand to push the desks aside as the students obeyed. She then pointed her wand at the first box, and the runestones within zoomed into the air and hung suspended there, facing them all in a neat row. Eva spotted her own near the end of the line. She saw with relief that she had at least drawn the correct rune, though hers didn't look as clean as most of the others. Airless, Babbling said clearly, and a stream of gusting wind emitted from the end of her wand. She ran it across the row of runes, and each glowed blue as the wind attempted to knock it out of the air. Most sent the stream of wind gusting off in different directions, repelled by the runes. A few of the runes glowed a dull yellow, rattling and vibrating from the force of the jet. Others flashed a brilliant red before shooting off across the room, shattering against the opposite wall. Once she reached the end of the row, Babbling lowered her wand. Good, she said crisply. Clearwater, well done. Full marks. Burton, you've mixed up the symbols for air and air again. Be more mindful of that. Pruitt, your carving work was sloppy. Be more precise with your wand work next time. Eva nodded sullenly. Her rune had been one that glowed yellow and been knocked askance. At least she had the symbol mostly right. Babbling moved on to the second box, arranging the water runes in a row like before. Eva saw with a jolt of embarrassment that hers looked nothing like the others. As she feared, the crashing wave sign had nothing to do with repelling water. Babbling shot a jet of water down the row of runes. Most of them sent the water spitting out in other directions as intended, but when the jet reached Eva's rune, the water seemed to intensify, sending a new jet streaming across the room, sending half of the students diving for cover as it splashed aggressively against the wall. Babbling quickly turned off the water and casting drying charms on the students that were hit. That's not quite right, Pruitt, she sighed, and Eva could see the disappointment in the professor's gaze. Thankfully, she moved right along, grading the rest of the row of runes before moving on to the third. Eva didn't even want to watch the third row tested. As expected, her rune looked nothing like the others, standing out like a sore thumb in the center of the floating row of stones. She wondered if she would get in trouble if the rune backfired again and set the other half of the students aflame. Would Babbling even allow her to remain in the class? She watched with trepidation as the professor raised her wand once more. Incendio, she announced clearly, and a jet of flame spewed from her wand tip towards the first rune in the row. But then, to everyone's astonishment, a different rune glowed a brilliant white, overpowering the light blue glow of the surrounding runes. The flames from Babbling's wand, rather than shoot off in different directions, seemed to disappear completely in a puff of smoke, unable to approach the row of runes at all. Babbling immediately canceled the spell and approached the row of runes, plucking the offending runestone out of line. "Whose rune is this?" she demanded, expression unreadable, holding up the stone for all to see. Eva's stomach dropped. The rune, still glowing a duller white, was the unmistakable form of a jagged semicircle inscribed within an upside-down triangle. She sheepishly raised her hand. "Who taught you this rune?" Babbling demanded. "I have never taught these symbols before." Um, Eva stammered, unsure how to properly explain herself. I recognized it from somewhere. She eventually managed. I don't remember where. Babbling scrutinized her expression, eyes narrowed. Eva wasn't sure if she was about to receive detention or full marks. Umph, Babbling finally said, tossing Eva's rune back into the box. You're Australian, yes? I'll be having a word with Willoughby about their use of non-standardized textbooks. Please learn the British curriculum from now on, Miss Pruitt. Yes, ma'am, Eva said solemnly. But internally, she felt a pang of irritation at the chastising remarks. The rune had worked, hadn't it? Sure, maybe it wasn't conventional, but it successfully repelled the fire. She glanced sideways at Candace and Amy, who were looking at her with visible astonishment on their faces. Clearly, they hadn't seen anything like this before. That gave Eva a small sense of satisfaction as Babbling concluded the exam and dismissed the class. How did you do that? Demanded Amy Burton the second they reached the sixth-floor corridor. Candace also looked eagerly for an answer, as did half of the Hufflepuffs who had not so subtly lingered around to hear what Eva had to say. I don't know, Eva said honestly, a tone of exasperation in her voice. I ran out of time and had to make something up on the spot. You made that up on the spot? One of the Hufflepuff boys chimed in. I've never seen a rune behave like that. Do they really teach alternate symbols at Willoughby? Asked a Hufflepuff girl eagerly. I don't think so, Eva mumbled, not sure how to explain to them that she hadn't learned the symbols at Willoughby at all. In fact, she'd also never seen a rune behave like that, glowing white instead of blue. She was growing uncomfortable with the number of curious eyes following her down the corridor, feeling increasingly guilty about the forbidden copy of the language of magic still lurking in her bag. Luckily, she was saved at that moment by Candace, who swore loudly at the sound of chiming bells in the distance. Come on, Pruitt, we'll be late for arithmancy, she shouted, grabbing Eva by the arm and guiding her off down the corridor. Eva was grateful that her arithmancy teacher, another older which named Professor Vector, did not single her out as the new girl once again and dove straight into the lecture for the day. Eva had always found the class somewhat soothing. It wasn't exciting by any means, but learning about the numerical foundations of magic and the infinite ways numbers could be arranged for magical means was an alluring topic. Better yet, it required her full attention to grasp the more complex concepts, which allowed her to tune out the whispering of students that now seemed to follow her everywhere. The whispering did not cease as classes were dismissed for the day and students trickled back to the Great Hall for dinner. And Eva was not the only one to notice it either. Someone's quite popular already, remarked Amy Burton as she caught up with Eva on the way downstairs. You're the talk of the school, Pruitt. I wouldn't call that popularity, Eva grumbled. Usually that means I'm included in the conversations, not the butt of the joke. It's no joke, remarked Candace as she joined the other two girls. People think you're some kind of magical savant. I'd say they're impressed or afraid. Maybe both. Excellent, said Eva. No better way to make new friends than to be put on a pedestal for no bloody reason. Candace and Amy found this very funny for some reason, giggling at Eva's plight as they filed into the Great Hall and found seats for dinner. Victoire and Chris trudged into the Great Hall soon after, caked in mud from head to foot. They plopped onto the bench beside Eva with hearty groans. Hagrid accidentally set half the nifflers loose during lessons, Chris explained, reaching for the nearest pitcher of pumpkin juice. Had to dig after him before they could burrow too far underground. That man's losing his grip. I've been saying it for years. He means well enough, Victoire shrugged, loading her plate with casserole. So Candace, how did our little troublemaker do in the nerd classes? Wait till you hear this, Candace said excitedly. And she recounted the events of their Ancient Runes class, including a dramatic retelling of how Eva's rune had completely eliminated Professor Babbling's spell. Victoire's eyes went wide at this. Eva, why didn't you tell us you're like a super genius? She demanded. I'm not, Eva protested bitterly. I just got lucky, that's all. I've heard some of the other houses talking, chimed in Amy. They think she's still using Granger's forbidden magic. Bet the headmaster won't be happy when he finds out. Eva's stomach turned at this thought. Would she get in trouble with Harry Potter twice in the same day? She'd already broken Hogwarts' tantamount rule 2 times within 24 hours of stepping foot in Hogwarts, It's like she was trying to fast-track her own expulsion. "Can we not talk about this right now?" she muttered. Thankfully, conversation turned elsewhere, and Eva did her best to focus on something else. She was already deliriously tired from the day's events, and knew she wouldn't be able to get any homework done tonight. She trudged up to Gryffindor Tower after dinner concluded and went straight to bed, falling asleep before she could even worry about what tomorrow might bring. Surely it couldn't be any worse than today had been. Fortunately, Eva was right. Tuesday was a far less eventful day than Monday, and she realized with relief that she only had 2 classes in the morning before getting the whole afternoon off. She could focus on getting some classwork done and try to recalibrate before throwing herself back into the fray on Wednesday. She and Vic made their way down to the dungeons for potions, which was taught by a portly old wizard with a glorious handlebar mustache. Eva was not as lucky as she was in arithmancy as Professor Slughorn noticed her right away as he began the lesson. "Oh, a new student?" he said excitedly. "And who might you be, dear?" "Evangeline Pruitt, sir," said Eva politely. "Pruitt, Pruitt, Pruitt," Slughorn muttered, tapping himself thoughtfully on the chin. "You are perhaps related to the Aurors, Fabian and Gideon? Or the great broomstick manufacturer, Ignatius?" "No, sir," said Eva. "I transferred here from Australia." "Ah," said Slughorn, looking a bit put out. "I admit I am unfamiliar with Australia's magical bloodlines. But welcome nonetheless, and good luck in the class." Eva noticed that Victoire was snickering as Slughorn waddled up to the front of the room to begin the lesson. "What?" she hissed across the cauldron at her. "Slughorn likes to play favorites," Victoire explained. "He dotes on his students that excel at potions or have a famous wizarding relative. You'd better hope you're as much of a savant here as you are in other subjects." Eva wasn't all that interested in playing favorites with this Slughorn character, and she knew she was above average at best at potion making. Indeed, she had to rely pretty heavily on her partners for the day's assignment, brewing an antidote for salamander poisoning. She was good at following instructions, but lacked the intuition and creativity needed to know which ingredients and subtle techniques would best serve her for a given potion. Her last potion's master had told her as much at Willoughby, criticizing her for not thinking outside the box enough. And right now, the last thing Eva wanted to do at Hogwarts was draw more attention to herself by thinking outside the box. Slughorn walked by her station only once, giving only a passing nod of mild approval. Eva barely finished her potion in time, bottling a sample for Slughorn minutes after the bell had rang. She could already tell that she would be lucky to escape with an acceptable OWL result in this subject and doubted she would continue past 5th year anyway. It would certainly align with her cover story of her parents dying in a freak cauldron explosion. Up next was Transfiguration, another subject Eva felt adequate at best in. Like with potions, she felt that she lacked the creativity and intuition to excel. The possibilities of transfiguring objects were endless, and while she could grasp the more advanced concepts behind the magic, she could only succeed if she knew exactly what she was transfiguring into and had sufficient time to prepare. And unfortunately, she was about to learn that this was the opposite philosophy she would need at Hogwarts. "Welcome to our new student," said the Transfiguration teacher at the start of class, Professor Sadie Blanchett, a spry young witch in her mid-30s. "Here at Hogwarts, the headmaster wants to emphasize the combat potential of transfiguration and how to think quickly on your feet in a tight spot. Can anybody tell me what this is?" Professor Blanchett reached into a desk drawer and withdrew a small, silvery object. Candace Clearwater's hand shot into the air. "A dagger, Professor," she said eagerly. "Correct," said Blanchett. "Imagine you are walking down the street and a muggle approaches you with this dagger. How would you defend yourself?" "A body-bind curse," said Chris Wood. "That would work, yes," said Blanchett. "But imagine the weapon has been thrown or fired before you can cast such a spell. What next?" "A shield charm," suggested a Ravenclaw girl. "Surprisingly, no," said Blanchett. "Shield charms can block most magical attacks, but because muggle weapons are not magical, they will pass right through." Eva had an idea of where this lesson was going, and she knew she wouldn't like the answer. "Transfigure the weapon," she suggested. "Very good. 5 points to Gryffindor," said Blanchett. "If you can turn the weapon into something less threatening, you can remove the actual source of damage." Blanchett waved her wand with her other hand, and the dagger was transformed into a banana. However, Blanchett winced and dropped the item at once. Eva could see on the floor that the fruit still bore sharp edges along its ridges. Right, well, that's the idea anyway, Blanchett laughed, waving her wand again to heal the thin cuts that had formed in her palm. Today your assignment will be transfiguring your own dagger into a less dangerous object. Points for creativity and how effectively you would have defended yourself. The class was then left to their own individual daggers as they attempted to transform them. Eva racked her brain for how best to deal with the object. The dagger was made of silver, so if she could just return it to its liquid form, she could remove the blade and leave the holder with just a hilt. After a few failed attempts, she finally succeeded, leaving a bubbling puddle of silvery liquid on her desk. But to her horror, it bore straight through the wooden desk. Eva flung herself backwards to avoid burning her legs in the scalding liquid. "Not a bad idea, Miss Pruitt," said Professor Blanchett, who hurried over to vanish the dangerous substance. "Although silver has a melting point of nearly 1,000 degrees Celsius, which creates its own risks. Keep searching for an alternate solution." Eva was frustrated by the result, not only because of the dangerous side effect, but because any attacker would have stabbed her about 50 times before she succeeded in the first place. Her weakness was always thinking quick on her feet, and that seemed to be Potter's objective with the class. She already knew she would have to work extra hard in this subject, and dreaded any kind of practical exam she would be expected to perform. "That wasn't so bad," said Victoire as they left for lunch soon after. "I turned mine into a rubber duck. Good luck shanking me with that, Muggles." Chris seemed less enthused by the results. He had received attention for turning his dagger into a certain long, rubbery object that made the girls around him giggle furiously. "Whatever, Blanchett's a hack anyway," he muttered bitterly. "She didn't seem very adept at transfiguring objects herself," Eva noted. "Did you see what happened with the banana? We've been saying that for 4.5 years now," Victoire laughed. "We've been taking bets on if she'll survive another year, but Potter always brings her back. He must like her for some reason." "She's not a bad looker," Chris said with a twinkle in his eye. "I'd probably keep her around too. If that phallic display was an attempt to woo her, then you deserve that detention," Victoire chastised him. Chris did not deny it, earning himself a playful punch on the arm from the redhead. Eva was relieved to have the afternoon off, because she already felt hopelessly behind on coursework. Not only did she have numerous assignments to complete, she still needed to study the curriculum and make sure she didn't fall too far behind her peers in the trickier subjects. She excused herself early from lunch and headed straight to the library, commandeering 2 tables for herself and spreading all her books and notes out across them. She earned a reproving look from Madame Pants for this, but was thankfully left alone as she set to work. Minutes bled into hours as she worked tirelessly to get herself up to speed. But this was her comfort zone, her sanctuary. She thrived on delving deep into the details, on committing herself fully to the task. The only thing she hated about a prolonged study session was an interruption, and unfortunately she got one as she attempted to complete her arithmancy homework. She felt the sensation that someone was poking her directly in the back of the head, and she turned to see a sheet of paper, folded up like an airplane, prodding her for attention. Eva plucked the note out of midair and unfolded it. It read, "Miss Pruitt, I am requesting your presence this afternoon in my office. Please come as soon as you are able. The password is Willoughby." Headmaster Potter. Eva's heart sank. She knew this moment was coming. She'd already gotten in trouble with Potter this week, and now he had surely heard about the incident in Ancient Ruins yesterday. She gathered her things and hurried up to the headmaster's office, arriving in front of the great stone gargoyle guarding its entrance. "Willoughby," she announced, and had stepped aside to grant her access to the staircase up to the office. Harry was waiting for her behind his desk. "Thank you for coming, Eva," he said cordially, nodding towards the empty chair across from him. She tentatively sat, waiting for the inevitable chewing out she expected. She heard a soft cooing noise to her right. She turned to see Archimedes in his uncovered cage, dozing peacefully on his perch. "How is your first week treating you?" Harry asked, examining her with his intimidating green eyes. "Not bad," Eva shrugged. "I have some catching up to do, but I'll manage." "Glad to hear it," Harry nodded. "I wanted to speak with you about this." He reached into his desk drawer and retrieved a small object, and Eva groaned internally when she saw her fire rune from Professor Babblink's exam in his palm. "Sir, I apologize," she said immediately, bowing her head. "I know you said not to use Granger's teachings again, but I panicked and couldn't remember the proper rune, and I had to carve something dash." "Relax," said Harry, holding up his free hand to silence her. "You aren't in trouble, Eva. In fact, I just had a fascinating conversation with Professor Babbling in which she gushed about this very rune. She has run extensive tests and found it to be among the most potent runes she's ever encountered. She would have submitted it for academic study if I hadn't headed her off." "Oh," said Eva, face flushing with surprise and pride. "I honestly don't know how I did it, sir." "I suspect we both know how," said Harry, reaching back into his desk drawer, "even if you and I don't fully understand it ourselves." He pulled out the copy of the Language of Magic that he'd confiscated from her the morning before. "I recognized the upside-down triangle symbol from her chapter on the shield charm," Eva confessed. "And the fire symbol was what I saw when Calvin Hopkins tried to use Incendio against me in our duel." "Very clever," Harry mused, considering the book in his hand. "I didn't realize this book was in circulation in Australia. Is Miss Granger well known abroad?" "Of course, sir," Eva nodded. She's sort of my hero." Harry's eyes flashed at this innocuous remark, but he quickly smiled, so quickly that Eva thought she might have imagined it. "Really?" he asked. "I suppose it makes sense. The Muggle-born savior of the world, anyone would be justified in looking up to her." Eva nodded in agreement. She'd heard the name Hermione Granger discussed all her life, by Muggles and wizards alike. The woman who fought so hard to protect Muggleborns during the war and helped the great Harry Potter overthrow Lord Voldemort. Ever since she found out she was a wizard, Eva had seen Hermione as someone to aspire towards, a shining example of what Muggleborns could be capable of. But she said none of this, sensing that Harry was probing her reaction. Was that anger that had flashed in his eyes? Or just surprise? Jealousy, maybe? Hard to say. "As I said, Eva, you're not in trouble," Harry continued, thankfully changing the topic. "Such ingenuity at your age is quite impressive, and your understanding of advanced theoretical concepts is far beyond any other student I've met in these halls. But I thought you didn't teach Granger's theories at Hogwarts?" Eva frowned, confused. "Our 6th and 7th years have begun exploring some of her more practical contributions to magical theory," Harry corrected. "That is not the reason the book is banned here. Can you guess why that might be?" I'm not sure," Eva said truthfully. Harry opened to the front of the book and began to read from the foreword. "Magic as an independent source of energy in the natural world can theoretically be accessed by any sentient being," he read. "The difference between wizards and muggles is not scientifically well understood, but a genetic component appears to be at play. While squibs and muggleborns appear in every generation, most magical ability is hereditary, passed from wizard to wizard. Given a deeper understanding of the science behind such a phenomenon, we could in theory learn to edit the genome and provide magical access to previously non-magical persons." Harry shut the book and looked back at Eva. "Can you see how such an idea might be a dangerous one to propagate in the world?" he asked her. "I don't quite understand," Eva frowned. It seemed like a noble enough goal to her, exploring ways to share magic with muggles. Who would be against such an idea? "This book is a bestseller in the muggle world because of that very paragraph," said Harry. "It provides a false hope that one day they will be able to perform magic as we can. Can't you see how that might breed resentment in these people? To allow them to believe that they can partake in our world and that we are withholding our powers from them. But if we could share it, wouldn't that be beneficial for all?" Eva asked innocently. "Certainly," Harry agreed. "But what if her theory is wrong, and we cannot?" A chill ran down Eva's spine at this thought. She remembered sharing that very passage with her parents over the dinner table, just weeks before she left for her first year at Willoughby. She couldn't understand at the time why they weren't as enthusiastic as she was, that one day they might be able to learn magic as she had. Now she realized how that must have seemed like rubbing it in their faces, that she was somehow genetically superior to them. Suddenly, the CAW movement made a whole lot more sense. "You seem to understand this text better than any other student at this school, even our upperclassmen," said Harry. I will allow you to keep your copy and learn what you can from it. But I must caution you to stick to the practical applications of the theory and disregard Granger's more philosophical ideas about magic and nature. Thank you, sir. Eva nodded. Harry handed out the book towards her, and she extended her hand expectantly. He held it just out of reach for a moment, a twinkle in his eye. Then, with a smirk, he twirled his wand and vanished the book. Eva gave him a quizzical look. You thought I didn't notice your nonverbal protean charm in class the other day? He smiled at her. I dare say the copy was as flawless as the original. I was so impressed that I didn't say anything. Sorry, sir. Eva muttered, dropping her head again in embarrassment. Never apologize for an impressive piece of magic like that, Harry admonished her. I doubt a single seventh year in this castle would be able to reproduce it. In fact, I haven't seen such an impressive protean charm since Minister Granger herself, back in her own 5th year. It was something of a specialty of hers. Eva knew this, of course. She had devoured every biography she could find on Hermione Granger upon entering the magical world, and she knew all about Dumbledore's army and her innovative use of fake galleons for communication. But she simply nodded graciously to Harry. Thank you, sir, she said. One last thing, said Harry. I notice you've been spending time with Victoire Weasley lately. Yes, Eva said slowly, unsure why this would be important. Was he going to tell her off for hanging around a troublemaker like her? The Weasleys are good people, Harry said instead. Their family fought alongside me during the war. You have good taste surrounding yourself with people like them. Oh, said Eva. Yes, Vic seems nice. I quite agree, Harry beamed. You were dismissed, Miss Thomas, or rather, Miss Pruitt. It's best to stay in the habit of our cover story, I think. Thank you, Professor. Eva bowed, standing to leave the office. She still didn't quite understand why she was going through the charade of pretending to be a pureblood, but figured he must know something she didn't. But that was the least of the things running through her mind as she walked back up to Gryffindor Tower. She was still burning with questions about Harry's relationship with Hermione Granger. He didn't seem to regard her with enmity in their discussion, though he clearly had significant disagreements with her ideas about magic. She would have to keep her ears open, and she hoped that Harry's newfound respect for her talents would grant her greater insight into his frame of mind. British wizarding politics are far more complicated than in Australia, she thought to herself as she got into bed that night, but also far more interesting. /n. The original plan was to cover Eva's entire first week at Hogwarts in this chapter, but it ran too long, so I'm breaking it up into 2. Stay tuned for the next chapter covering the rest of the week. A Dash of Recklessness. November 12th, 2014, Evangeline. Eva woke up on Wednesday with a splitting headache. She wasn't sure if it was the stress of her first week at Hogwarts, catching up to a brand new curriculum, figuring out her place in the school's social hierarchy, the constant puzzle of figuring out her headmaster's motives, or all of the above. All she knew was that she felt overwhelmed and out of her depth. Tempest, she whispered, and shimmering lights above her head displayed the current time for her. 7:02 a.m. Sunlight was already peeking through the nearest window, and it wasn't much use trying to sleep in now, when she would have less than an hour before breakfast anyway. Part of her wanted to curl up under the covers and not come out for the next few weeks. But she summoned what she could of her newfound Gryffindor courage and forced herself out of bed to begin her day. She once again had a full course load today, beginning with a double period of defense against the dark arts. It wasn't her worst subject by any means, but in her experience you had to be alert and present to learn the material properly. Data professors had a tendency to lead by example, and Eva's proclivity for reading wouldn't help her understand the intricacies of the material. Anything I should know about our next teacher? She asked Victoire as they made their way to class. Not really, Victoire shrugged. Some of the younger years are afraid of him, but I reckon he's harmless. Just intimidating is all. Potter vouches for him, and nobody's gotten badly injured in a couple years. Eva wondered what badly injured meant and why it was cause for concern in the past, but she didn't ask. She also wasn't entirely soothed by the idea that Potter vouched for him. Not if Professor Blanchett was any indication. Soon after, Eva was seated at the back of a dimly lit classroom that smelled oddly like burnt hair. A number of cages lined the room, most concealed under a blanket. One rattled menacingly, while another harbored a low growling noise that made Eva's neck hairs stand on end. At 9 on the dot, the door swung open, and their professor swept into the room, bringing instant quiet to the class. He was a tall, gruff man in his late 30s, with dark eyes and hair and a surly expression on his face. He stepped to the front of the classroom and scanned the room, eyes resting on Eva. "I heard that we would have a new student today," he said in a thick accent. "I am Professor Crumb. Welcome to the dark arts." With a flourish of his wand, Professor Crumb filled in his name at the top of the blackboard behind him, along with the course. Dark Arts, Year 5. Dark Arts? Eva thought something was not right about that. Wasn't this supposed to be defense against the dark arts? She rummaged through her bag for her schedule, examining it. Sure enough, it too read Dark Arts under the course heading. Did they really teach dark magic to children at Hogwarts? With an increasing feeling of dread, she tuned back into Crumb's monologue. "Is a matter of intent," Crumb was saying. "You will not succeed at using dark magic unless you mean someone harm. You could all point your vans at me and use the killing curse, and I would not feel a thing." "Can we try?" asked a Ravenclaw boy, eliciting a few chuckles from the room until Crumb fixed his cold eyes upon the boy. "It is not my job to teach you intent in this class," Crumb said. "We will learn the theory only so that you understand the sacrifices needed to harness such magic." "But why?" Eva blurted out without thinking. All eyes turned towards her, including Crumb, who raised an eyebrow at her question. "Why would we need to learn how to use it? Shouldn't we focus on how to defend against it?" Crumb chuckled at this remark. "Albus Dumbledore popularized that philosophy while he was headmaster here. But it is a flawed idea. You cannot defend against dark magic with only light spells. Such methods will only delay your doom. If someone truly wishes to hurt you, the only true defense is a good offense. So, we have to use dark magic to defeat dark magic?" Eva frowned. "That doesn't make sense. All spells can have a dark intent, Miss Pruitt," said Crumb. "The difference between Defendo and Sectum Sempra is much smaller than you would imagine. Or, for that matter, Rictus Sempra and Crucio. And that small difference of intent can mean an exponential difference of power. But if that difference requires great sacrifice," Eva protested, "why teach it? Because when your life depends on it, you will thank me," Crumb said sharply. "Your headmaster would not be alive right now without the dark arts. Now if you will kindly allow me to proceed with the lesson, perhaps you will be further enlightened." "Sorry, sir," Eva grumbled, although she had much more she wanted to say on the matter. What Crumb was saying made sense in a twisted way, but it still didn't sit right with everything she'd been taught up to that point at Willoughby. All of her textbooks emphasized the terrible cost of using dark magic, and even refused to elaborate on certain concepts for fear of corrupting young students. To think that Potter was allowing such concepts to be explored freely by his students? It struck her as nearly as reckless as teaching invasive mind reading to prepubescent children. She spent much of Crumb's lecture leafing through her assigned textbook, Secrets of the Darkest Art by Old Bullock, an ancient, leather-bound tome. She merely skimmed over some of the topics discussed, not slowing to soak in the details, because even the descriptions and images twisted her stomach into knots. There were diagrams of blood rituals, instructions on animal sacrifice, and even how to create a Horcrux, which Eva recognized as one of Lord Voldemort's more disturbing tactics in pursuit of immortality. For next week's lesson, Crumb said to conclude the lesson, after drawing numerous complex diagrams on the blackboard, "I want 18 inches of parchment on the different effects of chicken, goat, and pig blood in the use of blood rituals." Class dismissed. Eva could not get out of the classroom quickly enough, shoving her book back into her bag and hustling out to the hall. "What kind of horrible things are they teaching at this school?" she demanded as soon as Victoire and Chris had joined her on the way back to the Great Hall for lunch. "I mean, blood rituals? Torture? Horcruxes? You'll never be expected to perform any dark magic yourself," Chris reassured her. "They just want us to understand the theory behind it." "But why?" Eva argued. "Why would teenagers ever need to know what kind of animal blood to use in a ritual?" "Professor Crumb says dark magic gets a bad rap," said Victoire. "It makes some folks squeamish, but he says the only thing that separates it from normal magic is the intent behind it." "Yeah, I gathered as much," Eva muttered. "But I mean, really? Rictus Sempra and Crucio being related spells? Preposterous." You haven't been on the receiving end of Weasley's tickling charm yet, Chris said grimly. I'm convinced she puts a bit more malice into it than you're supposed to. They wouldn't call me the tickle monster if it didn't scare people a little bit, Victor defended with an air of pride. Tickling can be an excellent form of torture if you use it right. Exactly my point, said Chris. Crumb may be an odd fellow, but he really knows his stuff. Eva, of course, knew who Victor Crumb was, having read all about his controversial contributions to the fight against Voldemort. Sure, maybe Potter felt he owed the man his life, but she still couldn't envision a scenario in which she would need to use a dark spell. Surely he didn't believe today's generation of students would be forced to fight any Dark Lords in the near future. The war was long over. Was he simply being paranoid? Or did he actually have reason to fear a future conflict? Whatever the case, she didn't have long to ponder this before it was time for ancient runes again. See you in last period. Victoire bade her farewell after lunch, heading up to the North Tower for divination. Eva caught up with Candace on the way to Professor Babbling's classroom, and she noted the furtive looks her classmates gave her as they filed into the classroom. Word must have traveled fast about her controversial accomplishment in the last runes lesson, and she knew she would be scrutinized now as a result. Fortunately, today was not a practical lesson, and Eva was able to hide away behind her notes as Babbling began a new unit on voice, activated runes. It was not a concept she was familiar with, and she relished in absorbing new information and committing it to memory via her notebook. It turned out that Babbling was an excellent teacher who explained the subject well, far better than her Willoughby instructor who failed to convey the how and why of runes as much as the what. Eva thought maybe she could get the hang of this subject after all. At the end of the lesson, she packed her bags and prepared to leave for her final course of the day, but Professor Babbling called after her. Miss Pruitt, a word, please. Eva approached the teacher's desk apprehensively. Yes, ma'am, she said politely. I was very impressed with your rune work in our last lesson, said Babbling approvingly. It may have been unconventional, but you proved capable of thinking outside the box and getting stronger results than any other student. Thank you, ma'am, said Eva. She considered explaining how it was just a fluke, that she wasn't actually the brilliant savant Babbling seemed to consider her, but she held her tongue. The headmaster has asked me to encourage you to focus on the British curriculum in this course, Babbling continued. This is your OWL year, and you will be expected to understand the way we do things in order to pass and progress to the NEWT level. Understood, said Eva, a sinking feeling in her stomach. I happen to disagree with the headmaster myself. Sorry, said Eva, incredulous at this remark. Babbling was regarding her with an odd expression on her face. Ancient runes is a deeply misunderstood field of magic, said Babbling. It was once an area of innovation and experimentation, but it has stagnated in recent centuries. We lack pioneers who can advance the medium and explore newer and better ways of doing things. Eva couldn't quite believe her ears. Was her teacher actually encouraging her to continue going off-book and inventing her own runes? Just be careful, dear, said Babbling with a wink. Learn what you need to pass your tests, but never stop looking for better ways of doing things. Just be sure not to tread on the wrong toes while doing so. I look forward to seeing what you can accomplish with your own independent research, no matter how controversial the source may be. Eva considered this remark. She didn't think it was a mere compliment. The way Babbling looked at her told Eva she was being coy. Did she know where the fire-repelling rune sign had come from? Did she secretly approve of Hermione Granger's teachings, even if she would never admit it to her colleagues? I appreciate it, Professor, said Eva. She bowed politely and excused herself from the room, hurrying to make it to her next class on time. She still wasn't sure what to make of this exchange, but it did leave her with one parting thought. Perhaps Potter doesn't have all the professors under his wing. Her final class of the day was History of Magic. Victoire had told her the night before that the class used to be taught by a ghost in her father's day, but now Ginny Weasley held the post, and she was far more perceptive than any spirit would have been. Silence, please, she barked from the front of the class as students chatted idly among themselves. Miss Clearwater, I hope that note bears nothing embarrassing you wouldn't want read in front of the class. Candace froze. Ginny's magical eye was fixed on the girl's desk, under which Eva could barely see a slip of parchment clutched in her fist. Sorry, Professor, she muttered, turning scarlet and pointedly avoiding eye contact with the Ravenclaw girl who had passed her the note. "Today we are continuing our series on the Dark Lord Voldemort's rise to power," said Ginny, waving her wand to fill the blackboard with notes. Probably from a previous lecture, Eva realized. "Can anyone tell me why Voldemort chose to recruit his followers here in Britain, rather than seek broader political support overseas?" Eva raised her hand at once. "Because blood prejudice was stronger in Britain than in Greater Europe," she said confidently. "He found it easier to curry favor with the old pure-blood houses here than in other countries where sentiment towards Muggles was more positive." She had obsessively read everything she could on Voldemort ever since she learned she was a witch, and had learned quite a bit about 20th century British politics in the process. "That is partially correct," said Ginny. "Voldemort knew that it would be simpler to brainwash a small, dedicated number of followers than attempt to sway the opinions of the masses abroad. He knew that he could convince others that their blood was superior given enough time to manipulate them." That didn't sound quite right to Eva. "Excuse me, Professor Weasley," she said cautiously. "But wasn't blood prejudice already present in Britain before Voldemort's rise? It's not like he was the one who planted the idea in their heads that Muggleborns were dash." "Of course he did," Ginny interrupted impatiently. "Why do you think Muggleborns were never rounded up and killed before he rose to power? He was the cause of such horrible events taking place by convincing others to do his bidding. He may have been a catalyst, but it was a symptom of a greater problem," Eva argued. "The old pureblood houses always harbored such beliefs. He just used it as an opportune excuse to gain supporters against the ministry." "Are you suggesting, Miss Pruitt," said Ginny, with a dangerous tone in her voice, "that Voldemort was not prejudiced against Muggleborns? I fought in the war. I saw it for myself. Believe me, there was perhaps no worse fate in modern history than to be a British Muggleborn at the turn of the century." "Sure, he was prejudiced," Eva agreed, "but it wasn't his primary objective. He craved power and immortality, and the easiest way to accomplish that was by emboldening a core group of radical supporters and using their zealotry to dash. Voldemort believed himself above Muggleborns and wanted to establish a hierarchy with himself at the top," said Ginny hotly. "All other motives were secondary to that central goal." "That's not what Hermione Granger said in her autobiography," Eva retorted. "And why would it matter?" Ginny snapped, rounding on Eva. "What Hermione Granger has to say. Her account clashes with that of most modern historians, who agree that Voldemort was an unstable, radical racist." "But those historians are just taking Harry Potter at his word," Eva protested. "Are you calling Harry Potter a liar?" Ginny demanded. Eva hesitated. To say yes would immediately land her in hot water. To say no would lose her the debate. But she knew her history well enough. Potter had been the one to set the narrative about Voldemort after his defeat, and everyone was eager to accept it at face value. But there were deeper truths under the surface, truths that the old families of Britain didn't want to hear. And suddenly, Potter was the one in need of powerful allies after the war ended. 10 points from Gryffindor for speaking out of turn," said Ginny coldly. "I would remind you that if not for Potter's efforts to de-radicalize the country, the students sitting beside you would not be permitted in these halls. Remember that the next time you disagree with the facts." In the seat to Eva's left, Amy Burton shrank uncomfortably at the reminder of her blood status. Eva was annoyed at the cheap tactic, not only because she herself was secretly a Muggleborn, but because it was beside the point entirely. She wasn't disputing what Britain had become, but rather what it once was. It was no utopia before the war. The sycophants were just a lot quieter back then. But she could see there was no winning this one, so she held her tongue for the rest of the lesson. Eva flipped through her history book as Ginny continued her lecture. It was written very recently in 2009 and covered mostly the post-Grindelwald era of British history. Of course, there's no mention of other wizarding communities. Eva laughed internally. At Willoughby, they had studied a much broader 20th century curriculum, covering the South American revolutions, the Asian purges, and the American Magi-Tech Renaissance. It was little surprise that Britain misinterpreted their own history when they couldn't even be bothered to look outside their own borders at what was happening in the wider world around them. "Does anyone else find it strange," she said aloud as the Gryffindors filed out of the classroom, "that Harry Potter chose to become headmaster of Hogwarts after the war? Why would that be strange? Asked Victoire. His mentor, Albus Dumbledore, did the same thing after defeating Grindelwald. And who can blame him? Chimed in Candace. Look at Hermione Granger. She's supposedly the most powerful figure in British politics, but everyone hates her. Why would Potter do that to himself? He's taking a rather active role in our educations, Eva remarked. And half the staff is made up of his old war buddies. He's quite invested in controlling what we learn. Maybe he's trying to make the world a better place, shrugged Chris. Stamp out all that prejudice Britain was known for. So what if he bent a few facts if it's for a noble cause? Something still didn't sit quite right with Eva. Everything about Hogwarts' curriculum had struck her as odd. The focus on combat, the strict adherence to tradition, the rejection of new ideas. Was Potter hiding something? Or was he just a paranoid old war veteran, still seeing imagined enemies on the horizon? He seemed sane enough, but he was also an extremely powerful and dangerous wizard. If Eva had learned anything about the wizard once known as Tom Riddle, it's that he was very good at persuading people that his way was the right way. But Eva kept these observations to herself, and she spent the rest of the week observing and listening carefully. She was eager for her next legitimacy lesson on Thursday, to analyze Potter's teaching methods more closely, but he was 5 minutes late to class and appeared ragged and unkempt. "Apologies," he muttered to the class. "I'm feeling unwell this morning. Please complete your reading of chapters 11 and 12 and prepare a 12-inch summary for class on Monday." Then he sat behind his desk, kicked his feet up, and promptly dozed off. The disappointed students all pulled out their copies of the basics of mental warfare. Eva did the same, but secretly she concealed the language of magic within the heavier tome and set about studying its translation tables. The night before, she had attempted to cast a nonverbal incendio by thinking of the semicircle symbol, with no success. She still had no idea how to use the information contained within these complex tables for her own studies. She knew some of it was possible thanks to her runes mishap earlier in the week, but was there broader application in other subjects? Eva was grateful when Friday came around after an exhausting week, and she could sense the excitement of the rest of the student body in the Great Hall during breakfast. "Tough schedule today?" asked Victoire as the Gryffindors chatted animatedly around them. "Just charms and potions this morning," said Eva. "Got the afternoon off." "Lucky you," Chris chimed in. "Say, if you're feeling up to it after last period, we got Quidditch practice scheduled. Maybe we can get some flying in afterwards." "Oh, I don't think so," Eva said nervously. The thought of getting on a broomstick made her stomach turn. "Ah, come on. Where's that Gryffindor courage?" Chris said teasingly. "I still think you're holding out on us, Pruitt. There's a talented athlete hidden somewhere beneath that tough bookworm exterior." "I'll come with you if you want," Victoire chimed in. "The team is quite fun to watch. You don't have to fly if you don't feel like it." "Yeah, okay, maybe," Eva agreed readily, jumping at any excuse not to have to fly. Chris looked a bit put out, but he offered an easy smile as he got up to leave. "Got early divination today," he said as he made his way out of the hall. "I'd better see both of you in the stands tonight. It'll be fun," Victoire reassured Eva as they watched Chris exit. "Plus, you've got to see the new beater they just recruited. He's an absolute dream." Two nearby, fourth-year girls giggled at this. "You mean Bolger?" asked one of them, leaning in with a devious smile on her face. "I heard he's single, just dumped that Quigley girl last week." "See? We'll have to try and get you two acquainted," Victoire said, throwing a playful arm over Eva's shoulders. Eva laughed nervously, face burning red. She wasn't in the market for a relationship at the moment, but an excursion to the Quidditch pitch did sound refreshing, so she agreed to the plan. Her morning charms lesson flew by, as Fred Weasley lectured the class on animation charms. It was a topic that had always fascinated Eva, assigning sentient tasks to inanimate objects, and one that she had mastered the year before at Willoughby. She earned 10 points for Gryffindor after demonstrating her mastery of the spell by animating the eraser and instructing it to clear the blackboard of Fred's notes. Her read on the man was correct, and he was not offended by the cheeky gesture. In fact, it put him in such a good mood that he announced no homework for the weekend. She expected potions to be another mundane brewing session, after Professor Slughorn assigned them to brew a cure for hiccups. But to her surprise, Slughorn was far more appraising of her work today, stopping by her station multiple times to assess her progress. Very good, very good, he said as the potion took on a light orange hue after Eva's fifth counterclockwise stir. Keep up the good hick work. Eva was confused why he was more invested in her progress today. She was still only following the instructions from the book to a T, after all. Stranger still, she received her grade of acceptable back shortly after for her salamander antidote in the previous lesson. Why was Slughorn taking a greater interest in her now? She got her answer after class, when Slughorn asked her to stay behind. I've been hearing a great deal of gossip about you, Miss Pruitt, he said with a twinkle in his eye. You've captured the imagination of many students here, who seem to believe you're our newest resident genius. Oh, said Eva nervously. She knew some kids were gossiping about her incidents in legilimency and ancient runes that week, but was embarrassed to hear that the teachers were in on the gossip too. It seems I've misjudged you, said Slughorn with a wry grin. You may be well on your way to greatness, under the correct tutelage, of course. Are you familiar with the Slug Club? The Slug Club, Professor? Said Eva, confused. It's just a monthly get-together I've thrown together, Slughorn said casually, though his excited tone told Eva that he put a great deal of stock into the club. Networking opportunities for some of my more gifted students, you understand. I think you could benefit greatly from joining us for our next session. Oh, said Eva. Thank you, Professor. That's very kind. She felt a bit out of her depth being labeled as a secret genius so soon into her Hogwarts tenure, but definitely wouldn't turn down a chance to meet other students, especially those who might be well connected and powerful after graduation. Wonderful. Slughorn beamed, clapping his hands together. Now, will you do me a quick favor and run down to the greenhouses after lunch? Tell our herbology professor that we need to plant more silverweed for next term. I'm afraid my stores are running low. Yes, sir, said Eva. She had never been to the Hogwarts greenhouses and was eager to get a look for herself. Willoughby had no herbology department due to the poor geography and had to special order all of its potions ingredients. She had read about Hogwarts' innovative greenhouses and self-sustaining plant ecosystem. She hurried down to the grounds after a quick lunch to get a good look for herself. The greenhouses were even more magnificent than she's read about. Hundreds of species of plants lined the flower beds, many wriggling and writhing happily within their confines. Eva carefully sidestepped a lattice stuffed with venomous tentacula as she made her way towards the back, where she could see a witch rummaging through a box of supplies. Excuse me, she said timidly. The young witch looked up at Eva with bleary eyes. Who are you? She sniffed, running her nose across her sleeve. I'm Evangeline Pruitt, Eva said hastily. Professor Slughorn sent me. He requested that more silverweed is planted for next term. I see, said the witch. Is that all? Yes, said Eva, sensing that her presence was not wanted at this moment. She quickly backed away and exited the greenhouse, wondering what on earth that was all about. She retreated to the library for the afternoon, resolving to ask Victoire about it after her classes finished. Oh, don't worry about her. Victoire reassured her hours later as she and Eva walked down to the Quidditch pitch to watch practice. Professor Abbott has always been a bit of a head case. Little things set her off easily. We think she had something traumatic happen to her during the war, but nobody's brave enough to ask. Did she fight alongside Potter and Granger? Eva asked, already suspecting she knew the answer. Probably, Victoire shrugged. She doesn't like to talk about the war. But she clearly wound up on the right side of history, or she wouldn't be here. Eva figured as much. That added another to the tally of 30, something war veterans populating the staff of Hogwarts. Her suspicions about Harry Potter were mounting by the day, but his motives still eluded her. Still, it was only her first week, so she didn't want to draw suspicion by asking too many questions. So she pushed Professor Abbott from her mind and focused on the present moment, enjoying a sporty excursion with her new friends. Eva and Victoire headed up to the spectators' box high above the Quidditch pitch. Several other Gryffindor girls were already seated there, giggling amongst themselves. Eva recognized the two fourth years that had been gushing about Bulger earlier that day. In fact, Eva thought she recognized a couple of Hufflepuff girls from her Ancient Runes class. Were they also here to get a glimpse of this boy in action? She rolled her eyes and settled into her seat for the practice to begin. The Gryffindor Quidditch team took to the air soon after. Eva hadn't attended a Quidditch match at Willoughby since her third year, but even she could tell that this team looked uncoordinated. One of the chasers, a seventh-year boy that Eva remembered was named Greg Darby, carried a whistle and was attempting to yell instructions to his two fellow position mates. One of them was a boy who looked no older than a third year, and he was about as coordinated as a newborn calf, struggling just to keep his broom on a straight path. The third chaser, another upperclassman, fared a bit better, though she fumbled some easy exchanges of the quaffle and didn't seem to have a ton of confidence in passing it. It wasn't a total disaster, however. Chris Wood was holding his own on goal, saving most attempts that came his way. The two beaters also seemed to know what they were doing. One of them was a tall and muscular older boy that she assumed must be Bolger. He wasn't the most graceful flyer, but he hit the bludgers with impressive force. And with each crack of his beater, the other girls in the stands shouted their appreciation. "Marry me, Mark?" Eva was sure she heard one of them bellow, before another bout of giggles overcame the group. But Eva's eyes were drawn towards the second beater, who was wearing heavy goggles and a thick cap despite the sunny conditions. He flew with speed and reckless abandon, outstripping even the chasers as he zoomed around the pitch after the bludgers. Unlike Bolger, who gripped the broom tightly with both hands with his bat pinned between palm and wood, the second beater kept only one hand on their broom at all times, even casually releasing his broom hand at times to put more power into his swings. It was enthralling to watch, and Eva couldn't quite put her finger on why. "That's Morrison," said Victoire, following Eva's eyeline. "Absolute lunatic on a broom. Brilliant player, no doubt, but sure to get somebody hurt one day." Eva didn't doubt this assessment. Even the chasers seemed wary of Morrison's style of play. Normally, they would use beaters as shields during offensive strikes, but they seemed to shy away whenever he drew too close. A couple of times Morrison seemed sure to cause a head-on collision, but always managed to twist out of it, including a couple of impressive flips and barrel rolls to avoid contact. Eva wasn't sure how she would feel with him as a teammate, but couldn't deny the effortless talent on display. A streak of movement caught her eye at the other end of the pitch, and Eva watched as the team's seeker dove from the sky. The golden snitch was hovering near the ground, and it took off as the seeker flattened herself against her broom in pursuit. She dodged a well-placed bludger from Morrison and reached out towards the tiny golden ball just inches away from her fingertips. She lunged at it but missed badly, her broom jerking forward and forcing her to pull up hard, avoiding a crash but losing the snitch in the process. Darby blew his whistle, and Eva could hear his frustrated remarks as the team converged near the center of the pitch. Eva was no master strategist, but she could see that the team had real issues that needed addressing. "How long do you want to stay?" she murmured to Victoire. "Should we go grab dinner before it's gone?" "Oh, come on, practice isn't even halfway through yet," Victoire protested, "and I want to introduce you to a certain beater once they finish." She had that familiar devious look in her eye at this, and Eva rolled her eyes. "Will you quit trying to play matchmaker already?" Eva laughed. "It's my first week, and why don't you ask him out yourself?" "Nah, he's out of my league," said Victoire. "I think my mom's Vila heritage must have skipped a generation, because I couldn't get a boy to notice me if I threw myself into his arms." "Don't be so hard on yourself." Eva laughed. Victoire was quite pretty for her age, and Eva suspected her difficulties with men might have less to do with her looks and more with her abrasive personality. Down on the pitch, an odd sight caught Eva's attention. Darby was still chewing out the young third-year kid, but Chris had peeled off from the group and was flying directly towards the stands. He pulled up short in front of Eva and Victoire, looking grim. "Darby wants to call practice early," he told them. "I convinced him to go a bit longer to try out a new prospect." "Pruitt, you interested?" Eva's stomach turned over at the idea. "Thanks, but I'm good right here on solid ground," she said. "Please? Just 10 minutes?" Chris begged. "I really need to get more reps in. I'm rusty today." Chris and Victoire looked eagerly at Eva, who felt betrayed by the latter. Victoire had assured her she wouldn't join in the peer pressure, but she too appeared curious at what Eva might accomplish on a broom. "All right," she huffed. Chris looked thrilled, but Eva regretted her decision with every step down the stairs. 10 minutes was plenty of time for her to fall and break her spine in 3 places. Chris was waiting for her on the pitch with a spare broom, which Eva took tentatively. She hadn't flown since flying lessons in her first year at Willoughby, when she'd kicked off too hard and shot about 100 feet into the air. Her instructor had praised her for maintaining her stance throughout her brief flight, but she had resolved to never leave the ground again after landing. Eva kicked off tentatively from the grass, hovering momentarily to ensure her broom wasn't about to buck her off before speeding up to join Chris and the rest of the team at center field. "You're interested in trying out then?" said Darby, giving Eva a critical look up and down. "What position?" "Seeker," Chris announced proudly before Eva could say anything. "Great reflexes on this one. Trust me," said Darby. "All right, you and Macmillan can compete for the snitch. We'll see how good your instincts really are." Eva nodded nervously, glancing towards Macmillan, a stocky sixth-year girl who was a head taller than her. The girl was clearly more athletic and a better flyer than her. Eva was certain this was a mistake. Soon after, Darby blew the whistle, and the chasers and beaters took off in a simulated scrimmage on goal. Eva didn't even bother looking for the snitch for the first few minutes, instead practicing her aerial maneuvers. She found that if she occluded her fears of being dozens of feet off the ground, she could handle a broomstick decently well. She practiced accelerating and braking, turning and diving. She saw some of the other players performing loops and rolls, but she didn't trust herself nearly enough to attempt anything more advanced. She was suddenly knocked askance by Macmillan, who bumped shoulders with her as she flew by. "Whoops," the older girl said sarcastically as she resumed her own search of the snitch. Eva's blood boiled at the intimidation tactic. She may be new to the air, but she didn't want to be bullied around either. Her competitive instincts were coming out, instincts she hadn't gotten to exercise in a while. She'd taken comfort in being top of every class for too long, not having to outwork anybody who threatened her position of dominance. Now here was something she had to prove herself at, and she no longer feared falling. She wanted to prove she belonged. Eva sped up to keep Macmillan in sight, trailing close behind her as she began scanning the pitch below. Macmillan sensed her presence and looked over her left shoulder to see Eva lurking there. "Find your own spot," Macmillan snapped. She swerved to cut off Eva's approach, but Eva instinctively flicked her broom handle upwards and effortlessly sailed over Macmillan's torso to avoid the collision. She remained focused on spotting the little golden ball. She heard a heavy crack of a beater's bat nearby, and she instinctively ducked just in time as a bludger whizzed overhead. She turned to see Bolger grinning at her before returning his attention to the chasers nearby. Eva shook her head to forget the incident and turned back towards Macmillan, only to realize that she was no longer by her side. With horror, Eva realized that Macmillan was diving towards the pitch. She'd spotted the snitch during Eva's momentary distraction and was racing towards victory. Eva swore and launched herself into a dive. The snitch was dancing away across the pitch, and Macmillan shakily righted herself to pull level with it. Eva took a shallower approach and managed to catch up with Macmillan, returning the favor with a shoulder bump of her own as she pulled level with her. They raced side by side about 10 feet off the ground, the snitch darting to and fro just outside their reach. Slam! Macmillan rammed into Eva hard, sending her careening off course. Eva barely maintained her grip on the broom. She raced back to Macmillan's side and body-checked her right back, though she did far less damage with her smaller frame and the older which recovered easily. Eva eyed the snitch warily ahead of her, seconds away from being within their grasp. She took one hand off her broom, extending it out ahead of her. Laying the trap, Macmillan took the bait. She swerved hard to ram Eva again, but Eva was prepared this time. With a mighty wrench of her handle, she neatly looped over Macmillan's incoming frame and righted herself on the other side. Macmillan wasn't prepared for the excess momentum and lost control of her broom, jerking to a halt in midair to avoid falling off. Now Eva was alone, the snitch in her sights, her opponent defeated. Crack! She heard the bludger coming before she saw it in her peripherals. She was so close to catching the snitch. Could she reach it before the bludger reached her? She tried to do the math in her head, but both balls were approaching too quickly. She would have to make a snap decision. Then she saw a streak of red fly past her, heard a sickening crunch of broken bone, and watched as a body fell out of the sky right in front of her. Eva pulled up sharply, horrified at what she'd just seen and heard. She spun around and looked down to the ground, where she saw Morrison collapsed in a heap on the pitch, cradling his arm. She rapidly descended to the ground and jumped off, approaching the injured player cautiously. "My God, are you okay?" she asked Morrison. "You didn't need to do that." Morrison groaned and rolled over onto his back. He reached up with his free hand and removed his goggles and cap, letting a thick tangle of raven black hair cascade down to the shoulders. It was then that Eva realized that Morrison was not a he at all, but a she, looking up at Eva with a crooked grin. "My seeker's safety is more important," Morrison winked. "Don't worry about it." "But your arm," Eva protested, kneeling down to assess the damage. Her right arm was bent at an odd angle and slowly starting to turn purple. "It's broken." Pomfrey can patch it up in no time," Morrison shrugged. "Nice catch, by the way." Eva looked down at her own right hand. The golden snitch was clutched firmly in her fist. She hadn't even realized she caught it. She released it, allowing it to flutter back into the air and buzz around her head. The rest of the team landed seconds later, Darby at the forefront. But he did not look concerned. In fact, he looked furious. "Damn it, Roxanne," he groaned at the sight of her broken arm. "Do you really have to be that reckless in practice? You'd rather that bludger caved our new seeker's face in?" Roxanne Morrison challenged, forcing herself to her feet. "I blocked it, didn't I?" "I'd rather you use your bat like a sane person," Darby sighed. "Bolger, take her up to the hospital wing, will you?" "I can take myself," Roxanne glared. And to Eva's amazement, she mounted her broomstick and lifted off into the air again. "See you next week." And she took off, soaring over the pitch walls and up towards the castle. Eva watched her go, incredulous but immensely grateful at the gesture all the same. "Well, that was certainly something," Darby muttered once she had disappeared from sight. "Nice catch, Pruitt. Any interest in joining the team as reserve seeker?" Eva was too shaken from the incident to remember that she was technically auditioning for the team. "Oh, I'm flattered, but I don't think so," she said at once. "I don't want to steal anyone's position dash." But to her surprise, the team's starting seeker, Macmillan, interrupted her. "Come on, Darby, move me back to chaser already," she huffed. "You know it's my more natural position. Move Davis to reserve, and Pruitt can play seeker." The entire team fell silent at this suggestion. Eva stared at Macmillan in awe. The older girl did not appear bitter about the result, and instead regarded Eva with a look of begrudging respect. Darby looked from Macmillan to Eva to the third-year boy that she deduced must be Davis. Come on, that's not fair," Davis protested, eyes widening at the idea. "Why do I have to lose my spot to a seeker?" "Because you've been sloppy all year," said Darby sternly. "You have good instincts, kid, but your body has some growing to do to handle a quaffle in a full-speed match. We'll keep you on reserve in case of injury, but you should focus on training to rejoin the team next year." Davis looked deflated at this. He looked to his teammates for support, but they were all clearly thinking what Darby was saying. "All right, fine," he huffed, and he stormed off the field towards the locker room. Eva felt a little guilty watching him go, but Darby was quick to squash that feeling. "He'll be fine," said Darby. "He's a good kid. He'll come back stronger next year." "So how about it, Pruitt? Want to be our new seeker?" All eyes looked at her expectantly now. Eva was still ambivalent about this new development, but she couldn't exactly say no now that Davis had been sent off and the team was relying on her. "All right, I suppose," she sighed. The team hooped their support and came over to congratulate Eva. "Told you you'd be a natural," said Chris, embracing her in a hug. "Welcome aboard." "Good flying today," said Mark Bolger, coming over to shake Eva's hand. "Look forward to playing with you." Likewise, Eva nodded. She could practically feel the envy radiating off of her back from the girls still watching in the stands. She couldn't care less about them. She instead gave an appreciative nod to Macmillan, who nodded cordially back, one competitor recognizing another. As the team began to file back towards the locker room, Victor came running across the pitch towards them. "Well," she asked Eva, "how'd it go?" "You're looking at the new Gryffindor starting seeker," Chris announced, throwing a proud arm across Eva's shoulders. Victoire shrieked with delight and threw her own arms around Eva, who awkwardly accepted the embrace. "I knew you could do it." "Victoire le good." "Impressive stuff, Pruitt," remarked Chris as they began the long trek back up to the castle. You're a natural in the air. Did your parents play? No, said Eva. My parents were dash. She almost let slip that she was muggle-born before catching herself. But Victoire and Chris were still watching her intently, so she sighed and said, My parents actually died a few weeks ago. Victoire gasped so loudly that the nearby gaggle of Gryffindor girls whipped their heads around towards them. What? She wailed. You didn't tell me that. Yeah, Eva frowned. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Victoire threw her arms around Eva dramatically, chest heaving with emotion. But of course it's a big deal, she said. I'm so sorry, Eva. What happened? Potions accident, Eva said, remembering to use her cover story. Some kind of experiment gone wrong. Blimey, Pruitt, sorry to hear it, said Chris as Victoire sniffled into Eva's shoulder. Were you close with them? Kinda, Eva shrugged. They were always more invested in their experiments than in their only daughter. But of course I'll miss them. She actually found it easier to detach her emotions from the event while using the headmaster's concocted story. It was like she was describing someone else's life, like it hadn't actually happened to her. And truthfully, the more she reflected on her relationship with her parents, it was more strained than she'd ever realized in life. It hurt to know they would never be able to mend things, but it oddly softened the blow in the moment. She felt guilty thinking this way, but it was better than letting the grief of reality hit her all at once. Wait, that's why you transferred here, isn't it? Victoire realized, pulling back to search Eva's face with her now puffy red eyes. The housing program? Yes, said Eva. I had nowhere else to go, so Professor Potter kindly offered me a place at Hogwarts. Such a good man. Victoire sighed dramatically. Well, Pruitt, if we weren't cousins before, we certainly are now. My family is your family. You don't have to worry about being alone ever again. I appreciate that, Vic, said Eva, and she meant it mostly. Victoire Weasley may be a lot to handle at times, and Eva didn't need to feel smothered with affection 24/7, but she wouldn't say no to such a caring friend right now. Chris was less able to convey his feelings so openly, but he gave Eva a consoling pat on the back, which was more than enough for her. Okay, enough tears, said Eva, clapping her hands together. We should be celebrating the weekend. What's on the agenda? Ooh, Chris, do you think your roommates could smuggle in some more butterbeer? Asked Victoire. Doubt it, Chris said forlornly. Last time we got caught with it, the secret passage to the 3 broomsticks was mysteriously blocked. Ethan Fisher reckons Professor Fred had something to do with it. Uncle Fred and his twin always bragged about knowing all the castle's secrets, Victoire remarked. That checks out. Well, regardless, we'll have to plan some kind of party to introduce Gryffindor Tower to their new star player. Oh, please no, Eva stammered at once. I hate being the center of attention. That was doubly true when there was every likelihood she would let down her entire house in the next Quidditch match. We'll figure something else out then, Victoire shrugged. But hey, I saw you and Bolger talking on the pitch. Get any positive vibes from him? I don't know. He seems nice, Eva said noncommittally. She tuned Victoire out for the remainder of the walk to the castle as the redhead prattled on about how she and Mark Bolger would make such a great pair. She couldn't care less about the strapping 6th year that had seemingly enchanted every girl in the castle. Her thoughts were elsewhere, in the hospital wing, with an entirely different beater who had certainly earned her full attention. Crumb Estate, August 2nd, 1997, Harry. Harry landed flat on his face and tasted fresh earth, groaning from the unpleasant sensation of apparition. It was bad enough doing it on his own, but being dragged along with another person in a desperate scramble for escape only amplified the negative effects. Harry also felt that they had traveled an abnormally long distance. The air felt more humid, and the weather much fairer than the wedding had been. Harry gingerly picked himself up off the ground and took in his surroundings. He was standing on the front lawn of a lavish estate. A Victorian-style home sat atop a small hillside overlooking a few acres of land, complete with gardens, a swimming pool, and an ornate fountain. Squinting through the dim darkness, Harry even thought he could make out a miniature Quidditch pitch down the slope. Harry heard a retching sound to his left. He turned to see Hermione on all fours, still recovering from the unpleasant apparition. Harry leaned over to help her up, but Crumb was there first, gently taking Hermione by the arm and helping her to her feet. Are you okay, Hermione? Crumb asked gently. I will be in a moment, Hermione said shakily, taking deep breaths to center herself. All right, Harry? Yeah, I'm fine, said Harry. Where are we, Victor? Crumb Estate. Crumb grunted. Just outside my hometown in Bulgaria. We should be safe here. Is it warded? Hermione asked, suddenly looking around quite worried. What if they try to follow us? No one can apparate in or out but me, Crumb reassured her. If anyone comes, we would see them coming from beyond the boundary. Harry glanced nervously down the path to the gate that marked the boundary of the property. The single dirt road that connected the estate to civilization looked empty for now, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. Hermione seemed to be of the same mind. We should put up some additional enchantments, just in case, she muttered. I can help Dash. Relax, Crumb said. You think a famous Quidditch player doesn't have sufficient security around his own home? Right, of course, Hermione said quickly. Sorry. No need to apologize, Crumb said bitterly. Those bastards attacked a wedding of all places. How dare they? We ought to get inside, said Harry. I'll feel a little better when we aren't out in the open. Of course, said Crumb, and he led the way up the lawn towards the house, flicking his wand to turn on the lights around the property. Harry and Hermione marveled at the decorations on the grounds. Harry was particularly entranced by the large fountain outside the front doors. It took the form of a man flying upwards on a broomstick, with water jetting out from the tip of the broom handle. This is beautiful, Victor, Hermione breathed. Did you inherit it from your parents? Crumb gave her an odd look. I'm the top seeker on the planet, he said simply. The cost was nothing. Right, I forgot. Hermione laughed to herself, blushing red. You have good taste. Most of it vast done by my fiancé, said Crumb. I never cared much for the way things looked. You're engaged? Harry asked, surprised. I vas, Crumb said darkly. Left her last year. Oh, said Harry quietly. He suddenly felt bad that he hadn't kept in touch with Crumb after the Triwizard Tournament, feeling as though he barely knew the man. The same went for Fleur. She invited him to her wedding for Merlin's sake, and yet he hadn't made any attempt to stay in contact. Right now, he needed allies more than anything, and he'd relied far too heavily on Dumbledore for those in the past. Time to change that. Crumb led the way up the stone steps to the double front doors, which were painted red with a large V and K on either door. Igor, Crumb announced in what Harry assumed was a password. There was a heavy click from somewhere inside, and the doors swung open, granting them access. Harry and Hermione followed Crumb over the landing into the atrium. It too was pristine, with tall marble columns framing a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. But Crumb walked straight through the room, leading them down a side hall that led to the kitchen. Stare up, Crumb bellowed. A moment later, there was a crack, and a small female house elf appeared before them, head bowed low. Master Crumb summoned Stara, the elf said reverently. This is Harry and Hermione, said Crumb, indicating the two newcomers beside him. They're my guests. Treat them as you would treat my family. Yes, sir, the elf said. Does Master Harry or Hermione require food or drink? Just water, please, said Harry, and Hermione nodded in agreement. Harry walked over to the large dining table and sank into a chair, massaging his temple. Hermione took the seat beside him, similarly exhausted. Crumb waved his wand again towards the kitchen cabinets, and a heavy bottle of clear liquid flew from one of the shelves into his hand. I require something stronger, he muttered, uncorking the bottle and taking a deep swig directly from it. Vodka, anyone? No thanks, Harry shook his head. Crumb shrugged and took another deep swill, shaking his head aggressively. Stara marja moments. Later, setting water glasses in front of Harry and Hermione, as well as a basket of warm bread. Harry hadn't asked for it, but he was secretly starving and eagerly shoved a roll into his mouth. Hermione took a shaky gulp of water, still looking on edge. The ministry has fallen, she said, repeating the Patronus warning from the reception. You don't think that means? Voldemort is moving out of the shadows, Harry muttered darkly. It's just like we thought. With Dumbledore out of the picture, he probably sees no reason to be subtle any longer. But you don't think they'll try to harm any of our friends? Hermione fretted, rocking slightly in her chair. They'll know the Weasleys sheltered us all these years. They might torture them for information. That's why I made our intentions clear from the start, Harry said firmly. They don't know where we are or where we're going. Maybe they'll discover we're abroad, but that's it. And Voldemort won't want to spill pure blood if they can help it. He's right, Crumb said. My old headmaster Vass a Death Eater. He always said they would only harm purebloods as a last resort. If they cooperate, they will survive. Harry took Hermione's hand gently to try and soothe her. She took a deep breath and gave him a grateful look. But just as it appeared that Hermione was calming down, Stara hustled back into view, looking frantic. Master, there are men attempting to breach the barriers, she said, wringing her hands together. Harry and Crumb leapt to their feet at once, wands drawn. How many? Crumb demanded. 3, said Stara. They are at the front gate attempting to bypass the wards. Harry and Crumb exchanged a look. Not a full attack squad, Harry said. Might just be asking questions about the wedding. Right, said Crumb. I'll have to let them in. Refusing would look too suspicious. You're letting them in? Hermione squeaked in terror. We can't fight 3 Death Eaters. We're not fighting anybody, Harry said firmly. You and I will hide. Do you have my invisibility cloak? Why, yes, said Hermione. She reached to her hip, where her enchanted bag sat concealing all of their possessions. She opened it and quickly rummaged through it until she found the cloak, which she handed to Harry. Right. We'll hide back here, Harry told Crumb. If something goes wrong, we'll help you fend them off. Best hope it does not come to that, said Crumb. Harry hastily threw the invisibility cloak over himself and Hermione, and they backed into the corner of the kitchen as Crumb strode to the atrium. Every second of silence was excruciating. Harry could hear Hermione's shaky breathing, feel her frantic heartbeat pounding into his arm as she clutched onto him for dear life. Soon after, they heard approaching voices from the grounds. They heard Crumb open the front door and demand, "That is the meaning of this?" And to Harry's horror, there was a small bang, and Crumb grunted in discomfort. "Where is he?" an unknown voice demanded. Harry was about to launch himself out from under the cloak to defend Crumb, but a split second later, there was an even louder bang, and the same voice howled in pain. "You shall not harm Master Crumb in his own home," shrieked Stara. There were 2 more bangs, and 2 other unknown voices yelped in surprise. "Ouch, Geroff, call off your pet, Crumb." "Stand down, Stara," Crumb said sternly, and the bangs ceased, leaving the sound of 3 panting men to fill the silence. "What are you doing on my property? Where is Potter?" one of the men demanded. "Did he come with you? Why would he be here?" asked Crumb. "Are you mad?" "The name of the Dark Lord was invoked here twice," another voice said. "A taboo has been placed upon the name. Only Potter and his band of fools dare speak it aloud." Harry looked at Hermione with raised eyebrows. He had been the one to say Voldemort's name aloud. Had he inadvertently drawn the Death Eaters directly to them? "I'm the one who said it," said Crumb. "My house elf asked me why I was home early, and I vast explaining to her what happened at the wedding." "We'll see about that," the man said. "Hominum revelio." "Oh no!" Hermione gasped in Harry's ear. A moment later, they felt a hooting sensation ripple the fabric of the invisibility cloak. But it passed soon after, and they both held their breaths, waiting for the inevitable discovery. "Umph, no one here," the Death Eater grumbled. Hermione gave another low gasp, and Harry gently elbowed her to keep silent. "As I told you," Crumb growled. "Now, please leave." "Not so fast," a Death Eater said. "You were seen in the presence of a known criminal not 30 minutes ago. We must search the house." "How dare you dash," Crumb protested. But Harry and Hermione heard footsteps coming in their direction. A moment later, the 3 Death Eaters strode into the kitchen, taking in the space. "This will only take a few minutes of your time, Crumb," said one of the men, whom Harry recognized to be Yaxley. "You say you live here alone?" "That's correct," said Crumb. "Then explain that," Yaxley demanded, pointing at the table. Harry's heart skipped a beat. His and Hermione's water glasses were still on the table, along with Crumb's bottle of vodka and the half-eaten basket of bread. "I allow my house elves to join me at the table for meals," Crumb said quickly. "That is it to you? You have a second house elf?" Yaxley said, raising an eyebrow. In the corner, Stara was glaring down the 3 intruders viciously. Summon the other to us. They are not show ponies, Crumb said coldly. I will not. Yaxley drew his wand and brandished it threateningly in Crumb's face. I would remind you that you are under suspicion of harboring a dangerous criminal, he growled. You are in no position to bargain here. Summon your other house elf, or we will do away with the niceties and get what we're looking for the hard way. Harry gripped his wand tightly and prepared himself. This was it. He would have to fight his way out of this to stay alive. But to his astonishment, Crumb kept his cool, not moving an inch to the wand on his own holster. Go ahead and jinx me, Crumb said coolly. The wards will prevent you from leaving, and the Bulgarian ministry will be alerted to your presence. Then you can explain to them why 3 Britons with criminal records are harassing a private citizen of a foreign country. You think we fear the law? Yaxley chuckled. Do you realize who you're dealing with? I don't think your boss would appreciate his minions causing an international crisis, Crumb retorted. Not when he is seeking allies abroad. I doubt our Minister of Magic will take kindly to such tactics. Yaxley and Crumb stared each other down for what felt like an eternity. Then finally, Yaxley grunted and lowered his wand. Search the upstairs. Yaxley ordered the other 2 Death Eaters. They nodded and exited the kitchen, while Yaxley strode over to the table and sat in Harry's old chair, grabbing a roll of bread for himself. You were seen attacking our people before you left, Yaxley growled at Crumb. Dolohov may be dead because of you. Why did you not leave immediately? I vant to return the favor for ruining my good time, Crumb spat. Tell Dolohov that Igor Karkaroff sends his regards. Karkaroff was a coward, and he got what he deserved, said Yaxley. But he is beside the point. Do you think it wise to take sides in this war before it has begun? I have no side, said Crumb. I've had no part in your British politics. But if you come to my home and threaten me, I will defend myself. If you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear, Yaxley grinned wickedly. I would caution you to refrain from using the Dark Lord's name again, to avoid further suspicion. Voldemort, Crumb spat, causing Yaxley to flinch. Voldemort, Voldemort. I'll say whatever I wish in my own home. It is unwise to be flippant of the most powerful wizard alive, Yaxley growled irritably. That is an enemy you do not want to have. I invite him to come tell me that himself, Crumb smirked. I hope to be there when you explain to him why he is being summoned to deal with a Bulgarian Quidditch star. Yaxley sneered, but he did not respond to Crumb's bluff. A moment later, the 2 other Death Eaters returned to the kitchen. Nobody here. One of them shrugged at Yaxley. We should head back. Run along now, doggies, Crumb snarled. Master is calling you home. Don't push it, Harry silently pleaded with Crumb. But Yaxley did indeed look put out by the failed search, and he merely stood from the table to stare Crumb down once again. Word of advice, Mr. Crumb, Yaxley said. Stay out of trouble. Give us no reason to come back, and we'll leave you be. I can only hope, Crumb muttered, standing his ground. Yaxley turned abruptly on the spot, robes sweeping around him as he strode back towards the entrance. The 2 Death Eaters turned to follow, but one hesitated and spun around again to address Crumb once more. Saw your match against Romania last week, the man said. Great game, mate. Excellent catch. Thanks, Crumb said dryly. Then the Death Eaters were gone. Crumb followed them out to the atrium and shut the door behind them. He returned to the kitchen a moment later, staring out the window out onto the grounds for a few moments, before finally turning around. They have disapparated. Harry removed the cloak from over himself and Hermione and exhaled sharply. Good work, he sighed. Thanks for covering for us. Nothing good would have come from your discovery, Crumb said darkly. I did not expect a taboo on the Dark Lord's name. We should refrain from using it, just in case. Agreed, said Harry. Sorry about that. Hermione still looked perplexed by something. Why didn't their revealing charm work? She wondered aloud. It can't be fooled by enchantments or wards. It should have alerted them that we were here. The cloak must have blocked it somehow, Harry shrugged. It's good like that, but that's impossible, Hermione protested. The spell is unblockable. There's no way that it could have dash. Let's not look a gift hippogriff in the mouth, Hermione, Harry cut her off. Not really interested in the specifics right now. Listen, Crumb, we shouldn't have come here. We'll lay low for a couple of hours and then be on our way before dawn. Absolutely not, said Crumb. They won't suspect you were here after that. You can stay as long as you need. I can't let you put yourself at risk like that, Harry said adamantly. We appreciate your hospitality, but we really ought to dash. Harry, said Hermione softly, maybe we should get some sleep and figure this out in the morning. They won't be coming back tonight at least. Harry turned to look at Hermione. She looked frayed and exhausted. Her tidy makeup from the wedding was messy and smeared, and her dress was rumpled and stained. She certainly was not in a state to leave right now, especially given that they had nowhere to go. He caved immediately at the sight of her. All right, we'll stay, he sighed. Just for the night. Tomorrow we'll sort out a proper plan. Good, Crumb nodded. Now, I'm off to bed. Stara will show you to the guest suites. And Crumb grabbed the vodka bottle from the table and shuffled from the room to retire for the night. You all right, Mione? Harry asked softly, giving Hermione another reassuring pat on the arm. Yeah, just exhausted, she muttered. I could use some sleep. Stara led the two of them upstairs and assigned them each a bedroom. It was one of the nicest rooms Harry had stayed in. Even at Grimmauld Place the beds weren't this large, and he'd had to share with Ron most of the time at that. He forced himself to relax, reminding himself that the Death Eaters would not be returning at any second, and indulged in a long, hot shower. We'll leave first thing in the morning, he told himself as he dressed for bed. I won't hear Crumb's excuses. I should set an alarm for early so we can… But he passed out the second his head hit the pillow. Harry's dreams were chaotic and violent that night. He was running from Death Eaters, chasing him and Hermione down narrow corridors with no escape. He was hiding from Voldemort, who was sweeping every corner in pursuit of him. He was Voldemort, angrily moving heaven and earth attempting to track him down. He was unsure where the line between dreams and visions blurred, because when he awoke the next morning, his scar was prickling. Voldemort was definitely angry, and Harry was most definitely on the run. Harry groggily got out of bed and threw back the curtains to let light stream into his bedroom. The sun was rising over Crumb Estate, casting warm rays over the dew-stained grounds. If the situation wasn't so dire, Harry would be far more taken with the beauty of the place. In another life, perhaps he too would have been a famous seeker who could afford such amenities. Instead, he was destined to a life of desperate survival, death lurking around every corner, preventing him from getting too comfortable in one place. Movement caught his eye below, and Harry saw Crumb and Hermione walking through the garden, deep in conversation. Harry had to remind himself that the two of them had been briefly involved just 2 years prior, though it felt like a lifetime ago by now. Were there still lingering feelings between them? Hermione was not the same bookish teen she was then. She was a fully grown woman now, and surely Crumb had noticed. Harry pushed such thoughts out of mind as he headed downstairs in search of breakfast. It was none of his business anyway. The smell of bacon and eggs met Harry as he walked into the kitchen. Stara was preparing a full breakfast at the stovetop. Hungry, Master Harry? The elf asked him. Just Harry is fine, Harry muttered as he slumped into a chair at the table. And yes, I'm starving. Stara brought him a plate of food and a mug of coffee, both of which he eagerly consumed. He hadn't had a proper meal since before the wedding. Soon after, Hermione and Crumb entered the room, freezing at the sight of him as though they'd been caught red-handed. Morning, Harry, Hermione said, more brightly than seemed natural. Crumb was just showing me the ward structures of the grounds. We're very safe here. Yes, we are, Crumb grunted in affirmation. But he avoided Harry's eye as he too took a seat at the table and dug into a plate of food provided by Stara. Hermione sat in between them, picking delicately at her own plate. So, said Harry, clearing his throat awkwardly, we should talk about what happens next, Ash. But as he said this, there was a great clatter of wings overhead, and 2 barn owls flew through an open window and swooped low towards them. Both landed on the table in front of Crumb, dropping 2 separate newspapers between them. Hermione reached for one of the papers as Crumb rummaged through his pocket for change to pay the owls. You subscribe to the Daily Prophet? She asked, unfolding it before her. Yes, ever since Dumbledore's death, Crumb confirmed. He picked up the other paper, which was in a language Harry couldn't understand, surely a local Bulgarian publication. Is your government supportive of Vol? Of you-know-who? Harry asked cautiously. Would they cooperate with the British ministry if they tried to come after me? Certainly not, said Crumb. Bulgaria was ravaged by Grindelwald many years ago. We are not eager to get involved in another war. Crumb and Hermione scanned the headlines of the respective papers in silence for several long moments. Well, Harry demanded, impatiently. Any news? Says here that Pius Thickness was named minister in an emergency vote, Hermione muttered. Nothing about Scrimgeour's death. It just says he is taking a leave of absence. Nothing in our paper either, said Crumb. They must not realize that has happened yet. The prophet doesn't make a big deal out of it either, Hermione frowned. They must be keeping things quiet for now to not cause a panic. I guess that's a good sign, right? Makes it harder to know what's really going on back home, Harry sighed. I hope everyone made it out all right last night. Nobody will be able to reach us here, Hermione fretted. What if they're trying to contact us? Maybe we can find a way to reach out. Let them know we're all right, Dash. No, Harry said firmly. Being concealed is what's keeping us alive. They know that. As long as we don't wind up in the news, they'll know we haven't been caught yet. Harry is right, Crumb grunted. You mustn't return to Britain or attempt contact. If the Dark Lord has truly seized power, you must stay far away. I've been thinking it over, Mione, said Harry. We should head to the United States. He won't expect us to leave the continent so soon, and we can lay low among the Muggles and figure out where Makusa stands. Then we can start preparing. Preparing? Asked Crumb, raising an eyebrow. For that. To fight, Harry said simply. You know who will be waiting for me in Britain, and I want to be ready when I face him again. You cannot be serious, said Crumb. You intend to fight the Dark Lord? He is the most dangerous wizard alive. Which is why I have to get stronger, Harry said simply. I'm destined to fight him, Crumb. One of us will have to kill the other in the end. Crumb considered this for a moment. Then he threw back his head in laughter. Dumbledore told you this? He asked. Yet he chose to train you with only light magic? I perhaps overestimated the old man. He was against dark magic, Harry retorted. He said it was dangerous, that it could drive wizards mad dash. Of course it's dangerous. That's the point, Crumb snapped. You risk your sanity in exchange for immense power. But if it is your life or your sanity, the decision is easy, no? Harry could not dispute the logic. Yet something about studying dark magic still terrified him. It stood against everything he believed. But then again, how much of what he believed was due to Dumbledore's influence? Well, it doesn't matter anyway, Harry sighed. I don't know anyone who can teach me dark magic. I reckon anyone who knows enough about it would be a Voldemort sympathizer. Crumb gave Harry an odd look. Then he set his newspaper on the table and stood up. Come with me, he said, striding from the room. Confused, Harry and Hermione exchanged a look before getting up to follow him. Crumb led the way across the atrium to a new room across the hall. It resembled a small office space, with a small collection of books, lining the shelves around an ornate and used desk. You have a nice collection, Victor, said Hermione, admiring the modest library. This room is just for show, Crumb muttered. He drew his wand and tapped it on one of the shelves. Aloha Mora. The shelf swung forward, revealing a hidden doorway into a secret room. Crumb led the way in, and Harry gaped at the size of the new enclosure. It was full to the brim with bookshelves. Thousands of heavy tomes lined the walls. It reminded Harry of the restricted section in the Hogwarts library. Many of the books looked menacing, like they might scream at you or snap at your fingers if you don't handle them properly. Wow, Hermione breathed. Where did you get all of these? Most belonged to Karkaroff, Crumb explained. He died with no legal heirs, so the ministry seized his collection. I managed to bribe an official with box seat tickets to let me take most of them home for myself. Harry eyed the shelves with some trepidation. Karkaroff had been a Death Eater, after all, and he was sure he would find some unpleasant things within these texts. Hermione also looked wary, but Harry could see the wonder in her eyes at the sight of so many books she'd never read, the vast sum of knowledge that they represented in her mind's eye. What's in them? Harry asked. Haven't sorted through all of them yet, Crumb shrugged. But most of them are banned. That is why they are hidden back here. I've heard of some of these, Hermione gasped, tracing her finger down the spines of several books. I looked for hours in the restricted section for these, but Madame Pants said that Dumbledore removed them all decades ago. I recommend starting air, said Crumb, indicating a shelf close to the door. Karkaroff assigned me these to prepare for the Triwizard Tournament. He helped me with many of the practicals as well, not that they did me any good. Harry noted the bitterness in his tone at this memory. I had help from a Death Eater of my own. Harry laughed hollowly, remembering the fake Moody rigging the tournament in his favor. It wasn't a fair competition at all. It never is, Crumb shrugged. That is why you must prepare for any outcome as best you can. Harry scanned the row of books Crumb had directed him towards. It was dark magic all right, but none of the titles suggested anything too untoward. Right, good, said Harry. Is it all right if we borrow some of these, Victor? Hermione can put them in her bag, and we'll be off dash. What? Hermione said, suddenly alarmed. You don't really intend to leave now, do you? We can't stay in one place for long, Hermione, said Harry sternly. We're on the run, remember? We can't get too comfortable, dash. Hermione began to retort, but Crumb beat her to it. You are half a continent away from Britain, he told Harry, and the estate is well protected. Bulgaria will not cooperate with the Dark Lord, even if they suspect you are here. And if he skips the middleman and comes straight here? Harry demanded. No wards can keep out you-know-who indefinitely. Then you can flee, Crumb shrugged. I have emergency portkeys you may borrow. This is a safe place for you both. Harry was torn. He felt as though he were intruding, that he was endangering Crumb by being here at all. He also couldn't understand why the man was being so inviting, extending such a helping hand when he had nothing to gain and everything to lose. Why are you helping us, Victor? Harry asked bluntly. Why risk your own safety for us? Harry did not miss the fleeting glance that Crumb gave to Hermione before he answered. Bulgaria owes Albus Dumbledore a great debt, he said. Grindelwald killed many of my relatives and those of my friends. Consider this a repayment for his legacy. If you intend to confront the Dark Lord, I will assist in any way that I can. Harry looked to Hermione. She looked frightened. Clearly the prospect of going on the run again worried her immensely. She obviously felt secure here, in a proper home filled with books and more luxuries than they could ever afford. He remembered seeing her and Crumb walking through the garden and wondered if perhaps Crumb had other reasons for wanting them to stay. But Harry couldn't begrudge her the chance to have a base of operations, at least for a little while. All right, we'll stay, said Harry. But the second we sense danger or suspicion from your government, we will go at once. Very well, Crumb bowed. Hermione exhaled sharply, clearly relieved. Harry spent most of that day learning the property inside and out in case of emergency. Crumb showed him a handful of secret exits and hiding places, and also gave him a tour of the wards surrounding the property. They had been erected by separate teams of ministry, officials and goblins, ensuring that no one group could unravel them all at once in a short period of time. That gave Harry a great amount of comfort. If the Bulgarian ministry did indeed turn on them, even they wouldn't be able to breach the grounds without raising any alarms. Crumb also gave him a tour of the miniature Quidditch pitch, which was nearly the size of Hogwarts Field. I sometimes invite my teammates to practice here during the off-season, he explained. I will not do so this year for obvious reasons. They will understand, given the state of things. But perhaps you and I can do some flying later. Harry liked that idea very much. He'd assumed his flying days were over after leaving Hogwarts, so the prospect of taking to the air again was an exhilarating one. He'd spotted several pristine firebolts sitting idle in the broom shed, making him think longingly of his own broom, sitting forgotten in the Hogwarts sheds. Hopefully Ginny or Ron would be able to make use of it next school year, assuming they made it there safely. When they returned to the house for dinner, Hermione had already selected a number of books from the vast hidden library. I think you should start with these, she said, stacking them in front of Harry's plate as he ate. They seem relatively tame, and similar enough to what you've already studied that you should be able to grasp it quickly. I can help with that, said Crumb. The library can be converted into a dueling arena. I will teach you everything Karkaroff taught me. Thank you, said Harry. He remembered the fierce display of power Crumb had displayed at the wedding, the awe he had felt watching the man dole out devastating attacks like they were nothing. He was glad now that he and Crumb had never truly had to go face-to-face in the Triwizard Tournament, because in a fair fight, Crumb would have demolished him. Harry flipped through one of the books Hermione had assigned to him before bed, not really taking in the words. His mind was too preoccupied with everything else that was happening. He was in a foreign land, with the most powerful wizard alive hunting him, with only 2 genuine allies to his name. He did his best not to dwell on what was ahead, and resolved to focus on the here and now to make the most of his time here. Harry did not fall asleep easily that evening. He tossed and turned in his too soft bed, distracted by the too perfect silence. He was suspicious of feeling comfortable, unable to let himself relax completely. He felt like to do so was dulling his edges, weakening his instincts. Part of him wanted to forego the bed and sleep on the rug in the corner, which was already softer than the cot he'd inhabited for 10 years in the cupboard under the stairs on Privet Drive. Hardship would make him stronger, not complacency. There was a small knock at the door, and light crept into the room from the landing as it slid open. "Harry," whispered Hermione. "Are you awake?" "Yeah," he said, sitting up in bed and reaching for his glasses. "Everything all right?" Hermione entered the room timidly. Is it all right if I sleep in here?" she asked. "I don't like being alone in these big rooms." "Oh yeah, of course," Harry said, pulling back the covers. "You take the bed. I can get comfortable on the floor." "Don't be silly. These beds could hold 4 people," Hermione chuckled. And before he could protest, Hermione walked to the other side of the bed and slipped under the covers. Harry settled himself back into his pillow. "Feeling a bit better?" asked Harry. "Right now? Or in general?" "Both, I guess." "Yes, I suppose so," Hermione sighed. "Thank you for agreeing to stay. I feel much safer here than on the run." "Of course," Harry nodded. "It's the smart move." There was a long silence. Hermione was an arm's length away from him, but Harry remained rooted in place. He didn't want to weird her out by pulling her close, not when he had no idea what was running through her head. Did she just want someone in the room with her to keep watch? Or was she more frightened than she let on? "I spoke with Crumb in the garden this morning," Hermione said out of the blue. "He asked me where he and I stood after everything that happened at Hogwarts between us." "Oh," Harry asked, trying to sound casual, like he wasn't dying to know the answer himself. "I told him that I didn't see him in that way," Hermione sighed. "He was the first person to really see me, as someone worth knowing more than as a friend. And of course he was a big famous athlete, and I was just a silly schoolgirl. Anyway, it wasn't until the day that I really realized I never felt that way back towards him. I was just grateful to be wanted by somebody. Plenty of people started seeing you that way," Harry offered. "The guys in my dorm all commented on how attractive you've become recently." Ron was rather smitten himself. Hermione stiffened at the mention of Ron's name. Harry immediately regretted bringing it up. It was a reminder of the situation they were in, the innocence they'd lost over the span of just 24 hours. There would be no more silly crushes and classmate gossip for them. Only war and hardship lay ahead. "Crumb asked me if you and I were together," Hermione continued after a bit. "I told him that we were just friends, that we'd agreed to look after each other during the war." "Oh," said Harry. Did he believe that?" "I dunno," said Hermione. "He's a difficult bloke to read. But he did tell me why he called things off with his ex-fiancée. She apparently bought into all the rubbish about you making up you-know-who's return for attention. He defended you and broke up with her." "Wow," said Harry, suddenly feeling a great surge of admiration and respect for Crumb. They had been enemies in the Triwizard Cup, and Harry had always seen him as a rival. But to know that Crumb had supported him all these years, and was now offering him help at great risk to himself, made him forget all the petty jealousy he had previously harbored against the man. Beneath the surly, intimidating exterior, Victor Crumb was a good man. He ruminated on what Hermione had said about the 2 of them being friends. Of course that was true and always would be, but their relationship felt more complicated than that. He had once thought of Hermione as a sister, but his affection for her felt stronger than that, his desire to protect her superseding even his own safety. He had always assumed Hermione would fall for somebody more like Crumb, who could get her out of her own head and enjoy the simple joys of life. Harry was too cursed, his life too much of a burden for anyone else to bear with him. Yet she had always been by his side, helping him to shoulder it anyway. Harry heard a rustling of sheets, and Hermione shifted a little bit closer towards him. He could feel her body heat radiating under the covers, just inches away from him now. He decided not to overthink it. He instinctively wrapped an arm around her torso, and she snuggled tightly into him, their breathing falling into sync with one another. "We'll get through this, Hermione," he whispered into her ear. "I promise." And they both fell into a deep, restful sleep. A/N. Thanks for reading. How are we feeling about the frequency of flashbacks so far? Too frequent or not often enough? Let me know in the comments if you want to visit these flashback storylines more often or stick to the present-day timeline most of the way. I can make both happen. Just say the word. Snake in the grass. December 2nd, 2014, Evangeline. "Miss Pruitt, a moment, please." Eva paused at the door of the potions classroom, as did half of the Gryffindors flanking her on either side. She turned to face Professor Slughorn, who was waving at her from the front of the room. She returned to his desk. "I don't want to be late for Transfiguration, Professor," Eva said as politely as she could muster. "Yes, of course," Slughorn tooted. "I just wondered if you would be making it to the Slug Club Christmas party 2 Saturdays from now?" "Oh," said Eva. I guess so. I've been busy preparing for next week's match." The Gryffindor Quidditch team had ramped up its practice schedule in recent weeks to get their new seeker up to speed. Their first match of the year with Slytherin was rapidly approaching, and Darby was adamant that they win at all costs. Between that and classwork, Eva had little time to worry about anything else. "Naturally," Slughorn smiled. "Very exciting game. But I hope you are aware that you will be expected to bring a date to the party. It is tradition, you see. Keep that in mind as the date approaches. Do not forget." "I'll remember." "Thank you, Professor," Eva nodded. She exited the room, joining up with the Gryffindors who had all waited for her at the class entrance. "But you need a date for the party?" Victoire giggled. Clearly she had overheard. "I think I know just the person you should ask. If you say Mark Bolger one more time, I will hex you," Eva sighed. "I'm just saying." Victoire smiled. "He's handsome, he's single, and I think he's into you." "What makes you say that?" Eva asked. Bolger had been supportive of her joining the team, but he hadn't said much to her outside of practice strategy. He seemed nice enough, but she didn't get why all the other girls were so smitten with him. "Just indulge a girl, will ya?" Victoire pouted. "If I can't snog him, at least let me play matchmaker so I can get the second-hand goods." "You are incorrigible," Eva laughed. "Am I allowed to use the bathroom on my own? Or are you all going to follow me in? What if there's a Slytherin hiding in your stall?" Victoire said half-jokingly. "You can never be too vigilant, Pruitt." Eva was not allowed to roam the halls alone, not since an unseen assailant had hit her in the back with a body-bind jinx and left her undiscovered in the corridor for 2 hours. The Slytherins were known for their nastiness in the lead-up to Quidditch matches, and they'd heard about the new seeker position and had Eva in their crosshairs. And apparently, she was not the only one, as the Gryffindors turned a corner and came across Roxanne Morrison, who was leaned against a wall nursing a rapidly swelling eye. "Oh, Morrison," said Chris with alarm, rushing over to her. "You all right?" "I'm fine. Just a stinging hex," Roxanne said, flashing a crooked grin. "You should see the other guys. Sent Clifton and Wolford off with their sideburns on fire." Eva had seen the two boys before, the burly 7th-year chasers for the Slytherin team. In fact, she suspected that one of them had been responsible for her body-bind accident. "This is getting out of control," Chris groaned. "The Slytherins are more brazen than usual this year. Why doesn't the headmaster do something about it? Probably thinks it'll make us better fighters or something," Eva muttered. "Here, let me see." She gently grabbed Roxanne's chin and examined the bruise growing around her eye. Using legilimency, she could barely make out the double-dash symbol that indeed represented the stinging hex floating around the wound. "Vulnera reducera," she muttered, and her wand began to perform the counter-curse. The swelling around Roxanne's eye began to go down, and soon her natural features returned with only a bit of red inflammation remaining. "Thanks, Pruitt," Roxanne smirked. "Sorry, Wood, but you can't be rid of my dashing good looks just yet." "And here I thought the first dozen bludgers to the nose would have done the trick," Chris ribbed her right back. "Do we need to give you an escort as well?" "You kidding? They're the ones that need escorting," Roxanne laughed. "I goaded them into it anyway by making fun of their pretty boy beater." "Who, Hopkins?" asked Victoire. That kid has it out for Eva, I swear. Calvin Hopkins had indeed been giving Eva strange looks ever since their first encounter in Potter's legitimacy class. He didn't dare use passive legitimacy on her anymore, and Eva suspected he was in fact practicing a clemency against her ever since their duel. He was often flanked by his Slytherin Quidditch teammates, who had less qualms about sneering in her direction and attempting to breach her mental barriers. "Keep your eyes open during the match, Pruitt," Roxanne said sternly. "I won't be able to deflect every bludger that comes your way." Eva was painfully aware of that fact. She was intimidated enough by Calvin in a crowded room with a dozen people between them. She couldn't imagine how he'd act when he had a bat in his hand, and the only thing separating them was a few feet of open air. Darby was also aware of this dynamic, and he drilled it into the Gryffindor team during practice that evening. "Bolger, you can't get distracted by the chasers every play," the captain snapped. "If you and Morrison lose track of Pruitt for too long, the enemy beaters will make short work of her." "What? And leave you alone to deal with Clifton and Wolford?" Bolger protested. "Those bruisers will gladly body check you off your brooms if you aren't careful." "We'll live," Darby muttered, exchanging grim looks with his fellow chasers, Macmillan and Young. "We might get beat up a little, but the important thing is Pruitt surviving to catch the snitch." "I don't feel comfortable with you sacrificing yourself for me," said Eva. "I can handle myself." "If you feel bad, catch that snitch sooner than later," Darby snapped. "You're still learning evasive maneuvers. Until you master them, you keep the training wheels on." Eva felt immensely guilty that she was putting her teammates in danger for her benefit. But Darby was right. While Eva had strong instincts on a broom, her mechanics were still rusty, and she had trouble focusing on flying and avoiding bludgers at the same time. She'd learned this the hard way 2 weeks earlier, when she suffered her first broken leg after failing to dodge the heavy ball during a snitch pursuit. Roxanne assured her it was a rite of passage, and they'd spent the night in the hospital wing and adjacent beds as the beater regrew a dozen teeth from yet another hard collision with the ground. After practice, Eva had just enough time to finish up some of her dark arts homework before passing out for the night. She could not ever recall a time she'd been so tired in all her life between Quidditch, homework, and catching up on Hogwarts curriculum. She had hardly any free time to herself. But she relished in the grind, giving herself no time to worry about things outside of her control, like who had killed her parents, or what she was going to do after graduation, or the odd behavior of the Hogwarts staff. She'd noticed increased hostility from many of her professors in recent weeks. Ginny Weasley continued to antagonize and dock points from Eva despite her newfound resolve to keep quiet and not openly challenge the curriculum further. Victor Crumb seemed determined to make Eva squeamish with his grisly depictions of animal sacrifice and nasty curses, and his criticism of her essays seemed far harsher than what her fellow classmates earned. Slughorn seemed let down every time Eva turned in a subpar potion sample, and his essay grading was similarly tough. Even Fred Weasley, one of the most jovial and friendly professors she'd ever had, seemed intent to micromanage her spell work, though Eva was easily the most talented caster in the class. Worst of all was legilimency, where Harry had seemingly made it his mission to torment Eva every second she spent in his classroom. Ever since her surprise victory over Calvin Hopkins in her first class, he had tested her abilities against a wide range of attacks, and she'd failed miserably to stop them every time. She could not get the hang of reading the opponent's attacks, and try as she might, she could not replicate her lucky guess against Hopkins' Incendio. "Why didn't you anticipate the jelly legs, Jinx, Pruitt?" Harry demanded after yet another duel went her opponent's way. "I didn't see it in time," Eva groaned from her position flat on her back. The Jinx had sent her writhing across the room, knocking over several desks and chairs in the process before the counter curse could be applied. He masked it with a stinging hex. "You have to learn to see past the deception," Harry chastised her. "A competent dueler will never tip their hands so early. Anticipate the last-minute switch." "Yes, sir," Eva groaned as she gingerly got to her feet. She didn't know why Harry was being so hard on her in particular. It wasn't like the rest of the class was faring much better. Only Calvin had managed a successful counter curse in the weeks since their first duel, and he still got it wrong more often than he was right. Eva had been studying the language of magic whenever she had spare time, but she had yet to glean anything more useful from it. Even on the rare occasions that she did recognize a symbol from the book, it came far too quickly for her to identify it and remember the counter curse before her opponent hit her with the spell. Harry had explicitly banned the use of the shield charm during in-class duels, even though it seemed effective enough against most minor jinxes and hexes. Eva was beginning to give up on the book as a useful resource, and her classmates had given up on her being some secret genius after her repeated failures. Her one refuge was in ancient runes, where Professor Babbling had emerged as her favorite teacher by far. She was gracious in dealing with Eva's early mistakes while catching up to Hogwarts standards, and complimentary whenever Eva mastered a complex concept. "Excellent logic in your analysis here," she wrote on one of Eva's recent essays. "I look forward to seeing what other creative solutions you are able to find in this course." Her suspicion seemed correct that Babbling, alone of all the teachers, seemed encouraging of Eva's outside-the-box methods that had put her in such hot water in her first week at Hogwarts. Her classmates seemed unconcerned with Eva's recent course struggles. All anyone could talk about was the upcoming Quidditch match, and shouts of good luck followed Eva around the halls, even from the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. It only served to make her more anxious. Something else I get to disappoint people with, she thought bitterly. At Willoughby, she did her best to blend in and avoid attention. At Hogwarts, attention seemed to follow her everywhere she went. It put loads more pressure on her to succeed, and she was already tough enough on herself for her failures. "Canoe for your thoughts, Pruitt?" asked Roxanne one morning, joining Eva at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. "You're stabbing those sausages like they offended you somehow." Eva took a deep, shaky breath. She hadn't realized how tense she was until it was pointed out to her. She had been aggressively hacking at her food, taking out her pent-up frustration on her breakfast. "Just tired, that's all," she sighed. "A lot on my mind lately. Worried about the match." Roxanne deduced. "Listen, don't sweat it. Even if we lose, people will get over it. Gryffindor's been rubbish for years now. It'll be business as usual, really. I don't want to let the team down," Eva said. "You're all putting so much faith in me. I'm not worth all the attention." Roxanne studied her with an odd expression. "Meet me on the 7th floor after dinner tomorrow," she said. Then, with a wink, she got up and left the table. Eva watched her go, perplexed. Tomorrow was the night before the match. What could she possibly have to show her that couldn't wait until later? She met Roxanne at the designated spot the following night, after reassuring Victoire and Chris that she didn't need an escort. She did have to duck through a few secret passages to avoid wandering Slytherins along the way, but she was finally getting the hang of Hogwarts geography and didn't need a guide at all times. Roxanne was deep in an argument with a painting on the wall when she arrived. "It's none of your business what I'm doing here," Roxanne said crossly to the portrait of a short and squat knight. "Mind your own. You shall not disrespect Sir Cadogan in such a manner," the knight cried in indignation. "I say again, state your business or draw your weapon for battle, knave." Hello," Eva said to announce her presence. "Hey, Pruitt," Roxanne greeted her. "Just telling this annoying knight to bugger off." Eva grinned, bemused at the knight, who tried to follow them through his neighbor's portraits as they walked down the corridor away from him. He was eventually held up after barging through a portrait of a sleeping dragon, which woke angrily and chased him off with a stream of fire from its snout. "Where are we going?" Eva asked. "I wanted to show you one of my secrets," said Roxanne. "I found it a few years ago while looking for a bathroom." They arrived at a blank stretch of wall opposite a tapestry, and Eva could see nothing particularly interesting about it that would warrant dragging her up here for no reason. "Cool wall," Eva deadpanned. "Smartass," Roxanne chuckled. "Okay, now I want you to close your eyes and imagine a place. Somewhere that you feel totally at peace and relaxed. Doesn't have to be a real place. Just think of it in your head." Eva thought it was a silly request, but she obliged, closing her eyes and trying to picture such a place. Roxanne guided her by the arm down the corridor, occasionally spinning her around to walk in the other direction. "Okay, now open your eyes," Roxanne ordered. Eva did so, and gaped at the ornate door that had materialized out of nowhere in the wall. "What the dash?" Eva asked. "Open it," Roxanne grinned. Eva slowly approached the door and pushed it open, and gasped at what she saw. It was a room exactly like the one she'd pictured in her mind. A cozy wooden cabin space, complete with a crackling fireplace and soft furniture lining the walls. An enchanted window at the other side of the room overlooked a picturesque forest, untouched by man, as though they were miles from the bustle of civilization. Roxanne whistled appreciatively as they stepped into the center of the space. "Didn't have you pegged as a country girl," she remarked. "But nice work. What is this place?" Eva breathed, marveling at the detail of the space. The interior of the room reminded her of a cabin she used to travel to with her parents on vacation, up in the state forest near the Sunshine Coast. "I call it the Room of Desires," Roxanne said. "It takes the form of whatever you ask it to. You asked for a place to unwind and relax, and this is what it interpreted for you." "Fascinating," Eva said. "But why did you bring me here?" "Because in 12 hours, you take the pitch for your first Quidditch match," Roxanne said sternly. "And you look like you haven't slept properly in 2 weeks. So you're going to stay here tonight and get your beauty sleep. No excuses." "But," Eva began to protest, "I have homework that can wait until Sunday. My dorm mates will worry I'll cover for you." Eva sighed and sank into a nearby sofa. It was impossibly soft. She melted into the cushions, relishing in the warm glow of the nearby fire. This was a place she could unwind, where she could take her mind off of things. The bed in the corner also caught her eye. The bedspread looked suspiciously similar to the one that draped her childhood bed back in Brisbane, the one she would never get to sleep in again. "All right, fine," said Eva. "I'll stay. And don't you dare wake up early." Roxanne smirked. "You sleep in as long as you need. We'll see you down at the pitch when you're ready." And Roxanne exited the Room of Desire, shutting the door behind her, leaving Eva alone in the cozy space. Eva stood to take in her bearings. She saw a wooden desk in the corner where she could get some homework done. Now that Roxanne was gone, she could do some more work without being chastised for it. But she did feel a bit sleepy. The room was so warm from the fireplace that she felt pleasantly lightheaded and drowsy. She moved towards the bed, figuring she could get a few hours of shut-eye before starting on her homework. It was still early, and there was no need to waste the whole night away without. But the second her head hit the pillow and her body sank into the mattress, she was out like a light. Eva woke some time later feeling more refreshed than she had in weeks, perhaps months. The fireplace was still alive and filling the room with pleasant warmth, and sunlight was peeking through the enchanted window on the wall. The only sounds were the crackling of logs and the chirping of birds in the distance. Eva felt as though she could lay here forever. "Tempest," she muttered, rubbing her eyes sleepily. The time that displayed over her head did not look right. Surely she'd only been out for a couple hours? She did a double take and stared more intently at the numbers, willing them to change, but they refused. 9:47 a.m. Shit, Eva thought frantically as she lunged out of bed and began to gather her things. Why had she not set an alarm? The Quidditch match was set to begin at 10 on the dot, and Darby had instructed the team to arrive no later than 9:30 to prepare. She was atrociously late. Eva grabbed her bag and darted from the room, sprinting through the castle in a mad dash to get to the grounds and the pitch beyond. The Gryffindor team looked alarmed by her appearance when she skidded into the locker room some time later. "Where have you been?" Darby demanded. "We take the pitch in less than 5 minutes." "Overslept," Eva wheezed, throwing her bag onto the bench and beginning to change into her Quidditch robes. She felt like her lungs were about to split in half, but she didn't dare slow down. Her team needed her now. "Have a nice rest?" Roxanne asked slyly as Eva grabbed her broom and fell into line with her team in the tunnel. "Sorry," Eva apologized frantically. "I forgot to set an alarm, and the room was so warm Relax, Roxanne instructed. "Deep breaths. You made it. No harm, no foul. Nice broom, by the way." "Huh," Eva said, looking down at the broom in her grasp. It was not the school broom she'd been using in practice. It had a sleek, polished copper handle and looked far more expensive than any broom she'd ever ridden. "This isn't mine. Time to go," Darby ordered. The doors to the stadium had opened, and the team was marching out onto the pitch. There was no time to locate her own broomstick. Eva marched forward with her team, taking in the screaming crowds around and above them. She felt queasy. She hadn't done much flying in front of a crowd before, and now every face in the stands was either cheering her name or rooting for her downfall. It was a good thing she missed breakfast, she decided, or it might have made a reappearance on the grass right around now. The Gryffindor team formed a semicircle at midfield, opposite the Slytherins, who were already lined up waiting for them. "Captains, shake hands," ordered Madam Hooch, the referee for today's match. Darby walked forward and shook hands with Wolford, one of the burly chasers on the Slytherin team. In fact, most of their team was large and muscular. Their chasers could have easily been beaters on any other team. Only their seeker, a brooding seventh-year girl named Parkinson, and one of their two beaters, Calvin Hopkins, were more slender and built for speed rather than strength. "Mount your brooms," Madam Hooch barked. She blew her whistle, and both teams kicked off from the ground. Eva shot ahead of the pack, high into the sky, before hastily yanking her broom handle back to slow down. She hadn't expected such acceleration from the unknown broom. She did a few tight maneuvers to test the broom. It was far more sensitive and agile than she was used to. She would have to be careful to adjust to the more powerful ride. An amplified voice carried across the pitch from the stands as both teams warmed up. "Welcome one and all to the highly anticipated Gryffindor versus Slytherin match," said Quinn Mescal, an enthusiastic third-year Hufflepuff holding a microphone. "The Slytherins are on a 5-game win streak in the matchup, and the Gryffindors are looking to reverse their fortunes. They've made a last-minute switch at Seeker, resting their hopes on 15-year-old Evangeline Pruitt." There was a loud cheer from the Gryffindor section at Eva's name, along with sizable jeers from the Slytherins. Eva did her best to tune out all the noise, focusing on the task at hand. She had enough on her plate between dodging bludgers, finding the snitch, and doing her best not to fall off this foreign broomstick. The teams once again faced off at midfield for the start of the match. Madam Hooch released the balls, mounted her broom, and blew her whistle. The match was on, and it's Slytherin with the quaffle. Quinn announced. Clifton passes to Wolford, who passes to Glenn. Ooh, rough collision there with Macmillan. Surprised that wasn't a foul. Back to Wolford. Oh, watch out. Eva managed a barrel roll at the last second to avoid a bludger careening towards her. "Head on a swivel, Pruitt," Roxanne yelled in passing as she chased down the offending ball. Eva shook her head aggressively. She had been caught watching the play and not minding her own. She eyed Calvin Hopkins hovering to her left and took off in the opposite direction. "Slytherin scores," Quinn was yelling. 10-0 to Slytherin, who take advantage of Gryffindor's beaters being preoccupied with their seeker. Eva caught Darby's eye as the chasers returned to midfield for the reset, and his expression was clear. Focus on the snitch. Eva circled high over the play, keeping one eye out for the snitch and another on the enemy seeker, Parkinson. She could sense Roxanne hovering nearby, trying to keep any stray bludgers off her tail. Eva tried not to focus on the chaser play below, but the Slytherins were taking advantage of their numbers, and their aggressive play was clearly wearing the Gryffindor chasers down. And a nice save there by Wood, Eva heard as she passed by the stands. Prevents yet another Slytherin score. 30-0 to Slytherin as Darby passes a head dash. Eva saw a blur of movement to her left and realized that Parkinson was diving towards the ground. She shot after her. To her surprise, she caught up rather quickly, soon outstripping the older girl as her broom carried her downwards at tremendous speed. She squinted towards the pitch, trying to find the snitch that the opponent had clearly spotted, but couldn't see anything. Then at the last moment, two bludgers came hurtling towards her from opposite directions. Eva yanked her broom handle up and barely avoided being pancaked from either side by the heavy balls. "Great save by Pruitt to avoid disaster," Quinn said excitedly. A nice trap set by the Slytherin seeker there, but it didn't quite work. Meanwhile, it remains 30-0 as Clifton takes it upfield. "Careful there," Roxanne cautioned as Eva returned to her spot above the action. "They're going to use feints like that to draw you into exposed situations." "Noted," said Eva. But truthfully, she never felt in serious danger from the bludgers. Her broom had so easily avoided them that she felt she could get out of their way at any time now. "Say, I just had an idea." Some time passed before there was significant action again. The Slytherin chasers were still having their way with the Gryffindors, and the only reason the score wasn't 100-0 was the valiant efforts of Chris winning goal. He'd made multiple tough saves already, And although the Gryffindors couldn't mount a counterattack without the help of both beaters, they were still keeping it close. Eva saw an opportunity arise when one of Slytherin's beaters swooped down to harass Wood on goal. "Ready, Morrison?" she asked, and to her left, Roxanne nodded. Then Eva took off, making sure to buzz close by the stands so that Quinn would notice her. "And Pruitt is off," he said right on cue. She must have seen something near the opposing goal posts. Parkinson takes off in pursuit. Eva could faintly hear Parkinson somewhere above her, desperately racing to keep up. Eva stretched out her arm, acting as though she was moments away from making the catch. Then she saw a streak of black to her right and abruptly spun out of the way. A moment later, she heard a crack as bludger met bone. But it was not Eva that was hit, and it was not even the same bludger. "Hopkins is down," Quinn said excitedly. Morrison takes advantage while the Slytherin beater is distracted with a nicely placed hit. Eva turned to see Calvin Hopkins hunched over his broom, painfully clutching his right arm. Her ploy had worked. Roxanne had been able to take him out with the other bludger while he was preoccupied with the Seekers. Calvin circled to land on the pitch, where Madame Pomfrey rushed out to meet him for medical care. Play resumes with Slytherin down a player. Quinn continued. Gryffindor takes over the quaffle, and you have to imagine they'll be more aggressive now, with a numbers advantage. "Go help them," Eva ordered Roxanne. "I can handle one beater." Roxanne gave her a concerned look, but nodded and took off to join the play in progress, sending another bludger in Wolford's direction. Eva once more circled the action, knowing the end was near. She and Parkinson were sharks in the water, ready to pounce as soon as they smelled blood. It was just a matter of who saw the snitch first. It was Eva. She spotted it hovering near midfield, unseen by anybody. Unfortunately, Parkinson was closer, but Eva flattened herself against her broom handle to try and snatch it before the older girl knew what was happening. Parkinson was quick to react, careening towards the snitch, but she was a split second too late. Eva darted past the girl and grabbed the snitch before effortlessly barrel rolling to avoid the desperation bludger from Slytherin's last remaining beater. Pruitt catches the golden snitch. Quinn yelled over the roar of the crowd. Gryffindor wins, 170-30. Eva was immediately mobbed by her excited teammates. Darby was crying openly. Chris was thumping her on the back. Bolger was hugging her tight. Roxanne was laughing her head off at their successful ploy against Calvin. The fiasco of Eva being late that morning was forgotten. She was the hero of the morning, and nothing could diminish her stardom today. The party was already raging when the team arrived in the Gryffindor common room soon after. Eva was mobbed by her housemates and handed cups of various suspect liquids, most of which she turned down. Loud music was blasted into the room, and the house prepared to dance the night away. Things were beginning to get out of hand until Ginny Weasley marched into the room an hour later, looking furious. "Would, get off that table this instant," she barked. "Darby, I can see you and Miss Fletcher under that blanket. Separate yourselves at once." The room sheepishly got itself in order as Ginny glared at all of them. "Good game today," Ginny congratulated the team. "Miss Pruitt, the headmaster would like a word." "Now?" Eva asked. She reluctantly followed Ginny out of the common room towards the headmaster's office. She took the spiral staircase alone, knocking on the great oak door before entering. Professor Potter was beaming at her when she walked into his office. "Bravo, Evangeline," he said. "That was some impressive flying you showed out there." "Thank you, sir." Eva bowed, smiling in spite of herself. She knew Harry had been a Gryffindor himself, and despite his claims of neutrality, she was sure she saw him cheering loudest of all after her snitch capture. "It seems you handled your new broom quite easily," Harry remarked. "How did it perform for you?" Eva stared at this remark. Did you give me the broom?" she asked, incredulous. "Well, of course," Harry frowned. "Did you not find the note I left in your locker?" "No," said Eva. "I was preoccupied." She hadn't had time to take in her surroundings properly that morning, so of course any note would have escaped her notice. "I thought it might be time to loan out my old firebolt," Harry grinned. "It served me well in my Hogwarts days, but it's been lying dormant in my office ever since." I'd heard rumors of Gryffindor's talented new seeker who had a bit of a bludger problem. I thought a bit of extra agility might be appreciated. "It was served very much so," Eva said, "but I can't accept such a nice gift." It's too good for me. A powerful broom is nothing in the hands of an unskilled flyer, said Harry. And you proved how skilled you really are today. A few students here and there have flown firebolts in recent years, but I haven't seen flying like that in a very long time. You don't mean that, Professor, Eva said humbly. I only just learned to fly weeks ago. Talent cannot be taught, Evangeline, Harry said. Some simply have it, while others don't. You feel free to use that broom for as long as you're a student here. Don't let your talent go to waste on those feeble school brooms. If you insist, sir, Eva nodded. Thank you. I've already kept you from your housemates far too long, Harry said, clapping his hands together. Go enjoy your evening. Just do me a favor and make sure Chris doesn't set Gryffindor Tower on fire again. Will do, sir, Eva laughed, and she turned to exit the office. Oh, and Eva? Harry called after her. Don't judge Slytherin House too harshly for its poor behavior in recent weeks. They aren't all bad eggs, I assure you. Eva nodded and exited the office. But the odd remark stayed with her as she made her way back up to Gryffindor Tower. Clearly, Harry had known about the mini attacks happening in the halls after all. Did he not care, or did he think it was just harmless fun? Despite being a Gryffindor himself, Harry seemed rather partial to the Slytherins. Why did he make excuses for them? Was this his twisted way of reforming the house and its sordid history with love instead of punishment? And why had he loaned her his prized firebolt, of all people? Eva had yet to prove herself as a seeker, and yet he saw fit to reward her with such a phenomenal gift. Surely she hadn't been the first talented seeker to come through Gryffindor House since he took over at the school. Or was she? She suspected that Harry had ears everywhere in the school, and it was very possible word had reached him that she was a natural talent in the air. It still felt like too generous of a gift, and she contemplated returning the broom to his office after their next practice. Pruitt! Eva turned, and her stomach dropped when she saw Calvin Hopkins marching down the corridor towards her, arm in a sling. She glanced around for any nearby Gryffindors, but saw no friendly faces. She reflexively reached for her wand, but noticed that Calvin had not drawn his. Was this an ambush, or perhaps a warning of some kind? She stood her ground and warily watched as the tall boy approached. Yeah, she asked uncertainly. Calvin hesitated for a moment, eyes searching hers. To his credit, he did not attempt to use legitimacy against her, instead simply reading her facial expressions. Do you want to go to Slughorn's Christmas party with me next weekend? He suddenly blurted out. I what? That was the last thing Eva had expected him to say. She thought maybe he was going to challenge her to a rematch duel, or reprimand her for embarrassing him in front of the school once again. She searched his expression, completely caught off guard by his simple question. Never mind, it was a stupid idea, Calvin muttered. It seemed that he had misinterpreted her reaction as a rejection. He turned to go, but Eva quickly reached out and grabbed his arm to stop him. Wait, she said. I'm sorry. I was just surprised, that's all. You were? Calvin asked, turning back towards her, eyebrows raised. Well, yeah, Eva shrugged. I thought you hated me. Hated you? Calvin laughed. I couldn't stop thinking you after our duel. I thought maybe you got lucky, but then all the rumors about your talent and seeing you fly today. I was just jealous, I guess. Jealous? Of me? Eva laughed. I'm nobody. Just a girl that got lucky a few times. I don't think you're nobody, Calvin offered quietly. Eva felt a shiver of pride at this. She had no idea that he held her in such high esteem. She smiled in spite of herself. Thanks, Calvin, she said. Sure, I'll go to the party with you. Really? Calvin beamed. Great. Want to meet up in the entrance hall at 8 on Saturday? Yeah, all right, said Eva. I'd better get back to my common room, said Calvin, turning to go again. See you then. And he walked away. Eva noted, with a distinct spring in his step she'd never seen before. How bizarre, she thought. She hadn't expected this development, but she wouldn't turn down the chance to get to know someone from a different house. Calvin seemed sincere enough, and she ought to give him a chance after he owned up to being jealous of her. That level of self-awareness was rare in boys her age. She knew that much from painful trial and error at Willoughby. Maybe the headmaster was right after all. Slytherin House wasn't all bad eggs. The Blind Sorceress. A/N. A short but important chapter today. Enjoy! March 1st, 2003 Hermione. The ferryman marched directly down the center of the road, daring anybody to meet his eye line. Any who happened to be wandering by shrunk into the shadows at the sight of him. Windows were shut closed, blinds were pulled tight. Everybody knew that only trouble could come from a ferryman becoming aware of your presence. But this particular man was on a mission. He marched up to the front door of a large home and rapped 3 times on the knocker. The door opened shortly after, and a meek muggle couple bowed their heads low at him, quivering in fear. "What do you desire, sir?" the man asked. "Information," said the ferryman, "about the illegals in the area. What can you tell us about them?" "And nothing, sir," the muggle stammered. "We don't know nothing about no illegals." "Do not lie," the ferryman hissed. "I know there was a raid here recently. What did you see?" "We didn't know they was here," the female blurted out, "till your lot came in and started pulling them out one by one. We kept to ourselves and didn't say a word." "How many children did you see?" the ferryman demanded. "Dunno, maybe 2 dozen," the muggle guessed. "Heard a lot of screaming about a week ago. We kept our windows closed and minded our own business." "Very wise," the ferryman leered. "In which house were the illegals being kept in?" The couple hesitated for a moment. Then, the man pointed shakily at a large house across the street, an abandoned 2-story abode. "Ain't never seen anyone coming or going from there before," said the man. "Thought it was abandoned all this time." "I see," said the ferryman. "You have done well to tell the truth today. Glory to the Dark Lord. Glory to the Dark Lord," the 2 muggles recited dully, eyes still fixed upon the ground. The ferryman swept around and returned to the street, aware of the many eyes still fearfully watching him from between blinds and behind curtains. He sneered up at them, striding purposefully across the street to the abandoned home and letting himself in through the front door. Only once safely inside, away from prying eyes, did Hermione feel comfortable enough to remove her glamour and return to her normal appearance. Her suspicions had been confirmed. A raid had been conducted here a week prior. It must have been swift and efficient, if it was performed before the Creevies had time to send a warning signal to the other enclaves. It likely meant the ferrymen had been staking out the location for a while and decrypting the wards to force entry. The one silver lining is that the children had been alive when they were removed from the building, but that also meant trouble, as they could still be in danger at this very moment. She had to tread carefully, gather as much information as she could from the remains, and get out before raising any suspicion of her presence. Hermione walked straight to the back cupboard where the secret entrance to the bunker was hidden. It was no surprise to find the hidden doorway blasted open, leaving a gaping hole of destruction in its place. A chill ran down her spine. It was similar enough in structure to her own enclave in London that it was like seeing her own home in ruins. She yearned to rush home and check on her brood, but she'd left them only hours ago, assured of their safety, and needed to finish what she'd come here for. She quickly descended the stairs and arrived at the landing, where the room opened up into an enlarged set of rooms to house as many children as possible. It was dark and eerily silent down here. Lumos, Hermione thought, sending streams of light throughout the silent halls. She reached out with a revealing charm as well, but sensed no human presence in the space. The central gathering room still looked pristine and undisturbed, as though the occupants were planning to come right back from wherever they'd disappeared to. No sign of struggle, which only heightened Hermione's sense of danger and suspicion. She moved to the southern wall, where she knew the central office would be hidden away in case of attack. "Open," she commanded, and with a swipe of her wand the false door fell away, allowing her into the space. It too looked undisturbed. Papers still littered the desk, and a thin layer of dust coated every surface. It seemed that the ferrymen had not discovered the hidden room, which was good. It meant they would be unable to glean the identities and locations of the other enclaves. Hermione scanned the shelves, seeing that the radio and recording equipment were still intact. She pulled the ladder down and set it on the desk in front of her, hoping that it could tell her something about what happened here. She pressed rewind on the old-school Muggle device and listened as the tape spun backwards to the beginning. Then she pressed play and listened. After a few seconds of static, a voice came over the speaker. "Dennis Creevy, Manchester Enclave, Daily Log," it said in a clear voice. February 19th. Left the enclave in search of food today. Saw several ferrymen in the area, far more than usual. Colin swears there are more every time we poke our heads above ground. I think I managed to avoid detection, though I felt like someone was following me for the last few blocks. Probably nothing. A few more seconds of static followed. Then, Manchester Enclave, Daily Log, February 20th. Heard footsteps in the house above us today. Instructed the students to stay in their rooms and prepare for an evacuation drill. We heard roughly 3 or 4 men walk around the house for 15 minutes before leaving. We double-checked the wards and the hidden entrance before bed and found no evidence of tampering. Hopefully just a coincidence. After yet another bout of static, Manchester Enclave, Daily Log, February 22nd. Didn't have time for a report yesterday. Up all night patrolling the entrance with Colin. More ferrymen walking around the house. We didn't dare use the radio to call for help in case they can detect our signals. Tomorrow we plan on making a break for it if we don't hear anything upstairs. We'll head south and try to connect with Otter in London for further orders. More to come tomorrow. But there was nothing more to come after all. Hermione strained to listen as the static pressed on and on. That was the last recording. The raid must have happened the following day, on the 23rd. Poor kids were one day away from escape, Hermione thought bitterly. Or perhaps they had botched the escape somehow, and that was what led to the successful bust. Whatever the case, she knew there was little chance the Creevies were still alive. Unlike Muggle-born children, Muggle-born adults were shown no mercy upon being captured. Hermione clicked off the recording device, troubled thoughts swirling through her brain. Then she heard a noise, a faint, pitiful noise that made the hairs on her neck stand on end. A voice, small and feeble, calling out through the darkness. "Help me, please." Hermione returned to the main room. The voice, that of a child, had come from farther inside the basement. She rushed forward, heart thumping madly, towards the voice. "Hello," she called out. "Someone there? Help, I'm stuck," the voice cried out again. Hermione veered down the right hallway, certain now where she'd heard the voice. Had a child been left behind? Had they hidden from the raid and avoided detection, only to be trapped inside the sealed room? Hermione arrived at the door at the end of the hall and threw it open. She got only a brief glimpse of the contents of the room. A large stack of crates, piled high at its center, a thin string connecting it to the door. Vague recognition registered somewhere in her mind. Then, boom! Hermione saw a flash of blinding white, and she was thrown backwards from the force of the explosion. She landed flat on her back, her world a cacophony of pain and deafening noise as the entire building came crashing down around her. She was pressed flat against the ground as debris rained down upon her. It took all of her resolve to summon a thick shield to protect her face and torso from the rubble. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours as the roar of the building caving in built to a crescendo, then gradually waned. Then she was left lying there, badly injured, as the remains of the building creaked and groaned from the colossal destruction. Hermione coughed, immediately tasting warm copper as she spat blood over herself. She blinked rapidly, but her vision had gone completely white from the blast directly in her face. The flames and shrapnel from the blast would have killed her instantly if she hadn't instinctively transfigured them into pure light, but in the process, she had temporarily blinded herself. Muggle explosives, Hermione realized with a groan. A brilliant move. They would have gone undetected by her revealing charm, and she never suspected the ferrymen to be capable of such tactics. They must have known someone would come to investigate the sudden radio silence from the Enclave and prepared this crude trap to trick her. They were getting smarter. She would have to stop underestimating them if she was going to survive. Unable to see, Hermione activated her sight, looking down to see the life force rapidly exiting her lower body as her legs, mangled and shattered by the rubble, bled profusely. With great effort, she levitated the debris off of herself and erected a sturdy barrier to keep them off of her legs. Then, with painstaking effort, she drew healing magic from the air and began the tedious work of putting her body back together. She was already dizzy from the loss of blood, and she knew she had no time to spare. She gathered as much of the spilled blood as she could and contained them within the sinews of skin that remained, repairing shattered bone and grafting new skin to cover the wounds. It was shoddy work, but she had to work fast. Sure enough, faint pops of apparition from above and around her signaled the arrival of the ferrymen, who had no doubt been alerted to the explosion. She could hear the crunch of booth eels on broken glass and crushed concrete as they began their search. She did her best to control her breathing and focused on repairing her legs well enough that she could walk. They had no doubt established anti-disapparition wards by now, so she would have to physically leave the area to escape. She could not see her assailants, but moments later, light magic began to drift towards her. A ferryman, no doubt with his wand lit to survey the wreckage, was approaching her. Hermione held her breath, hoping that she was concealed enough to evade notice. But it was not to be. The footsteps stopped as the ferryman halted just above her. Had he seen her? "Sonorous," a voice said, and Hermione could suddenly see the voice amplifier charm activate in the man's throat and lungs. "We got her!" the voice bellowed at deafening volume. "We got Granger Dash." Hermione desperately reached out with the sight, latched onto the voice amplifier charm, and pulled. The man's voice instantly became a desperate choke as she ripped the magic out of his body, no doubt tearing open his throat in the process. She heard the man stumble and fall to his knees, still choking and struggling for breath, before he went silent at last. There was no more time to waste. Hermione summoned as much wind magic as she could and used it to push herself upwards, out of the hole she'd been buried in. She also sent out waves of shadow to bathe the area in darkness. She still couldn't see or walk, and she wanted to level the playing field as much as possible. She knew it was working when she heard the panicked yells from the nearby ferrymen. "What is this?" one of them yelled. "Lumos! Lumos!" Hermione saw the magic feebly flickering around the man's wand, briefly illuminating his location. She did not hesitate, throwing waves of fire in his direction. She heard the horrified screams as the fire reached its mark, consumed the target in white-hot heat that destroyed the ferryman in seconds. Hermione sensed spells being fired at her from the opposite direction. She saw the magic rushing towards her in sickening bolts of dark power. She grabbed one out of the air and fired it back towards the caster. The other she deflected with a conjured shield, which she then sent careening towards the unseen enemy. She heard both men swear as they dived out of the way, and her attacks missed their marks. She could hear more reinforcements arriving from all around and knew she couldn't fight all of them at once, not in her weakened state. She had to escape the wards as quickly as possible so she could disapparate away. So she channeled her remaining strength as she continued to levitate out of the rubble, coiling waves of magic around herself. Then, when she heard shouts of surprise as she rose high enough to be spotted, she unleashed fear, death, pain, despair. She channeled every negative emotion she could into the ripples of magic she sent radiating away from her. The ferrymen hollered, terrified, as the magic rushed towards them. Hermione continued her rapid ascent, letting the wind carry her upwards, figuring it was her quickest way out and away from danger. "Somebody stop her," a voice cried out. "The Dark Lord will be displeased if she escapes Dash." Hermione did not slow down, did not dampen the power of the magic she was radiating. She could not tell how high she had risen into the air, could not see how many ferrymen were cowering in her wake below. All she could do was focus every ounce of her strength and magical stamina into her one hope of escape. Finally, she felt a cold shiver as she passed through the invisible wards trapping her inside. Then, using the remainder of her energy, she spun in midair and disapparated. "Miss Meoni!" Hermione regained consciousness to the sound of screaming children. She blinked heavily. Her vision was still compromised, but she could faintly make out the shapes of her brood swarming around her, looking terrified. "I'm all right," Hermione muttered, carefully sitting up. She reached out and rested her hand on the shoulder of the nearest child. "Who's there?" "It's Jenna," the girl mumbled fearfully. "Jenna," said Hermione in recognition. "Can you gather everyone and bring them to the main meeting room? I need a moment." Jenna stood and helped the older children usher everyone out of the office. With great effort, Hermione pulled herself up over her desk and sank back in her office chair. She was exhausted, physically and mentally, and her magical reserves were completely spent from the escape. But she was alive, and if she'd timed it perfectly, the ferryman would not have been able to track where she'd disappeared to. She didn't like to apparate directly into the basement if she could avoid it, but desperate times called for desperate measures. A moment later, Jenna came running back to Hermione's side. "Are you injured, Miss Meone?" she asked softly. "Yes," said Hermione honestly, "but not gravely. Give me a moment while my eyesight returns." "You have dirt in your eyes, Miss Meone," said Jenna. A moment later, she felt a warm, damp washcloth on her face as Jenna attempted to clear the obstruction. Hermione took the cloth and lightly brushed clumps of dirt and soot from her eyes. Instantly, the world came back into perfect clarity, and she saw Jenna's horrified face staring up at her. "I'm all right, dear," Hermione said, mustering a smile. "Just tired, that's all. Are we in danger?" Jenna asked. "No," said Hermione sharply. "I walked into a trap. It was my own fault. But we're safe now. I promise." "Did you find out what happened to Mr. Creevy's group?" asked Jenna. Hermione felt a pang of regret as she realized the significance of what she'd found. "Nothing good," Hermione muttered. "But they might still be alive. I'll have to find out for sure." "You can't go," Jenna protested. "It's not safe. And you're hurt." "I'm not leaving today, dear," Hermione reassured her. "I'll need a couple of days to recover, and I'll be more careful next time. I underestimated them, and it won't happen again." Now that Hermione had regained most of her eyesight, she could see that she hadn't done too bad of a job repairing her legs. There were bits of muscle and bone visible through the patchwork of skin she'd created, but the bleeding had mostly stopped. She didn't need a couple of days to heal physically. She needed them to recover her magic. She usually refrained from such desperate, elemental conjurations as she'd used today, but she had had no other choice. Her mind was still racing from the elaborate traps set by the ferrymen to lure her in. They knew she'd come looking when she heard about the Enclave's discovery. But what had they done with the children? Many times they were killed, but it was possible they were holding on to them now for leverage. They wanted to draw Hermione out into the open. That much was clear by now. Would they stoop as low as using children as bait to lure her into another vulnerable spot? She could not discount the possibility any longer. The ferrymen were getting smarter, and she knew how warped their sense of morality could be. Hermione wanted desperately to soak in a long shower and sleep for days, but she forced herself to reach for the radio on the desk and switch it on. "This is Otter, transmitting from the London Enclave," she said into the speaker. "Fell into a trap while investigating the Manchester Enclave. I'm all right. Surveillance efforts are increasing around enclaves. Use extreme caution to avoid detection while entering or exiting. More information to come. Over." She put the transmitter down, listening for any response. But none came. She hoped that the message had at least been received, that the other side was just preoccupied and couldn't respond at the moment. She couldn't let herself worry about something more sinister happening. How long until the other enclaves were discovered? It seemed to be a matter of when, not if. Time was rapidly running out, but Hermione couldn't think about that right now. She had to find out what happened to the Manchester Enclave, to see if there was anything to be done for the children that might have survived the raid. There was only one place she knew of that had the answer she sought. It would be a tremendous risk to go there, and Hermione was terrified of what she must do. But there was no other choice. There was no chosen one coming to rescue them. Hermione had to set such foolish hopes aside. She was the children's last hope now. A House Divided, December 20th, 2014, Evangeline. Magic has long been believed to be inherent to the witch or wizard summoning it. However, this may be a fundamental misunderstanding of how magic functions within the natural world. It could more accurately be seen as a finite resource existing, independent of human interaction, waiting to be mined. When a spellcaster trains to perfect their craft, or uses potions for temporary benefit, they are not in fact getting stronger or becoming more magical. Rather, they're becoming more attuned to their sense of the magic around them and their ability to bend it to their will. While most potions and rituals can provide temporary gain, others have the potential to permanently alter the brain chemistry of the user. Certain blood rituals have been shown to improve reflexes and magical stamina. For instance, though these have diminishing returns. The draft of omniscience can be used to heighten the consumer's affinity for legilimency and nonverbal casting, though it too has its risks. Under the genetic theory of magical ability, such practices do not actually impact the caster's magic directly. Instead, it bridges the gap between caster and spell, bringing us closer to oneness with the magic of the natural world. The ability to manipulate magic is still crudely understood and requires precise wand movements, incantations, and symbology. But a deeper understanding how of magic is actually summoned may be more beneficial to long-term magical improvement than dash. Oi, Pruitt, we're gonna be late. Eva reluctantly closed the language of magic and stowed it under her pillow. She hadn't really been absorbing the words anyway. She just wanted something familiar to center herself. She had been anxious about the Christmas party ever since agreeing to go with Calvin Hopkins, and now the time had come. What did he expect of her? How would the other attendees view her? Did she even deserve to be there at all? She got out of bed and stood to face her dorm mates. "Oh, you look nice," Candace offered, casting an approving eye over Eva's modest beige sundress. "Spin for us?" Eva hesitantly twirled around for Candace, Amy, and Victoire to assess her. "Not bad, Pruitt," said Victoire. "You won't attract many eyeballs, but it's presentable at least." "Maybe I'm not trying to attract any eyeballs," Eva muttered. "Good, more for me then," Victoire beamed. She herself was wearing a much tighter and more revealing dress, and she was eager to flaunt it. "Hey Vic, how did you get invited to the party anyway?" Amy protested. "I didn't," said Victoire. "But Chris did, and he invited me as his date. Can't have one half of the chaos duo without the other." "What a shame that would have been," Eva said sardonically. "Come on, let's get going." They made their way out of the dorm and down the spiral stairs to the common room. "You know, I may not like the kid, but Hopkins isn't a bad-looking bloke," Victor said. "I mean, he's no Bolger, but you could do worse. Speaking of which, if you get the chance to introduce me to Mark, you'd better take it." "You're really going to hit on other guys when you're with your date?" Eva said, incredulous. "Oh, this isn't really a date," Victoire reassured her. "Chris and I are just chums. He won't care." "Ah," Eva said. It seemed to her that Chris didn't get the same memo, because when they descended into the common room, he visibly brightened at the sight of Victoire. "Hey Vic," he grinned, nervously straightening his tie. "You look wow." "Hey yourself," Victoire sang, grabbing his arm and skipping towards the portrait hole. "Let's go, gang. We have a snake to pick up along the way." Eva endured Victoire and Chris's ribbing about going out with Calvin Hopkins all the way down to the entrance hall. Victoire was listing all the potential red flags of dating a Slytherin, as though it was an affront to the zodiac system, while Chris was mildly affronted that she was fraternizing with the enemy, whatever that meant. She was still unsure about her decision to attend the party with him, so it was doing her nerves no favors. But when they arrived at the entrance hall moments later, Eva got the sense that Calvin was even more nervous. He was pacing agitatedly and tugging uncomfortably at the collar of his neatly pressed dress shirt. He saw the trio approaching and smoothed back his hair before approaching the stairwell. "Hi," he said to Eva, mustering a smile. "You look really nice." "Thanks, you too," Eva said. Victoire tactfully yanked Chris by the arm down a side corridor so she and Calvin could walk the rest of the way alone. "First Slug Club party?" asked Calvin as they made their way to the dungeons. "Yes," sighed Eva. "I'm a bit nervous. Sounds like they're big networking events." Kinda, Calvin shrugged. "Most people know each other by now, and we don't have much in common besides having famous relatives. I'm sure you'll be rather popular tonight, though." "Me?" asked Eva, suddenly alarmed. "Why?" "Well, people talk about you," Calvin said hesitantly. "Not in a bad way or anything. They're just curious is all. A transfer student who shows up out of nowhere and immediately becomes top of the class and the headmaster's favorite." "I'm hardly top of the class," Eva muttered. "And I'm not so sure the headmaster is all that fond of me half the time." "Please," Calvin snickered. "We all suspect where that firebolt of yours came from. Potter may have odd ways of showing it, but he's definitely interested in you. I can tell." Eva saw this as a prime opportunity to ask a question that had been bugging her for months now. "What did he whisper to you?" Before our first duel in legitimacy, she asked. Calvin hesitated for a moment before answering. He wanted me to go all out to test you, he said flatly. To try and trick you, to see how you would respond. Eva immediately felt bad about asking the question, seeing how Calvin could see it as a slight against his ability. Sorry, she stammered. I mean it when I say I got lucky that time. Maybe, maybe not, Calvin winked. But you can't fool me with that humble act, Pruitt. I think you're holding out on us. If you say so, Eva chuckled, rolling her eyes. They arrived at the classroom where the party was to be held, and they could hear music wafting in from inside. Slughorn met them at the door, beaming at the sight of them. Ah, Mr. Hopkins, Miss Pruitt, he greeted them jovially. And you've come as a pair? Well, I suppose that's all right, though the intention was to bring a date from outside the club. Sorry, Professor. I didn't know, Eva said at once. But Slughorn didn't seem too bothered. Not to worry, he winked. I dare say you two make a good match. Enjoy the party. And Slughorn waddled off to attend to his other guests. Eva looked at Calvin, who was lightly shaking his head in bemusement. How do you do that? He asked her. Do what? Get into trouble with the professors and talk your way out of it, he smirked. It seems to be one of your many talents. I don't mean to break the rules, Eva shrugged. Usually it's only when I'm unaware of them. See, I think that's what you want everyone to think, Calvin grinned. You might play innocent, but you know how to get what you want by sweet-talking the right people along the way. Very Slytherin of you, if I do say so myself. That, or I'm just needlessly reckless and seek trouble around every corner. Eva teased right back. Very Gryffindor of me, don't you think? Touché, Calvin laughed. They made their rounds through the party, and Calvin introduced Eva to several of his Slytherin friends. A few of his Quidditch teammates were present, and they all begrudgingly shook her hand and nodded politely without a word. It seemed that Chris was not the only one chagrined at the two of them fraternizing with the enemy. Eva was happy to see several of her own Quidditch teammates also present. She and Calvin walked into their circle as Slughorn was congratulating them on their recent victory. A splendid effort. Well done, he said. Some fabulous saves you made out there, my boy. What, isn't it? Did your father play keeper as well? Yes, sir, Chris said proudly. Oliver Wood. He played 15 seasons for Puddlemere. Just retired last spring. Yes, of course. Slughorn beamed, clapping his hands together. He was before my time at the school, I'm afraid, but I do recognize the name. Your father must be very proud. And yours as well, Mr. Bolger. Splendid work on the bats. Thank you, Horace, said Mark Bolger with a polite nod. Eva was surprised at the use of the professor's first name, but Slughorn seemed positively tickled about it. Excuse me, Professor? Asked Greg Darby, whose date was holding tightly onto him as though he were a prize catch not to be relinquished. I was hoping you could enlighten me about something. Why is it that the ocular restoration potion is banned in Quidditch? Ah, said Slughorn sagely, looking delighted by the opportunity to flex his potion's knowledge. I can see how that would be of great interest to you, Mr. Darby. Greg nervously adjusted the wire-rimmed spectacles on his nose. A healer recommended it to me, but I didn't want to jeopardize my Quidditch career, he muttered. Rightly so, Slughorn agreed, taking a generous bite of treacle tart before continuing. You see, while that particular potion does restore perfect eyesight, it also has a few side effects. Notably, a permanent increase in ocular reflexes for the drinker. Most Quidditch leagues consider this an unfair advantage, so it is banned for use. Rubbish, Greg grumbled bitterly. I quite agree. It is an outdated rule, Slughorn nodded sympathetically. Pardon, Professor? Cut in Victoire, looking curious now. Did you say the potion provides permanent improvements? Oh yes, said Slughorn. It is rare, but certain potions do have the ability to alter brain chemistry and physical attributes permanently. Like the draft of omniscience, sir? Eva added without thinking. Slughorn's reaction was immediate and violent. He began to sputter and cough, spraying treacle tart everywhere. Students rushed to his side to check on him. Emalheit, Slugonsputerd. Just took too large of a bite, I'm afraid. But Eva felt the heat of his stare afterwards. He was clearly troubled by her innocuous question. Fortunately, her gaffe went unnoticed by the other students. She and Calvin chatted with the other athletes for a while, recounting the recent match. Eva was still troubled by Slughorn's reaction, but she turned to Calvin to take her mind off of it. "Do you plan to pursue Quidditch after school, too?" she asked. "Oh no," Calvin shook his head. "I'm only doing it for extracurriculars. Father thinks it will look good on my resume someday." "You know what you're going to do then?" Eva asked. "I'm going to be an auror," said Calvin confidently, puffing his chest out proudly. "Just like my father. Professor Potter has been giving me private tutoring to prepare. He says I'll be a natural." "Your dad was an auror?" asked Eva. "Did he serve under well, you know?" Calvin's expression darkened at this line of thought. "The Dark Lord," he surmised. "Yes, technically he did, but his department mostly dealt with higher-profile security threats, not rounding up Muggleborns." "I see," said Eva. "I didn't mean to accuse Dash." "No, it's all right," Calvin waved her off. "I know Slytherin House has a reputation, but we aren't all blood bigots. My parents are traditional enough, but they didn't buy into all the Dark Lord's rubbish. They just went along with it to survive. A lot of folks did during the war." Eva said non-committally, suddenly uncomfortable with the turn the conversation had taken. "What about your parents?" asked Calvin. "What was life like in the Australian wizarding world back then?" "I need to use the little girl's room," Eva said abruptly. "I'll be right back." And she left a bewildered Calvin behind as she beelined from the room in search of a bathroom. Victoire was quick to join her once she located one. "You all right, Pruitt?" she asked, concerned. "If that slippery little snake did anything untoward, I'll hex him back to third-year Dash." "It's not that," Eva sighed, splashing some water in her face. "Just feeling a bit overwhelmed in there." She felt out of her depth among these people, the upper crust of the student body, most of whom, she now realized, were purebloods. Would Slughorn have invited her if he'd known her true blood status? Would Calvin have asked her out if he'd known? Hell, would Victoire even be her friend? They might all claim to be reformed from the old worldview, but the coincidences were starting to pile up. "Right then, I'm off to seduce Bolger again," Victoire said after a moment's silence. "Gonna have to up my game to pry him away from that seventh-year bimbo." "Vic," Eva said uncertainly. "Will you stay with me? At the party, I mean? I feel a bit sick." Victoire dropped the silly act at once and returned to her friend's side. "You got it, Pruitt," she said, giving her a reassuring pat on the back. And to her credit, Victoire didn't leave her side once for the remainder of the party. Eva felt far more at ease around her and Chris, laughing at their stupid back-and-forth banter, taking solace in their private disdain towards the prim and proper behavior of their peers. She felt a bit bad for Calvin, who resorted to following the trio silently around the room and occasionally giving her a polite smile. But she didn't belong in his world. She wasn't the person he thought she was, and she didn't have the heart to tell him as much. Finally, mercifully, the party drew to a close, and the students began to migrate towards the door to return to their common rooms. "One moment, Miss Pruitt," said Slughorn before Eva could escape. "I'd like a quick word before you go." She followed Slughorn into his office, where he shut the door and immediately rounded on her. "Where did you learn of the draft of omniscience?" he demanded. "From a book," Eva said, deciding that was truthful enough. "No book taught on this campus references the draft," Slughorn frowned. "It must have been a textbook from my old school, Willoughby," Eva said quickly. "I apologize, sir. I didn't know it was a taboo subject." Slughorn studied her expression for a moment. Then, he exhaled slowly, rubbing his forehead. "I am under strict orders from the headmaster," he said, "to report any student who asks about the draft. The curious thing, Miss Pruitt, is that only 4 students have dared to bring it up in all my years here, and you are the first pureblood to do so." "Are really?" asked Eva, her curiosity piqued. "It is a highly volatile and dangerous potion," said Slughorn. "It has the potential to irrevocably damage the brain if brewed incorrectly. It contains a banned ingredient that has been known to cause psychosis and even death in the consumer." "Essence of thought," Eva confirmed. "What is it exactly?" Slughorn again appeared shocked by her knowledge on the subject. "I suggest you do not pursue this matter further, Miss Pruitt," he warned her, "even for academic purposes. I will decline to tell the headmaster about this meeting, but you must promise me this." "Okay," Eva said immediately. "I promise." "I apologize, sir." Slughorn looked immensely relieved by this. "Good, good," he said. I admire your curiosity, Miss Pruitt, though be aware that it might get you into trouble someday. Enjoy your holiday. Slughorn opened the office door, and Eva hurried out towards the exit. She had no intention of ending her research, of course, but it was a good reminder that she must keep it a secret from now on. She drew quizzical looks from Calvin, Chris, and Victoire as she rejoined them, but she just shrugged and offered them nothing. She couldn't trust anyone in the castle. Potter had eyes everywhere. "Thanks for coming with me," Calvin said when they reached the entrance hall, and the other two had departed ahead of them. "It was fun." "Yeah, no problem," Eva said uncertainly. Calvin regarded her curiously for a moment. Eva thought he might be working up the courage for a kiss, but if he was, he decided against it. "Have a good night, Evangeline," he said, bowing courteously. "I hope we can continue this another time." "Good night." Eva bowed back, and she turned to make the long trek up to Gryffindor Tower. She felt bad for icing Calvin out like that, especially when he'd done nothing wrong. She just knew that she would wind up disappointing him in the end. Clearly, he thought she was more special than she was in reality. Maybe he saw her as a nice pure-blood girl he could take home to father and earn his approval. But that wasn't Eva. Her life was a chaotic mess, and she didn't need to burden somebody else with it. Eva was perplexed later that night when Victoire asked why she hadn't packed her trunk yet. It seemed that she had missed the memo about being invited home to the Weasleys for Christmas holiday. She'd been mentally preparing for a quiet 2 weeks alone in the castle. But Victoire would not take no for an answer. So the next morning, she found herself lugging her things down to the Hogsmeade platform and boarding the Hogwarts Express to London. She marveled at the sheer simplicity and elegance of the train. She was certain it possessed select enchantments for speed and avoiding other trains on the track, but otherwise it was just a normal train. She found it somewhat ironic that the headmaster was so against the use of Muggle technology on campus. Yet student transportation was the most mundane and Muggle mode of transport imaginable. She and Victoire spent the majority of the trip playing Exploding Snap and laughing over classmate drama until they finally arrived at King's Cross Station. Eva and Victoire joined the queue of students waiting to exit the platform, but a station agent stopped them just shy of the barrier to Greater King's Cross. "Hold here, please," the man said sternly, pressing a finger to his ear as though listening to an invisible earpiece. Eva gave Victoire a quizzical look, who simply rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Okay, quickly now," the agent ushered them through. Eva and Victoire passed through the invisible barrier and were immediately met with a chaotic scene. Several station agents on the other side were physically restraining a mob of about 50 people, yelling and screaming at the students exiting platform 9 3/4. Eva strained to hear what they were shouting over the din. "Please, let my child through. He's special too. I swear it. You lot think you're better than the rest of us? Piss off. Go back to where you came from. You freaks." "It's like this every time the Hogwarts Express comes through," Victoire sighed as they fought their way through the crowd. They tried making the schedule a secret, but word always gets out. Anyway, bloody muggles can't mind their own business. They shied away from the tangled mass of desperate bodies and fast walked away from the area. Victoire led the way through the station until she spotted her parents, waving wildly and speeding up to meet them. Her father was a tall and handsome redhead, though he bore visible scars that marred the right side of his face. Victoire's mother, on the other hand, was a gorgeous French witch with silvery blonde hair, and she smiled radiantly as her eldest daughter jumped into her arms. "Mum, Dad, this is Evangeline Pruitt," said Victoire once she had extricated herself. "Eva, this is my mum and dad." "Nice to meet you," Eva nodded. "Thank you for having me." "We've heard a lot about you," smiled Victoire's father, offering his hand. "You can call me Bill." "And I am Fleur," said the mother, leaning down to embrace Eva in a warm hug. "I hear that you are perhaps related, non? Family is always welcome with us." Eva laughed uncomfortably, now feeling doubly guilty for lying about her true name. She doubted Victoire would have cared if they were actually related or not. But it was yet another reminder of the duplicitous life as a pureblood she was living for seemingly no reason. Bill led the way not to the parking lot, but to a secluded wing of the train station guarded by 2 heavy-set wizards. "Identification, please?" one of the men asked him. Bill responded by drawing his wand and flourishing it above his head, producing a set of numbers. The guard checked it against a list on his clipboard, then nodded and waved the family through. "Where are we?" asked Eva, as they walked past a row of tables, each containing odd trinkets and objects. "Porque on garde expédié victoire." It's either this, driving a muggle car, or operating. Trust me, this way is the most pleasant. They gathered around a table labeled with their designated number, upon which sat a crumpled metal coat hanger. "On 3, then," said Bill, and they all hovered their hands over the object. 1, 2, 3. Eva touched the object and felt a jerking sensation behind her navel as the portkey whisked them away. She felt herself spinning uncontrollably, hand glued to the coat hanger, until her feet crunched into what felt like sand. Looking around, she found herself on an idyllic coastline with a picturesque two-story cottage just up ahead. "Welcome to Shell Cottage," Victoire said proudly. She and her parents began walking towards the cottage, where Eva saw 2 younger children emerge from inside. One was a girl of about 10, with the same silvery locks as her mother. The other, a rambunctious 6 or 7-year-old boy, with the same flaming red hair and freckles as his father and eldest sister. Victoire rushed forward and swept her 2 siblings up in a tight hug. "Vicky's home! Vicky's home!" the younger girl exclaimed excitedly. "You will call her by her proper name in these house," Fleur chastised her. "Ite Victoire?" The way she pronounced the name, with her florid French accent, made Victoire visibly gag. "You make it sound so pretentious," Victoire complained before putting on her best mock French accent. "Victoire, blech." The 2 younger kids spotted Eva hanging behind and tugged on their older sister's sleeve. "Is this your new friend?" the boy asked. "Yes, this is Evangeline, but she prefers Eva," said Victoire. "These are my siblings, Dominique and Louis. I petitioned for Dom and Lou, but Mother insists." "There will be no preposterous nicknames here," Fleur said proudly. "Please, Evangeline, come in." Victoire's younger siblings were eager to give Eva the grand tour, showing her around the kitchen, living room, and their bedrooms. Eva marveled at the interior of the home. She'd never been inside a private wizarding residence before. There were moving portraits on the walls. Louis had Quidditch posters in his bedroom, players zooming in and out of sight through them. Dominique proudly showed off her closet of lovely dresses, which sparkled and shimmered at the touch. Later, they took her down to the beach, where the younger kids ran along the shore and splashed through the waves lapping at their feet. "We have this whole beach to ourselves," Louis informed Eva. "From here to the rocks, over there." "What's on the other side of the rocks?" asked Eva. "That's where the Muggle kids play," Dominique answered, sounding a bit disappointed by this fact. "Mother and Father won't let us play on that beach." "Ah, that's too bad," Eva said sympathetically. But she knew from first-hand experience why Bill and Fleur would set such a restriction. Eva had faced relentless bullying from her schoolmates once it was discovered she was a witch. It was an unpleasant experience she wouldn't wish upon any magical child. Isolating them might seem harsh in the short term, but it would save them years of pain and resentment before they could attend Hogwarts. "Hey Vicky, where's Chris?" asked Dominique innocently. "Is he visiting us soon?" "No, his family will be in Spain this holiday," said Victoire. "Why are you so interested in Chris?" "Because you're in love with him," Louis cut in as Dominique giggled approvingly nearby. "I am not," Victoire said hotly. "He's my closest mate." "Tell them, Eva." "Oh yes, they are madly in love with each other," Eva said with a straight face. "She and Chris are going to get married and have a lot of babies." Victoire glared daggers at her, while her 2 siblings devolved into delighted giggles at this revelation. On the whole, Eva thought her holiday at Shell Cottage was one of the more pleasant she'd ever had. Her fondest Christmas memories had been when she was very young, before magic had forced a wedge between her parents and herself. She enjoyed their company when on break from Willoughby, but there was still a distance between them, an invisible barrier that prevented them from being as close as they once were. She couldn't talk to them about her schoolwork, for example. Hearing Bill and Fleur ask Victoire questions about her Hogwarts studies was a foreign concept to her, and she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. She wished her parents had taken such an active interest in her life and aspirations, but there was no point in ruminating on such things any longer. Victoire must have told her parents a bit about Eva's past, because they asked her a lot of questions about her own life. "How's Hogwarts treating you, Evangeline?" asked Bill during dinner one night. "That must have been a hard transition." "It was all right," Eva shrugged. Victor was a big help, showing me around and introducing me to people. "I spent 1 year at Hogwarts in my 7th year," said Fleur. "It was horrible. They British are so cold and unwelcoming to foreigners. I hope you showed them how powerful we can be." "Eva's the smartest witch in our class," Victor said proudly. "I reckon she's the best in the whole school. Did I tell you she beat Calvin Hopkins in a legitimacy duel on her first day?" Bill's eyebrows shot up at this. "Hopkins, the son of the Auror," he whistled. "Nicely done, Evangeline. Are you looking to join the force yourself?" "What, like the Aurors?" Eva asked. I hadn't really considered it, to be honest." "You should start thinking about it," Bill told her seriously. "Next term is when your head of house will meet with you for career advice. Never too early to start thinking about what you'd like to do after school." Eva had never considered being an Auror, but something about the idea intrigued her. Her only thought towards her future in recent months had been to track down her parents' killers, and that might be an ideal profession to help her on this quest. But she didn't love the idea of a career in fighting, not when she preferred to avoid conflict at all costs. The Auror department was best left for people like Calvin, who were poised and confident in what they wanted. That didn't describe Eva at all. "Perhaps you can help our Victoire decide on her career," Fleur said, casting a judgmental eye on her eldest daughter. "She has not given it serious thought." "I already told you, I know what I'm going to do." Victoire protested. "I'm going to work with the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchens. Free food for life." "As I said," Fleur huffed indignantly. Serious thought. Before Eva knew it, Christmas morning had rolled around. Lewis had woken up the whole house at the crack of dawn by sneaking downstairs and unwrapping his present under the tree, a toy broomstick, charmed to hover only a couple feet off the ground. He spent the ensuing hours speeding through the house and laughing riotously, while Fleur glared daggers at her sheepish but proud husband. Dominique was similarly enthralled by her own gift, an enchanted makeup set that changed colors every few seconds. This time it was Bill who looked apprehensive, while her mother excitedly showed her how to use it. Victoire was excited for Eva to open her present, which turned out to be a special padding for Quidditch that wrapped around her ribcage. "Supposed to protect against bludger hits," she explained. "Plus, it makes you look like you have more going on in the curves department, if you know what I mean." "Great. Thanks, Vic." Eva rolled her eyes as Dominique giggled appreciatively at her expense. Eva gave Victoire her gift next, a self-help book titled 50 Foolproof Tips to Charm the Wizard of Your Dreams. "Wicked," said Victoire. "I reckon I'll have Bulger drooling after me in no time." "Sure you will," Eva laughed. She'd skimmed the book beforehand and saw that most of the tips dealt with altering one's own expectations of what the wizard of your dreams really was, and hoped Victoire would take the subtle hint. Eva was also pleasantly surprised to receive a gift from Victoire's parents. She gasped as she unwrapped the small box and pulled out a glittering ruby pendant necklace. "Recovered it from an Egyptian tomb for my job," Bill explained. "Victoire mentioned it's your birthstone, plus you're a Gryffindor, so it seemed only fitting." "Wow, thank you," Eva breathed as she fastened the pendant around her neck. It was also the color of her old schoolhouse, Ignis. She'd always viewed red as a soothing, familiar color. "It looks beautiful on you, dear," Fleur smiled. Eva smiled back in gratitude. Victoire was eager to get away with Eva that afternoon and try out her own gift from her parents, a magic radio set that could tune into any station around the world, but Fleur insisted that the girls help her prepare the kitchen. "We are avaying guests tonight," Fleur said sternly when Victoire whined about being roped into it. "Your aunt and uncles will be here in a few hours." "Is already coming?" asked Lewis excitedly. "Yes, your cousin is coming," Fleur sighed to her son, who looked tickled by the news. "Does this mean I get to meet your other mysterious aunts and uncles?" Eva asked as the two of them set to chopping vegetables for the evening stew. "Just the two you've already met, plus Uncle Percy and his wife," muttered Victoire. "Trust me, they're the biggest killjoys alive. Uncle Charlie's out of the country somewhere, and the other two, well, we don't talk about the other two." "Really?" Eva frowned. "Why not?" "The war tore our family apart," answered Bill, who had wandered into the kitchen to refill his drink. "My parents were killed in a raid, and my brothers—" But he broke off, a pallid expression overcoming him. He cleared his throat and quickly filled his glass before departing. Eva gave Victoire a questioning look, but she shook her head to quash the unspoken question. The first guests arrived later that afternoon. Uncle Fred, flanked by a tall and slender witch and a boisterous boy of about 8. Eva marveled at the apparent strength of the Weasley gene. Aside from Dominique, all the cousins bore the flaming red hair of their fathers. Little Artie was just as freckled and ginger as Fred was, despite his mother's dark complexion and hair. "Ah, Miss Pruitt!" Fred beamed when he saw Eva. "This is my wife, Angelina. She's a Quidditch player herself, you know. I've heard great things about Gryffindor's new seeker." Angelina beamed as she shook Eva's hand. "Perhaps I'll have to come out for a match this spring." Artie disappeared with Lewis almost immediately, both of them looking positively mischievous as Fleur anxiously watched them rumble up the stairs. The door opened again soon after, and 2 people Eva had never seen before entered. The man was tall, thin, and starting to bald. The woman was reserved and uptight. "Percy, Penelope, glad you could make it." Bill greeted them, shaking his brother's hand, though Eva sensed tension between them. Eva shook hands with the new couple moments later. "You were in Gryffindor with Victoire, then?" asked Penelope. "How is my niece doing?" "Candace?" "Oh," said Eva. "I'm good. Always getting top marks in all our classes." Penelope gave an approving sort of jerk of the head at this, before retreating with her husband to the living room. Eva saw what Victoire meant at once. In stark contrast to the rest of the Weasley family, Percy and Penelope didn't seem like the most charismatic or exciting individuals. Fortunately, it seemed Uncle Fred was more than up to the task of entertaining the table as they gathered around the table for dinner. He regaled the younger children with tales of Hogwarts, and they hung on his every word, clearly riveted by the allure of the school. "No fair that I have to wait till next fall to go," Dominique pouted. "It's so boring here." "Well, you'll have to study hard when you get there," Fred told her sternly. "I'll be quizzing you on the 7 secret passages in and out of the castle before your first year is over." "Dominique will not participate in such shenanigans." Fleur glared at Fred, who merely winked playfully back at her. "I'm not so sure Uncle Fred will be the best role model," Bill said teasingly, giving Fred a half-hearted punch on the arm. "I've heard stories of the Twin Terrors in their student years. You two were absolute menaces." Fred did not object to this, instead chuckling lightly in reminiscence. "You have a twin?" Eva asked excitedly without thinking. At once she regretted it. Fred's expression soured, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. "Yeah," he said. "Perce, be a lad and pass the salt. Will you?" The conversation quickly moved elsewhere, and Eva mentally kicked herself for once again putting her foot in her mouth. "We don't talk about the other two." Victoire's words echoed in her ears. She should have known better than to bring up such a sore topic. Halfway through the meal, the door opened again, bringing in a stiff winter breeze and a surly young witch. "Sorry I'm late," Ginny slurred, clumsily shutting the door behind her. She carried with her a hefty box of liquor, which Bill promptly confiscated from her and brought into the kitchen. It appeared that Ginny had already broken into her own supply. "Fashionably late, as always, sis," said Fred jovially, giving Ginny a hug as she found a seat at the table. Percy also stood to greet his sister, but Ginny made a point of ignoring him, walking straight past him to an empty spot beside Victoire. Eva watched on curiously, but wisely held her tongue this time as the conversation awkwardly picked up again. Dinner was pleasant enough after that, with Bill sharing stories of his code-breaking adventures working for Gringotts, while Percy spoke dryly about his administrative job in the ministry. Nobody noticed Lewis and Artie's absence from the table until the latter ran into the room, screaming bloody murder. Lewis had somehow managed to light his eyebrows on fire, doing God knows what upstairs. After a few hasty spells, many spilled tears, and a generous dab of essence of dittany to the forehead, Fred and Angelina begrudgingly bid the group farewell, taking a sniffling Artie with them. Lewis and Dominique were sent to bed soon after, and the table consisted of just the adults plus Eva and Victoire, chatting casually and breaking into Ginny's stores of alcohol. Victoire surreptitiously tried to snare a gobletful of fire whiskey for herself, but one severe look from Fleur discouraged her attempt. Eva was extremely full from the delicious meal and felt rather drowsy, sipping on her eggnog while Bill and Percy got into a heated debate over the regulation of gold. You and your goblin pals have been smuggling far too much treasure into Britain without declaring it to the ministry, Percy accused his brother. Don't deny it. The market is depressed because supply is too abundant. Before we know it, fake galleons will be flooding the streets. You vultures just want a slice of the pie for yourselves, Bill retorted. Gringotts knows the laws. We know what we have to declare and what we don't. The Drake Act of 1834 stipulates that gold seized from sites known to be plundered directly from Britain do not have to be declared. Don't throw the Drake Act in my face. I practically invented the Drake Act. Percy sneered, but he looked to be greatly enjoying this totally pointless and dry debate. It was intended for the old family houses to reclaim stolen property without facing undue tax burdens. You treasure hunters are exploiting it as a loophole to line your own pockets. Don't lecture me about who's lining their own pockets, said Bill, who was also getting into the spirit of the argument. You've been seizing Gringotts' vaults under false pretenses for decades and selling the contents for ministry profit. Those vaults are the rightful property of the ministry, no matter what your goblin bosses say, Percy scoffed. The Williamson Decree of 1918 gives the ministry search and seizure rights for vaults connected to illicit business practices. Trust me, I know my laws, Bill. I didn't work my way up the ranks for 20 years without knowing what I'm talking about. Must have been nice, Ginny slurred from her corner of the table. All eyes turned to her, surprised. Come again, Ginevra, said Percy, looking somewhat nervous. I said, Ginny said, enunciating each word with an undercurrent of malice. It must have been nice to work your way up the ranks of the ministry while the rest of the wizarding world was suffering. That sucked all the air out of the room. All the adults looked supremely uncomfortable. Percy cleared his throat. I'm aware that many had it tough, Percy said carefully. But I had a wife to take care of, a mortgage to pay, and you had no problems working for you-know-who? Ginny spat, assisting in his takeover of the entire world. We didn't know at the time that he was behind it all, Percy said awkwardly. But did it matter? We all did what we had to do to survive. Bill worked at Gringotts overseas, Ginny pointed out. Charlie stayed in Romania. Fred and George had their joke shop. What's your excuse for selling out to the evil empire? Ginny, that's enough. Bill said gently, but he could not head off the impending argument. I could have helped you. All of you, Percy protested. I warned Dad that he was being watched, but he didn't listen, and look what happened. I offered you protection and a safe job, Ginevra, but you refused to take me up on the offer. I would never cave in to the Dark Lord like you did. Ginny shouted. You spineless, cowardly Enough, bellowed Fleur, slamming the table and standing to get everyone's attention. Her soft and beautiful features had sharpened into something fierce and bird-like. Ginny and Percy both quieted at once. I will not obey this in my house, Fleur went on. If you cannot behave, I must ask you to leave. Fine, I'm done, Ginny huffed, pouring herself another hefty goblet of fire whiskey. Percy must have noticed this because he quickly stood from the table. I think it's best we head out. Penelope? Percy said nervously. Thank you, Fleur, for having us. Pleasure meeting you, Penelope said meekly in parting to Eva, before following her husband out into the cold night. Good riddance, Ginny muttered under her breath once they were gone. I think it's bedtime, Bill sighed, standing to join his wife at the head of the table. Victoire, that goes for you too. But I want to hear more, Victoire protested. Unlike the others, she seemed to be enjoying every moment of Ginny airing out the family laundry for all to see. I never get to hear about the war. It is not appropriate for someone your age, Fleur said firmly. Bed. Now. What about Eva? Said Victoire. She's allowed to stay and listen, and I'm not? I am not a mother, said Fleur. Evangeline can make her own decision. She'll just tell me everything later anyway. Victoire shot back. Fleur's eyes darted over to Eva, scrutinizing her, and apparently she decided this was true enough. Fine, flit off the, but bed straight after. And you, Ginevra, use discretion. They are only kids. Older than I was when I fought my first Death Eaters, Ginny winked. Fleur had no retort for this, instead sweeping up the steps after her husband. As soon as she was gone, Victoire excitedly wheeled around on her aunt. who was downing yet another gobletful of steaming liquid. "So what was it really like?" she asked in a hushed tone. "The war? Mostly it was just uncertainty," Ginny sighed. "The first few months were hard, when Potter disappeared. But once the Dark Lord deduced we weren't sheltering him, he mostly left us alone. Pure bloods were allowed to go about their business, but there was still the occasional raid. Like my parents." She took another deep drink. "What happened to Grandma and Grandpa?" asked Victoire. "Mom and Dad would never tell me the full story." "Not much to tell," said Ginny. "My dad was foolish and tried to organize an Order of the Phoenix meeting during my 7th year at Hogwarts. The ministry caught wind and showed up mid-meeting. Most of the others escaped, but they didn't. The prophet said they were sent to Azkaban, but they never arrived there. We all know what really happened to them." "Sorry to hear that," Eva mumbled. She knew what it was like to lose one's parents, and didn't know that Ginny too had been in school when it happened to her. It was a wake-up call," Ginny said nonchalantly. "My brothers were eager to pretend things were normal, but they couldn't after that. It drew a line in the sand. Let me know which of them I could trust and which I couldn't." The way she glared at the back door, where Percy had departed, told Eva exactly what she meant by that. "What did you do after school?" asked Victoire. "For work, I mean." "Odd jobs here and there," Ginny shrugged. "Volunteered at a wizarding orphanage for all the kids whose muggle-born parents were killed. Worked at the joke shop for a bit. But I never gave up the fight. I resisted you-know-who from start to finish." "But you didn't join the actual fight until later," Victoire pointed out. "When Potter came back. You think we could just stroll up to his tower and start slinging spells?" Ginny snapped. "We had to be smart about how we fought. Protect the right people. Keep an eye on certain enemies. We couldn't take the fight to the Dark Lord until Potter arrived and organized everything. Only then could we make our move." "You were there when Voldemort was defeated?" Eva asked excitedly. "In a sense," Ginny muttered. "We were fighting down below, while Potter and Granger went up to the top of the tower to confront him. We didn't see what happened. We just heard a lot of noise. Then after a while, Potter came back down carrying an unconscious Granger and told us the Dark Lord was dead." "So that settles it then," Victor said decisively. "If Granger was knocked unconscious, Potter must have been the one to finish him." "That's what we all assumed too," said Ginny. "But something changed between them that day. He was always affectionate towards Granger, but after that battle, he kept his distance. Something happened on the top of that tower that changed the way Potter viewed her." "Like what?" Eva frowned. "Dunno," Ginny shrugged. "But I always knew Granger was cleverer than she let on. The Death Eaters were afraid of her too during the war. She must have done something that really frightened Potter." "What did Granger say happened when she woke up?" asked Victoire. "Not much," said Ginny. "They were both cagey about it afterwards. We all found it odd when Granger announced her run for minister, and Potter didn't challenge her. It was assumed that he would take over the new government, but he took the quieter job at Hogwarts instead. Dad reckons he just didn't want the pressure of being a leader," Victoire offered. "That Potter just wanted a quieter life after the war." "Bill would say that," Ginny laughed. "But I knew Harry better than most. He had strong opinions about the way the wizarding world was run. The things he told me when we dated, the nights we were alone." Ginny took a deep swill from her goblet. Then, unexpectedly, she slammed it back on the table, spraying fire whiskey everywhere and making both Eva and Victor jump. "I waited for him," she wailed. "I was first by his side when he came back to Britain, but he only had eyes for her. He always did." Eva and Victor looked on, stunned as Ginny choked back bitter tears. She got herself together quickly, however, and merely grunted in disgust before reaching for the bottle to refill her goblet. "But not anymore, right?" Eva asked cautiously. "He's been single ever since the war ended, no?" "He's married to his work now," Ginny muttered. "Obsessed with his research. Always locked in his study, tinkering with things, or flying off to remote locations in search of something. Like that blasted bird Archimedes." "What is he studying?" Eva pressed. "Nokru Yinistra. But I have my guesses. I've seen him reading that bloody book of Granger's, annotating it cover to cover. He wants to understand what she knows that he doesn't. That's probably why he's so interested in you." She was staring directly at Eva. "Me?" Eva asked, puzzled. "Why?" Probably because you understand that book better than anybody, said Ginny. Better than even him, I reckon. Maybe he thinks you're the key to figuring out what he's missing. But I don't understand. Eva frowned. If he wanted to understand the book better, why not let all his students study it? Ginny laughed hollowly. There is a reason, she said, that spell theory is taught only to 6th and 7th years. Potter handpicks the students himself, those he's been watching closely for 5 years. He only lets the most talented students study the book, and even then, it's only students who tend to agree with his worldview. Pure blads, Eva deduced. I never said that, Ginny said, throwing her hands up, though it's not entirely false. Muggle-borns are more likely to sympathize with Granger, and Potter doesn't want to give them tools they can use against him later. I doubt your friend Miss Burton will be joining you in the course next year, for example. But I'm Muggle-born, Eva thought. She, of course, couldn't say this out loud, but something still didn't add up about the situation. Harry Potter knew that she worshipped Hermione Granger. She'd told him so directly. And yet, he had encouraged her to continue studying the text. Did he not fear Eva turning against him? Why was he so afraid to teach the material to certain students in the first place? Victor continued to pepper Ginny with questions, but she became more and more incoherent with each word. Eventually, Ginny's head began to loll forward until she rested it against the table, and light snores signaled that she was out for the night. The two girls headed up to their room soon after, though Victor stayed up late into the night chattering excitedly about what they'd heard. Eva was also interested in the new information, though for very different reasons. She remained awake long after Victor dozed off, thinking, what could have happened to top that tower that drove a wedge between Potter and Granger? Was it merely a difference of opinion about the wizarding world that separated them, or something more? What was it that compelled him to stay up late into the night in his office, studying and scheming? Was he truly afraid of what Hermione Granger was capable of? And did that mean, by extension, that he was afraid of what Eva had the potential to become?